the era of primal obscurity. In a time when humanity did not yet exist, the ancestors of the elves were still trolls, and the titans ruled the land while dragons dominated the skies. As the age drew to a close, a titanic clash erupted between the giants and dragons, resulting in mutual destruction. Amidst the chaos, a time traveler arrived at a tribe of eagle people, guiding them toward their evolutionary path that would ultimately lead to the emergence of the angelic race. Countless years later, the angel king Jiang You sat upon the highest throne, as beings from all walks of life sang praises. Hallowed be, hallowed be. How might the sinner gaze upon the majesty and glory of the Almighty? Each one bears a jeweled crown and offers radiant gifts to the divine throne. Chapter 1. The High Barbarian Mountain Eagle Tribe. In the world of Furland, during the Titans and Dragons era, where the great High Barbarian Mountain met the intersecting plains and forests, the sun blazed brightly in the sky. From the High Barbarian Mountain Tribe, a royal decree has been issued. 50 eagle warriors are summoned. You have 3 days to march to the Han Sea Forest to heed the call of the Thunder God. In the air above the cliff, a dark-winged eagle man soared, clutching a bone spear and calling down to the eagle folk gathered on the precipice. Among the throng below, Jiang You looked up, confusion clouding his thoughts. Where am I? He quickly realized his surroundings. The figures before him sported human faces with bird-like beaks and claws, covered in gray-black feathers. The eagle warriors donned rudimentary animal hide clothing, their emaciated forms and pallid faces suggesting chronic malnutrition. He found himself in the form of a young eagle person, standing beside a motherly figure. Shortly thereafter, fleeting memories of the juvenile eagle person surged into his mind. Messenger, our tribe comprises but 200 eagle folk. If all the young and strong depart, how shall we survive in this vast wilderness? We beseech you for mercy. At the forefront of the eagle throng stood a tall, sturdy, middle-aged eagle man, pleading with the messenger hovering above. But the messenger dismissed their plight with a haughty remark. I care not for your survival. Arrive as ordered, and you may live. Fail to do so, and your tribe will meet its end. With that, he flapped his wings and soared away, leaving the eagle folk below in despair. As night descended, a bonfire flickered atop the cliff, roasting the tribe's meager remaining meat stores. Silently, the young and able-bodied eagles consumed the flesh, their kin beside them. Jiang You stood with his mother beside a burly eagle man, the tribe's chieftain, the very same who had pleaded with the messenger earlier. Finishing his meal, he turned to Jiang You, sighed, and patted his head, saying, My son must grow strong and healthy. Though he had taken on a new identity, Jiang You felt a resonance in his heart at the fatherly words. He then faced the female eagle beside him, speaking earnestly. Aji, the war between the Titan kin and ancient dragons has raged for a millennium. Our forebears vanished a decade ago. This time, we do not know what fate awaits us. After I leave, you will rely upon you for nurturing. Tears glistened in the female eagle's eyes. Wing, can you not evade this fate? We could leave the High Barbarian Mountain, retreat far away. It is not possible. The world is under the dominion of the Titans and dragons. Here, we may continue to endure. To seek refuge elsewhere would spell our doom. The eagle father's voice fell to a sorrowful resignation. Wing, you must return safely. I will, replied Jiang You with determination. On the following morning, all the young and strong of the eagles, led by their chieftain, set forth to the west toward the Han Sea Forest. From the cliff, the elderly, weak, and families of the eagle folk watched the departing warriors with tightened embraces around their young. 3 years later, within a forest near the High Barbarian Mountain, Jiang You gripped a small stone spear, perched atop a treetop, his keen eyes focused below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar were surrounded by 3 forest wolves engaged in a fierce battle. The smaller boar, already attacked, had lost half its head and lay lifeless. In stark anguish, the larger boar, driven wild by the loss of its young, charged ferociously, heedless of its wounds. One wolf was impaled and fell dead, while another was grievously wounded. Just then, an eagle's cry pierced the air, and Jiang You swooped down from his perch, thrusting his stone spear into the eye of one wolf. With that wolf's death, he turned to the injured creature and hurled his spear again, hitting its throat perfectly. In a flash, the skirmish concluded, and 3 young eagle folk descended from their treetop vantage. You are incredible, exclaimed one. While we were barely taking flight, you dispatched them all, said another. Jiang You smiled and replied, saying, a lie, take some of the game home. I will remain here and keep watch. Understood, you. Stay safe. They called before carrying off the two boars. Once they were out of sight, Jiang You swiftly dealt with the bloodstains of the slain wolves and soared back to a branch, gazing upon the sunset as he cleaned his spear. Open panel. Name, Jiang You. Race, Eagle Man. Age 9. Attributes: Strength 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 9, Agility 8, Charisma 3. Level: Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Skills: Throwing Expert, Spear Technique Expert. Skill Points: Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Talent: None. Quest System: Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Game Launch Countdown: 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Seeing the countdown to the game's launch made Jiang Yu's face twitch involuntarily. Crossing over as an Eagle Man while the world collapses, yet the game system was still inaccessible. Am I an NPC or a player? He let out a deep sigh. The system isn't reliable for now. I must rely on myself. Fortunately, I can still view my attributes and skills. It's not entirely useless. Golden hues from the setting sun bathed the leaves, and Jiang Yu snapped off a branch, gesturing in the air, speaking to himself. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well recap my situation. It's been 3 years since I arrived in this world, and I've confirmed it's the ancient era of the game Furlan World, specifically the time of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, it was the 5th chapter, the age of the rise of the human empire. By then, the Titans and Dragons had long since receded into history. After the ancient Great War, the Titans disappeared without a trace, and the Dragons retreated to Dragon Island. I have scant records of this time, however. My memories recall a singular account of 3 years prior to the decisive battle, where the thunder god Atria slew the beloved son of the ancient dragon emperor, the blue dragon King Alarithos. What an inciting incident it proved to be. The dragon emperor, enraged, unleashed his entire clan against the Titans, leading to mutual destruction, with the gremlins seizing the opportunity to rise. I didn't pay much attention to the history of the Eagle folk. In this era, the Eagles still numbered in the hundreds of thousands, ruled by a royal court, and counted among the wise races. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his own form and sighed softly. The Eagle folk, who were mere fodder in the 5th chapter, have since been excluded from the ranks of intelligent races. Players can't even select the Eagle option at the start. To be frank, the Eagle's talents are rather limited. In this youthful Eagle body, I've tried many methods from later periods to awaken the extraordinary, but to no avail. No talent, no talent. Without awakening the extraordinary, I can hardly hope for any future progression. He furrowed his brows in contemplation. Yet I recall a legend from the 5th chapter. A mere turtle in the ancient era bathed in Titan blood and ultimately became a demigod, living to see the arrival of the players. I had also intended to use this method to awaken the extraordinary. Yet over these 3 years, I've learned bathing in Titan blood does not confer strength. Instead, it burns and destroys you. Without exception. How did that old turtle manage to bathe in Titan blood without dying, instead attaining the extraordinary? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. I've undertaken that turtle's quest. If I reassess it carefully, perhaps he'll uncover some clues. Chapter 2. The Chieftain. As the sun set and night enveloped the land, the stars shone brightly. Jiang Yu and his 3 companions returned to the high barbarian mountain with the remaining corpses of the forest wolves. By now, a fire burned at the cliff's edge, roasting the tribe's last remaining thick-skinned wild boar. The Eagle folk gathered close around the fire, eagerly watching the cooking meat, while the children gazed on drooling. The thick-skinned wild boar was the most plump and delectable prey found in the Whispering Forest. Hunting such a creature had been a rare occurrence for Jiang Yu and the others. When the roasting was finished, Jiang Yu was allotted the best cut of pork. Once all the Eagle folk were fed, an elder eagle, gray and white of feather and stooped of back, rose unsteadily to address the tribe's folk gathered. My fellow kin, ever since Chieftain Wing led all the young warriors of our tribe to the Han-Si forest to engage in the war incited by the Thunder Titan, 3 years have passed. They have yet to return, and it is likely their bones have been buried in the sands of time. You know this to be true. The elder eagle's words tore open old wounds, causing the gathered Eagle folk to bow their heads in sorrow. Jiang Yu soon caught the sound of weeping surrounding him. The warriors were too weak. Aside from their ability to fly, they were powerless. In the grand expanse of war, they were little more than fodder, easily falling victim to even the lightest touch of a mighty adversary. However, 3 years have passed, and some of our children have grown strong enough to aid their mothers in the hunt. In particular, you who slays wolves single-handedly. The elder continued to speak. Jiang You had indeed killed a lone wolf 6 months prior. Every pack has a pack leader. Our tribe cannot be without a chief. I propose that Jiang You inherit Wing's position and become the chieftain of our high barbarian mountain tribe. The elder finally revealed his intentions. He was too frail to lead. With the tribe in disarray, only Jiang You, despite being a youth, could fill the role. He was no lesser than any adult eagle. His suggestion was met with enthusiasm by the young eagles of similar age. Having grown up alongside Jiang You, they had long been swayed by his deeds. With the youth's approval, their mothers naturally voiced no disapproval, leading to nearly half the tribe supporting Jiang Yu's ascension to leadership. Indeed, none voiced any objections. As such, the matter was settled. The elder smiled in relief and turned to Jiang Yu, asking you, "Are you willing to bear the future of the high barbarian mountain eagle tribe?" He regarded Jiang Yu's calm demeanor and nodded inwardly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu responded with a firm nod. "Elder, I am willing to become the chieftain." In the perilous and untamed realm of the ancient world, he lacked extraordinary power and recognized that only through the strength of his tribe could they survive. He was no longer a player. His life was singular. Becoming the chieftain of his tribe, a deep desire within him, felt right. Above all, "I must alter the fate of my people, the eagle folk," Jiang Yu silently vowed. As night fell, moonlight cascaded across the earth. Reclined upon a great stone at the cliff's edge, Jiang Yu breathed in the winds of the starry sky. Pondering deeply, he mused, in the Elder Turtle's quest, no mention was ever made of how to avoid the burning wrath of Titan blood. However, considering that it was an ordinary turtle, it would not have ventured near the battlefield while bathing in Titan blood. A light flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. During the early rise of the human empire, the old turtle became renowned through the force of the thunder, meaning it likely bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is indeed the sovereign of the eagle folk. The turtle's affinity for water and its endurance while bathing in Titan blood must surely relate to an aquatic locale. Where might this water be? It must lie in the Han Sea forest. To cause the Thunder Titan to bleed, it could only be the blue dragon King Alarethicit's nemesis. Only their climactic battle would spill forth torrents of Titan blood over the land where the turtle bathed. Thus the question becomes clear. I simply need to find the creek or river where the turtle dwelled and learn the secret of its survival after bathing in Titan blood. And in doing so, awaken the extraordinary. Jiang Yu's mind awoke with clarity, and he began to formulate his plan. The royal court summons eagle warriors every decade. Thus, I shall seize the opportunity in 7 years' time. Chapter 3. The Bronze Age. The eagle people of the Highman Mountain reside upon the peaks, embracing the rugged cliffs as their ancestral home for generations. They carve out dwellings from stone at the summit, creating a sanctuary among the heights. The Highman Mountain is merely an unremarkable hill within the ancient world of Philan. Yet the fabled royal court of the eagle people is said to rest upon a majestic mountain known as the Heavenly Mountain. This grand and magnificent peak hosts tens of thousands of eagle people, serving as the cradle of their lineage, from which the tribe of Highman Mountain also derives. Upon assuming the role of chieftain of the Highman Mountain tribe, Jiang Yu embarked on a mission to transform the living conditions of the eagle people. While the stone caves provided safety, the lingering odors from generations of habitation rendered them unbearable, and sanitation had long posed a challenge. In his first year, he fashioned stone axes, felled trees, and led his kin to construct dozens of wooden houses and beds over the span of a year, creating a new abode. The original caves were fortified with wooden doors, transforming them into excellent storage spaces. The wooden houses of the eagle people feature 2 entrances, one at the rooftop and another near the cliffside, facilitating ease of movement. After completing the wooden dwellings, he gathered the tribe to excavate a pond at the center of the settlement, providing a source of fresh water for daily consumption. Jiang Yu instituted a system where tribe members would fetch water daily. Subsequently, he erected wooden walls to encircle the cluster of houses, giving rise to a quaint village. Although the safety of the wooden village may not surpass that of the caves, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of civilization in this wild expanse, bringing him peace of mind. In the winter of the 2nd year, Jiang Yu led the young eagles to hunt, capitalizing on the heavy snowfall to track and slay several hibernating black bears in the Whispering Forest. His strength and skills flourished, and he donned a warm bearskin coat. In the 3rd year, he discovered a magical beast to the east of the Whispering Forest. Fortunately, this creature belonged to the deer family. Though formidable, its temperament was mild, remaining within its territory and allowing Jiang You and his companions to breathe easily. Nonetheless, his yearning for extraordinary power intensified. By the fourth year, while leading a hunting party, Jiang Yu pursued a wild bull and ventured 3,000 meters westward. There, he stumbled upon an open copper mine. Ecstatic, he realized that copper could propel them from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age. The acquisition of copper tools would significantly bolster the strength of the Highman Mountain tribe. However, before he could fully revel in this discovery, a young eagle scout flew in from the distance, warning him of a nearby Serpent People tribe. The Serpent People, also a subordinate race of the Titan giants, had been perennial adversaries of the Eagle People, their territories overlapping for generations, rendering them natural enemies. In ancient times, when the four-legged eagles had yet to evolve into the Eagle People, they often preyed upon the ancestors of the Serpent People, the two-legged snakes. However, as both races were simultaneously blessed and enlightened by the Titans, evolving into sentient beings, the Eagle People lost their dominance over the Serpent People. The latter's reproductive prowess surpassed that of the eagles, and they excelled in archery. While the eagles enjoyed the advantage of flight, their sharp talons hindered their ability to shoot arrows effectively. Otherwise, a unit capable of shooting arrows from the sky, even if composed of mere mortals without extraordinary powers, would hold a significant advantage. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu's yearning for copper overcame his apprehension regarding the Serpent Man tribe. He pondered aloud, "Liang, how many serpent men reside in that tribe, and are there any extraordinary serpent men among them?" The chieftain, Liang, awkwardly scratched his head. "I didn't observe closely, and no matter," Jiang Yu replied. "We shall take another look." He bore no resentment, for it was indeed commendable that the young eagle man had even noticed the existence of the Serpent Man tribe. With a cadre of eagle youth, Jiang Yu soared into the sky. After traversing several miles, they indeed discovered a small Serpent Man tribe by a stream. Jiang Yu circled above, scrutinizing the settlement, and realized that their plight was not dissimilar to that of his own people. Years of relentless warfare had drained their vitality, leaving the tribe predominantly comprised of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. It was understandable, for the Serpent Men possessed lesser survival skills on the battlefield than the Eagle Men, rendering them the very fodder of war. However, this Serpent Man tribe was slightly more populous than the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe, with approximately 300 Serpent Men surviving. Jiang Yu resolutely decided to eradicate this Serpent Man tribe. That very night, he led the combat-capable members of the Eagle tribe to annihilate the small Serpent Man settlement while they slumbered. Subsequently, they commenced the extraction of copper ore and the smelting of bronze. Jiang Yu had some knowledge of the rudimentary methods of ancient copper refining from his previous life, and after several attempts, he successfully produced bronze die in the 5th year. After a year of accumulation, nearly every eagle capable of combat possessed a piece of bronze equipment. With bronze at their disposal, they could now hunt larger and more ferocious prey. They even dared to test their mettle against some weaker magical beasts they encountered. The tribesmen predominantly wielded bronze spears, while Jiang Yu forged a bronze sword for himself. By the 6th year, as the tribe's bronze stockpile increased, Jiang Yu utilized the surplus to cast a grand bronze cauldron. This allowed food to be continuously cooked within the cauldron. Subsequently, various bronze utensils were crafted, including bowls, basins, pots, and spoons. At this juncture, Jiang Yu could proudly declare that the Gaoman Mountain tribe had transcended the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age. They were more civilized than the vast majority of races in the Furlan world. In the 7th year, at the age of 16, Jiang Yu was considered an adult among the Eagle tribe. His physique had become more upright and robust, and his wings more resilient and powerful. This year, in preparation for the impending war, Jiang Yu began to forge bronze armor. Due to their wings, it was challenging for the Eagle men to cover their backs with armor, and to maintain their agility in flight, the armor could not be overly heavy. Therefore, Jiang Yu crafted armor plates for protection on the chest, arms, and head. This simple bronze armor was fashioned into a dozen sets, worn by Jiang Yu and the strongest Eagle men of the tribe. His companions with whom he had grown up, bonded like brothers. As time passed, that autumn, when golden leaves danced in the breeze, the messenger from the Eagle King's court arrived as scheduled. Chapter 4. A decade of conquest. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, imbued with the essence of autumn. Upon the cliffs of Gaoman Mountain, an eagle envoy with gray-black wings soared in the air, brandishing a 2-meter-long bone spear. Gazing down with pride, he surveyed the eagle population of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, and upon witnessing this frail assembly, A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes before he announced in a booming voice, Gaoman Mountain Tribe, the royal court has decreed. 50 eagle warriors are summoned. A deadline of 3 days has been imposed to journey to the Hanhai Forest and heed the summons of the god of thunder. The familiar call to arms reverberates across the cliffs, and it seems the royal court truly holds the Gaoman Mountain Tribe in disdain. For decades have passed without a single word of alteration in the content of their summons. It is indeed a common decree directed at all the small eagle tribes beyond the royal court within these vast mountains. Yet, 50 individuals is an excessive demand. Presently, counting even the newly born infants, the entire eagle tribe comprises merely around 200 souls, with the adult males of Jiang Yu's generation numbering scarcely more than 30 in this moment. Jiang You finally comprehends the profound sorrow and helplessness that his father must have felt in those bygone days. How desolate must have been the circumstances that led to the utterance of the words, "My son must grow up healthy." On the cliff, a multitude of eagle folk bow their heads in dejection. Jiang You stands at the forefront, his claws clenched tightly, desperately suppressing the fury within him. Taking a deep breath, he pleads, much like his father did in the past. "Esteemed messenger, you have witnessed our plight. Our tribe is truly incapable of mustering 50 eagle warriors. Might you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all the adult males into battle for the god of thunder and the royal court." Humph! The edict of the royal court is not something to be bargained over. The gray-black-winged eagle envoy scoffs coldly, his voice frigid. "A diminutive tribe such as yours, surviving here under the protection of the royal court, is already a grace bestowed upon you by the court." As he speaks, he glances at Jiang Yu's tightly clenched claws and unwavering gaze, a murderous intent stirring within him. Tribes like Gaoman Mountain are akin to the wild grasses of the plains. Some perish while others thrive. Even if exterminated, it would bear little consequence. It is only a matter of time. The royal court never concerns itself with their survival. As the murderous intent swells, the eagle envoy's eyes sharpen, and the gentle breeze of the world begins to stir ominously. A surge of extraordinary power, the force of wind. A chill courses through Jiang Yu's heart, and he instinctively lowers his head, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed messenger, Gaoman Mountain is willing to heed the summons." Suddenly, the world falls silent for a few breaths. The winds rising in response. On the cliff, Jiang Yu remains vigilant, prepared for an eruption. After a prolonged moment, the cold-faced eagle envoy ultimately refrains from striking, casting one last chilling command before taking flight. 50 individuals within 3 days. Remember, if even one is missing or 1 day late, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu's heart ignites with rage. Damn it, I shall rise against you and your wretched eagle royal court. Once the eagle envoy has departed, the tribesfolk lament in despair. When will this war ever see an end? When will our lives truly improve? We are far too weak. Our forebears have vanished without a trace. It seems we too are fated to follow in their footsteps. Observing the sorrow etched upon the faces of his kin, Jiang Yu steps forward and declares emphatically, "I implore my fellow tribesmen to have faith in me. This time, I shall ensure that everyone returns safely. If I do not return, I shall perish before you all. Furthermore, I ask that the adult sisters of our tribe accompany us into battle. The underage youths may remain within the tribe." Yes, chief, at this moment, a dozen adult female members of their tribe emerged, all belonging to the current generation of female eagle warriors. Consequently, the entire Gaoman Mountain tribe was left with only the elderly and the weak. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, his gaze drifting toward the eldest young eagle among the group, and he smiled at him. "Cha, after we depart, you shall be the strongest male eagle in the tribe. You must lead the young ones in safeguarding everyone." Tears welled in Cha's eyes as he solemnly replied, "Yes, brother Yu." Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded and offered some comfort to his mother before stepping forward to address the eagle warriors preparing for their expedition. "Very well, without further ado, we shall return to don our bronze armor and arm ourselves. We will set off for the Hanhai Forest in a quarter of an hour." Puzzled eagle warrior inquired, "You, isn't it supposed to be within 3 days? Why the haste?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In the past generations, none of our predecessors returned from their expeditions. This time, we must first investigate the situation in the Hanhai Forest and make ample preparations." The method of bathing in Titan's blood was too astonishing for him to reveal just yet. He sought a well-considered excuse. Yet, it was not entirely a pretext, for there was indeed merit in his reasoning. Understood. We shall return to gather our weapons and equipment immediately, and we will depart in a quarter of an hour. The eagle warriors nodded in unison. They harbored no doubts about Jiang Yu's words. Having grown alongside him over the years, their trust in him was profound. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, 50 eagle warriors, armed with bronze swords and spears, stood ready for departure. With a command from Jiang Yu, they soared westward, leaving behind the reluctant gazes of the elderly and frail eagle warriors. Chapter 5. Hanhai Forest under the stars and the moon, journeying day and night. 7 times the sun rose and set. Traversing mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and dense forests, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the Hanhai Forest with the warriors of his tribe. This vast expanse of woodland, true to its name, was as boundless and lush as the ocean itself. A long river meandered through the forest, flowing into the distant sea. This territory lay on the fringes of the realm ruled by the Thunder Titan, Atriton, bordering the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Alaridos. The two had battled for many years, with no clear victor emerging. At this moment, the Hanhai Forest resembled a colossal military camp, with myriad races of the Phelan tribe present. He observed centaurs patrolling the woods, eagles soaring through the skies, trolls encamping in the thickets, dwarves riding goats in the valleys, goblins harvesting timber, merfolk resting by the river, fishmen wielding stone tridents, and ogres acting as sentinels, fairies and treants gazing from the treetops, while boar men reclined upon the earth, among others. These were the subordinate races of the Titans, who had ruled half the world since the era of the Titan giants. The ancient dragons were no less formidable than the Titan giants. Jiang Yu gazed further north into the Hanhai Forest and beheld a towering stone throne, reaching a height of 300 meters, seemingly hewn from an entire mountain. A giant, nearly 200 meters tall, sat upon it, his purple hair and golden eyes radiating an aura of awe-inspiring majesty that sent shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. The imposing presence was as formidable as mountains and seas, evoking profound astonishment in him. At every moment, resplendent purple lightning envelopes his robust form, echoing the depths of the abyss and the confines of the inferno. He is the Titan of Thunder, Atrus. According to the lore of the 5th epoch, Titans are born of legend, achieving the realm of demigods upon reaching maturity. Even without ascending to the divine throne, the great Titan King possesses power rivaling that of the gods. This is the Titan, the master of half the ancient world of Phalanda. Feeling the imposing aura of the Titan, Jiang Yu became increasingly cautious, burying the pride of a transcendent within the depths of his heart. He remained a mere mortal, not even extraordinary, in this realm teeming with supernatural might, where death lurked at every turn. Thus, he treaded with utmost care, as they soared over the vast expanse of the sea of forests. The eaglemen and horned eagles patrolling the skies did not impede their passage, allowing them to descend directly into the encampment of the eaglemen. Upon landing, soldiers from the royal court of the eaglemen approached them. This was a middle-aged eagleman clad in wolf pelts. Though devoid of any extraordinary aura, he exuded the presence of one seasoned by countless battles. He inquired nonchalantly, "From which tribe do you hail? And who is your leader?" Jiang Yu stepped forward, responding, "I am the leader, an elder of the royal court. We come from the Gaoman mountain tribe." The middle-aged eagleman merely grunted, evidently unfamiliar with the Gaoman mountain tribe. He glanced at the bronze weapons and armor they carried, dismissing them with indifference. A small tribe of eaglemen, even with female eaglemen among them, hardly warranted concern. "Follow me." The eagle tribe from the east is commanded by Lord Windwing. The middle-aged soldier led them through half the encampment, arriving at a vast area that was chaotic and dilapidated. The trees had been entirely felled, leaving behind an expanse of bare, muddy ground. Jiang Yu's eyes swept across the scene, estimating that around 10,000 eagle warriors were stationed here, their gray-black wings interwoven upon the earth like a vast, somber net. The middle-aged eagleman casually pointed to a corner. "You may reside there for the time being." Having said this, he prepared to turn away, for he had little desire for conversation with mere cannon fodder destined for the battlefield. Jiang Yu hastily called out to him, his expression earnest. "Elder, may I inquire your name? Additionally, where can we find Lord Windwing's encampment? How shall we heed his military commands?" The area was chaotic, with the eaglemen haphazardly gathered, making unified command seem elusive. Jiang Yu thought it prudent to clarify these matters. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged soldier cast a surprised glance back, the disdain in his eyes genuine. He chuckled derisively. What qualifications do you possess to obey Lord Windwing's commands? Someone will come to summon you when the time is right. As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby encampment of eagle-men, an eagle warrior from the royal court, brandishing a bone spear, sword above, bellowing at the clustered tribes below. You, and you, gather your kin and follow me. The summoned eaglemen dared not resist, swiftly rallying their tribes to embark with him. Some had dozens, while others had only a few, each eagleman's eyes reflecting a numbed resignation. Clearly, this was not their first experience of such conscription. Each small tribe that arrives here consists of 50 individuals. The remaining members have evidently perished elsewhere. Jiang You observed this with a heavy gaze. I understand. Elder, understanding is sufficient. There are certain truths I prefer not to articulate too harshly. You, who seek refuge beneath the royal court, heed my words well. Should the war come to an end, few of you may return. As for my name, it is of no concern to you. The middle-aged eagle soldier spoke in a monotonous tone, gesturing towards the edge of another grove, and do not entertain thoughts of escape. Look there and witness the fate of those who dare to flee. Jiang Yu turned his gaze in response, only to behold a gruesome array of eagle corpses, impaled on wooden stakes, bloodied and planted into the earth. He fell into a solemn silence, while the middle-aged eagle man laughed heartily. Young one, do not overestimate your wit. You eagle folk are but as insignificant as ants and weeds. The royal court grants you life, and only by its decree do you survive. Should it wish for your demise, you shall meet it. Take heed of your choices. With that, he took to the skies, departing to greet the next tribe, leaving Jiang Yu rooted in place, his fists clenched and his eyes deep with contemplation. In such a royal court, what future could the eagle folk hope for? It was no wonder they had become one of the weakest of the monstrous beings. I shall usurp them in due time. Behind him, the eagle warriors who had grown alongside Jiang Yu displayed their indignation. Yet they restrained their emotions. Only when the middle-aged eagle had vanished did one of the warriors approach and inquire, You, what shall we do next? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced at the soaring reconnaissance team of eagle men in the sky and replied with a smile, They shall attend to their own matters, while we focus on ours. Bring forth the bone spears we fashioned earlier. We shall patrol ourselves. An eagle man stepped forward, presenting Jiang Yu with a long object wrapped in beast hide. Jiang Yu unwrapped the hide, grasping the bone spear, and addressed the gathered eagle folk with a smile. From this moment forth, I shall be a soldier of the royal court, leading you in our explorations. Follow me. Very well. He intended to seek the whereabouts of the old turtle. Even without the command of the eagle royal court, he was willing to embark on this reconnaissance. However, he would determine the route himself to ensure safety. As for the risk of being discovered, he chose to disregard it in any case. Death awaited him. To awaken the extraordinary, he must take risks. Chapter 6. Bathed in the blood of titans and dragons equipped with some preserved meats, Jiang Yu inquired among the eagle men who had already completed their tasks. He then grasped his bone spear, donned a bear hide garment, and, masquerading as a royal guard, led his kin into the skies, boldly soaring beyond the confines of the camp. Their journey was fraught with peril yet went largely unnoticed, for such groups were numerous, and no eagle man paid them heed. Royal eagle men departed with 50 warriors from the tribes, while others returned with a handful of tribal eagle men in tow. Typically, before the onset of battle, the reconnaissance units suffered the greatest losses. In this expanse of sky, the warriors of the eagle tribes were the weakest entities. Not to mention the dragon-blooded hybrids soaring above, various flying subdragon species, and even griffins that could easily match a team of 50 eagle scouts. Just as Jiang Yu was about to soar beyond the camp's edge, a sentinel of the royal eaglemen stationed there suddenly furrowed his brow and flew directly in front of him, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, Who are you, and why have I never seen you before? I am a newcomer today, Jiang Yu replied with remarkable composure. His demeanor was so natural that the vigilant eagleman could find no fault, and thus he nodded and permitted passage. Behind him, the hearts of his kin raced, and upon witnessing the guard's acquiescence, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, as they observed Jiang Yu's actions, their hearts surged once more. Jiang Yu had not departed. Instead, he quietly approached and pressed a piece of gold into the guard's hand, asking, Esteemed brother, as a newcomer, could you kindly inform me where the conflict for the skies is most fervent? Gold, even in the ancient era, was a universal currency, and this particular piece had been acquired during the subjugation of the serpent tribe. The sentinel eagleman nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he replied, I understand. In recent days, the Eastern Front has been the most tumultuous, with even several noble extraordinary eaglemen falling. Young brother, heading west would suit you perfectly as a newcomer. Thank you, esteemed brother, Jiang You replied with a smile, and he promptly led his kin westward. Adjacent to the eagleman's camp lay the encampment of the gremlins, a once declining race, now one of the prominent subservient tribes under the Titans in this ancient era. They boasted a population of several million, scattered throughout the realm of Furland, and even within the ranks of the ancient dragons, their presence was noted. The gremlins were remarkably astute. Indeed, Jiang You observed that within their camp, numerous colossal trebuchets had been erected, along with wooden arrow towers and lowly tents, all of which presented a far more orderly sight than the chaotic eagleman's encampment. Next to the gremlins stood the trolls, whose camp was similarly haphazard, a veritable tangle of disorder. Jiang You mused that perhaps the elegant and beautiful ancestors of the future elves resided among them. Further ahead lay the centaurs, dwarves, half-orcs, and others, a diverse microcosm of the world's intelligent races. Exiting the camp, Jiang Yu guided his kin further westward, diligently searching for the traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams, as for the great river traversing the forest. It was certainly not the place of his childhood as depicted in the old Turtle-s recollections. By nightfall, he would return his kin in batches. Thus, by maintaining a routine of early departures and late returns, he managed to conceal the dwindling numbers of his tribe from prying eyes. After several days of searching in the west, Jiang Yu had yet to locate the old turtle's dwelling. On the 5th day, as he set out, the gatekeeping eagleman halted him, warning that he could no longer venture safely to the west. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu redirected his kin southward. They navigated cautiously to avoid the dragons and griffins of the dragon faction, yet fate had them encounter a bipedal dragon. After suffering the loss of several tribesmen, Jiang Yu launched a spear that struck true, piercing the dragon's eye. The bipedal dragon let out a pained howl, but the injury was insufficient to incapacitate it. Rather, it became more ferocious, descending into a state of frenzy. Acting swiftly, Jiang Yu decided to divert the bipedal dragon's attention, leading it away from his companions. They fled wildly over the forest, occasionally disturbing the creatures engaged in aerial combat, but fortunately, Jiang Yu's flying skills were commendable, and the injured bipedal dragon, being a cyclopean beast, failed to capture him for the moment. Just as an eagle and a dragon were locked in a fierce struggle, Jiang Yu suddenly noticed the sky darkening abruptly. He looked up to behold a colossal blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring above him. The ancient blue dragon king was enveloped in destructive blue lightning. Its massive body was clad in scales as formidable as steel, exuding an aura of extraordinary majesty. Behind Jiang Yu, the pursuing bipedal dragon let out a triumphant roar, recognizing its dragon lord. Yet before it could revel in its joy, a thunderous roar resonated from the distant north. Alaritos, I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you dare to deliver yourself to death? The tremendous roar compelled Jiang Yu to turn his gaze northward, where he beheld a towering giant, 200 meters tall, radiating a purplish glow. Clad in an unknown material around his waist and wielding a gleaming silver spear entwined with world-ending lightning, he strode forth, causing the very earth to tremble. The blue dragon, unwilling to be outdone, bellowed in response, Atres, foolish and arrogant Titan brute, today shall Alaritos grant you eternal oblivion. Though the distance between them appeared vast, in the presence of such titanic beings, it would be bridged in an instant. With a resounding crash, the two ancient powerhouses commenced their fierce close-quarters combat. The earth quaked beneath their battle, the sky was torn asunder, and the forest was trampled into a barren expanse, as fierce winds whipped up endless clouds of dust, unleashing chaos between heaven and earth. As the clash of the titans erupted, countless races from both factions began to engage in battle. On the ground, minotaurs wielded massive trees as weapons, goblins hurled stones from their satchels, trolls swung their stone axes, golems crashed into the earth, ram-headed beings charged with their heads, centaurs galloped across the terrain. Serpent-bodied figures wielded wooden bows, dwarves brandished stone hammers against their foes, and boarmen lunged with deadly tusks in the sky. Harpies fought in swarms, two-headed dragons roared through the air, flamingos ignited the heavens, griffins displayed their sharp fangs and claws, and dragon eagles soared with wings like blades. This was an epic battlefield, reminiscent of myth, and Jiang You found himself in the closest proximity to these two colossal entities. With fire and fury, the outcome remained uncertain. In an instant, Jiang You made a resolute decision. Behind him, the bipedal dragon, influenced by the atmosphere of battle, charged towards Jiang You with renewed fervor. Surrounded by chaos, with flames raging in the sky, Jiang Yu no longer evaded. Instead, he drew a bronze short sword from his breast, and as the bipedal dragon lunged at him, he leaped upon its head, driving the blade into its skull and twisting fiercely. You have slain a bipedal dragon. Experience 100. Following the dragon's demise, its enormous body plummeted downward. Jiang Yu lay upon its back, allowing himself to fall alongside it, feigning a mutual demise. For he had already spotted a crescent-shaped lake below. Remembering the future abode of the old tortoise, also a grand crescent-shaped lake, he felt a sense of certainty that this was indeed the place. With a resounding splash, he and the bipedal dragon plunged into the water surface. The bipedal dragon floated gracefully upon the water's surface, casting a shadow beneath which Jiang Yu swiftly plunged into the depths. After a series of agile movements, he soon discovered at the lake's bottom a delightful little pink turtle nestled atop a smooth stone that shimmered with a jade-like glow. A surge of joy filled Jiang Yu's heart. Surely this was the creature he sought. With a determined stroke, he swam to the side of the tiny turtle, gently patted its small head, and then placed it in a corner of the jade stone before seating himself upon it. Instantly, an exquisite wave of refreshing energy enveloped his entire being. In the outside world, within the vast forest of the Han Sea, stood a towering titan, 200 meters tall, his robust form marred by scars, and his golden eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Humph! Everything in this world belongs to the Titan God clan. You dragon kin are but a wretched band of thieves. Self-proclaimed deities, how arrogant. Such a race is scarcely found within the astral realm, truly despicable. The blue lightning dragon let out a furious laugh, plunging once more into battle. He lashed his tail, several dozen meters long, with electric sparks crackling across its length. The titan roared with laughter, wielding a 300-meter-long spear. Charging forth, we titans possess the might to move mountains and fill seas, to overturn the heavens. As a divine clan, what could possibly be wrong with that? Ridiculous. As the words fell, the two formidable beings clashed once more, stirring up a storm of dust, as thunder clashed against thunder in a fierce struggle that intensified with each moment. Golden blood flowed amidst the chaos, splattering across the battlefield of the forest. They had long since ascended to demigod status, their blood transformed into gold. In the midst of combat, at a certain moment, the claw of the blue lightning dragon Alaritos tore through the titan's shoulder, unleashing a deluge of golden blood that cascaded into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang Yu resided. Almost instantly, the entire lake brimmed with the golden ichor, enveloping both him and the small turtle in a cocoon of titan blood. In that fleeting moment, a sensation akin to searing flames engulfed him, a fiery agony coursing through his being. It felt as though he were immersed within the sun, scorched by flames of 100,000 degrees. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated in real time. You are bathed in titan blood. All attributes are enhanced. The pain was unbearable. Even with a will as steadfast as iron, he found himself yearning for relief. Beside him, the little pink turtle had turned a vivid red, flailing upon the jade stone. Yet in the next instant, a wave of unparalleled coolness surged into his body. Jiang Yu glanced down to see that the jade stone radiated a brilliant green light, enveloping both him and the small turtle. However, the moment of relief was fleeting. After a brief respite, the titan blood continued to pour into the lake unceasingly. Furthermore, due to the proximity to the battleground of the two demigods, the ancient blood of the blue dragon king also fell into the waters. Thus, a renewed sensation of burning overtook him once more. You are bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon King. All attributes are enhanced. At this moment, Jiang Yu realized why the old turtle had been reluctant to elaborate on the details of awakening. It was an excruciating process, akin to a relentless torment. Time became an enigma. You are bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon. All attributes are enhanced. You are bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon. You have awakened the power of thunder. You are bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon. Your bloodline has undergone a transformation. Your will has been strengthened amidst the Titan and Dragon blood. You have awakened a talent, champion's will. In the depths of the lake, the essence of golden blood was completely absorbed by a man and a turtle, bringing an end to the tormenting agony. At this moment, the appearance of the man and the turtle underwent a remarkable transformation. The turtle's shell had shifted to a mesmerizing shade of purple and blue, with flickering arcs of electricity dancing around it, while its small, bean-sized eyes brimmed with wisdom. Chapter 7. The catalyst. The war raged on outside, yet the earth-shattering tremors caused by the epic battle gradually receded. The Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King had evidently distanced themselves from this region during their fierce clash. Jiang You emerged from the small lake, peering around to assess the ongoing conflict. Since the two powerful monarchs had recently fought here, the area lay in ruins, yet no creatures dared to approach, granting Jiang You a moment to gaze upon the water's surface. Reflected in the water was an eagle man of a singular appearance. His beak had fallen away, replaced by a delicately shaped nose and mouth akin to that of a human, while some of the gray-black down on his face had shed, revealing an exquisite contour above. His once gray-white hair had transformed into a lustrous blend of silver and gray. Most striking were his eyes. The vertical pupils typical of an eagle had vanished, supplanted by a pair of violet orbs that sparkled like stars. Moreover, he had shed a considerable amount of feathers, and his claws no longer resembled the talons of an eagle, but began to take on a more fleshy form, drawing closer to that of hands and feet. The wings on his back, previously gray and black, now interspersed with fresh white feathers, appeared remarkably tender and new. He had evolved, akin to his ancestors. He opened his panel, revealing data that was entirely transformed. Name: Jiang You. Race: Eagle Man. Bloodline mutation in progress. Age: 16. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11, Charisma 5. Level: Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Skills: Throwing, Mastery. Spear Mastery, Mastery. Thunder Power, Extraordinary. Skill Points: Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Talent: Champion's Will. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with combat awareness unparalleled. Quest System: Unlocked, Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Game activation countdown: 364-6486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiang Yu gazed at the panel, realizing that his attributes had significantly increased, and he was imbued with a sense of power. His vision extended further than ever before. Although his level did not appear on the panel, he understood that he had entered the realm of the extraordinary. The blood of titans and dragons had granted him this opportunity, and he had seized it. Now, he prepared to navigate his way back to safety from the chaos of war. Grasping his bronze sword, the extraordinary power surged within him, with arcs of lightning swirling around the blade. He felt ready to confront the two-headed dragon once more. Emerging from the small lake, he cast a glance at the nascent turtle, radiating a glimmer of intelligence, and resolved to take both the turtle and the stone with him after the battle. Upon reaching the shore, he spread his wings, just about to ascend, when a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the heavens. Atrus, you dare to kill me! Alalichuos, today, your demise is inevitable. The voice of the Thunder Titan resonated like a thunderclap from the heavens, reverberating through the myriad of beings below. No. Jiang Yu raised his gaze, his heart leaping in trepidation. From the nearby forest, the towering Thunder Titan exerted tremendous force, grasping the head and neck of the blue dragon. His hands seemingly charged with 1,000,000,000 volts. With a horrendous tearing sound, the Titan wrenched the blue dragon's entire head from its body, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. With a resounding crash, the headless form of the blue dragon collapsed, its lifeblood flowing into the forest like a river. The victorious Thunder Titan raised the severed head of the Dragon King aloft, prompting the creatures of the Dragon King's faction to flee in terror. Meanwhile, the wise races of the Titan faction within the vast Hanhai forest erupted in jubilant cheers. The war had concluded, and we emerged triumphant. Yet, as Jiang Yu witnessed this scene, his heart roiled like a volcano ready to erupt. This battle was none other than the fateful ignition of war. The death of Alalichuos, the son of the Dragon Emperor, ignited a conflict that would engulf the entire world, shattering heaven and earth. Countless races suffered grievous losses. I must first locate my kin. After this battle, I must contemplate how to preserve our lineage amidst this great upheaval. Chapter 8. The path of profession, however, prior to that, Jiang You cast his eyes toward the shimmering azure stones and the small turtle at the lake bed. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against taking them. Lacking storage equipment, carrying them would be akin to a child parading about with gold in a bustling marketplace. Moreover, he recalled that storage equipment first emerged in the latter stages of the second chapter, during the Goblin Empire. He noted the location for future reference. Jiang Yu then unfurled his gray and white wings, soaring into the sky, a hint of thunderous winds trailing behind him. Ascending to the midair, his vision, having transcended the ordinary, allowed him to see far and wide. He could clearly discern that the subordinate races of the Blue Dragon King's faction were either fleeing desperately or kneeling in surrender. Indeed, the outcome had been decided. Jiang Yu glanced toward the nearby battleground where the Thunder Titan clashed with the Blue Dragon King. He beheld the Titan consuming the massive heart of the Blue Dragon King, stripping it of sinew and skin to extract the treasures within. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. The dragon was a treasure trove in itself, and especially so for an ancient dragon. Yet, the Blue Dragon King was the progeny of the ancient Dragon Emperor. Following this battle, the dragons would undoubtedly resolve to fight the Titans to the bitter end. The true cataclysmic war was about to commence. This was indeed the fateful ignition of war. I must return and lead my kin to migrate. The heights of Gaoman Mountain are no longer safe. The location of the Thunder Titan will be the epicenter of the fiercest battles, precisely where the ancient dragons most desire to annihilate their foes. Jiang Yu felt a tightening in his chest. If history remained unchanged, then only a year remained before the war between the Titans and the dragons erupted. No matter, I must seek out my kin. Where are they now? He pivoted and soared eastward. After he had led the two-legged dragon away, his kin had flown toward the east. Fortunately, the eagle people were now on the side of the victors, allowing him to traverse the battlefield without peril. After flying for a while, he finally spotted a large congregation of eagle people in the sky, among whom were his own kin. However, when he cast a glance, he realized that only 30 or so of his kin remained, each bearing wounds. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and soared forward. At this moment, his appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Although he still resembled an eagle man, he was distinctly different. His kin sensed a familiar aura but dared not acknowledge him, for the thunderous power swirling around his wings clearly marked him as an extraordinary being. While there were indeed many extraordinary eagle men within the royal court, each one represented a precious asset of the eagle man lineage, existing above the ordinary. From the group of eagle men, a robust warrior with gray-black wings, wielding a stone spear, emerged and respectfully inquired, "My lord, may I ask what brings you here?" Observing the evident change in demeanor from this warrior, who was unmistakably a sentinel of the royal court, Jiang Yu's understanding of the extraordinary deepened. "I have come in search of my kin." "Your kin?" questioned the royal eagle man, puzzled. "Yes, precisely them." With that, he flew towards his relatives. "Kin, I am Jiang Yu. I have returned alive." "You?" One male eagle man advanced, looking at the dramatically transformed Jiang Yu with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "Is it truly you?" "Yes," sang. "It is I," Jiang Yu replied with a nod and a smile. Yet, despite his adeptness in recalling their names, the eagle men of the Gaoman Mountain tribe still found it hard to believe. Jiang Yu's transformation was so profound, coupled with his status as an extraordinary being, that they felt as though they were in a dream. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire why only a few of his kin remained, the royal eagle man approached him once more, his excitement palpable. "My lord, you are a newly ascended extraordinary eagle man." Though Jiang Yu had changed significantly, the royal eagle men were accustomed to such variations. "Indeed," Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively to "My lord, since you are now extraordinary, I implore you to accompany me to meet the king. His majesty will surely rejoice." The royal eagle man continued. "What benefits lie in meeting the king?" Jiang Yu asked, seemingly indifferent to this. Even the well-versed royal eagle man was momentarily taken aback. "Depart from the tribe and dwell within the royal court. Surely, that is the greatest benefit." Yet, Jiang Yu shook his head. "And what of my kin?" The royal eagle man scoffed. "The tribesmen are lowly, base folk. They are akin to wild grass that thrives unchecked in the wilderness, endless and inconsequential. Why concern yourself with them? My lord need only take your relatives." He gestured towards the west, speaking with reverence. "Our eagle man royal court resides in the Tian Mountain, abundant in resources and blessed with a pleasant environment. conveniently located near the divine palace of the Thunder Titan, His Highness Atres. That is where the noble of the Eagle tribe dwells. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's disdain for the Eagle Man royal court deepened. As a member of the royal lineage, their disregard for their own people was appalling. It was no wonder that in the forthcoming 5th chapter, the Eagle men would face the dire fate of losing their civilization, becoming mindless creatures devoid of wisdom and heritage. Suppressing his rising anger, Jiang Yu recognized that he had only just ascended to the extraordinary and lacked the strength to confront the royal court. He thus tempered his emotions and replied, "The tribe has given me life and nurtured me. I have no intention of forsaking them. However, in order to have an audience with the king, I kindly ask my elder brother for an introduction. It would be beneficial to witness the state of the royal court, even in times of inadequacy." The eagle warrior of the royal court listened with a knowing smile and remarked, "You extraordinary beings from the tribes are all the same at the beginning. Once you step into the royal court, you will inevitably change your mind. Without further ado, I shall take you to meet the king." After calming his fellow clansmen, Jiang Yu followed the eagle warrior as they soared towards the residence of the Eagle King. Upon arrival at the royal encampment, Jiang Yu noticed a considerable number of extraordinary eagle beings. Upon entering the king's tent, he beheld a corpulent eagle king adorned with a feathered crown, engaged in discussion with a middle-aged eagle. In Jiang Yu's perception, although the presence of this eagle king did not match that of the Thunder Titan, he was still significantly more formidable than Jiang Yu at present. Upon noticing the arrival of an extraordinary eagle, the Eagle King appeared somewhat indifferent. He glanced at Jiang Yu and spoke in a monotone. "Since you have ascended from a lowly lineage to become extraordinary, you must serve me diligently in safeguarding the royal court. You may leave now." With that, he addressed a servant, instructing, "Take them to procure 2 portions of wind feather dew, and have the priest elucidate the career paths awaiting the newly ascended extraordinary beings." Inside the grand tent, the eagle warrior who had introduced Jiang Yu was elated and exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiang Yu cast a glance at him, realizing the reason behind his introduction. It was indeed advantageous. However, upon hearing the term career, he felt a flicker of confusion and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The notion of a career holds significance in the forthcoming 5th chapter, representing the path of advancement for every extraordinary being: warriors, mages, rangers, priests, night watchmen, knights, witches, sorcerers, enchantresses, druids, and many more, alongside a plethora of branches within each profession. Each career possesses a comprehensive pathway to legendary status. The only determinants of their future strength are talent and resources. Yet, in this era, it seems otherwise. The concept of a career path was entirely new to him. Following the servant's lead, after receiving the wind feather dew, he proceeded to the priestess's quarters. A robed female eagle approached him. "Ready to explain, you have already become extraordinary, and now I shall elucidate the path of advancement for you. The key to advancement lies in determining your career path. Only by solidifying your career path can you unlock the possibility of ascension, and a powerful career path may even lead to legendary status." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart stirred. "May I inquire, esteemed priestess, where does one undertake the careers of our eagle kin?" "What do you mean by undertake?" The eagle priestess furrowed her brow. The path of a career can only be forged through self-creation or bloodline inheritance. The notion of undertaking does not apply here. Jiang Yu felt somewhat bewildered and instinctively asked, "If one cannot undertake a career, how can one ascend to legendary status?" The eagle priestess regarded him with a look of exasperation, scoffing, "Humph, legendary status. How fanciful your thoughts are on the continent of Falanda. The path to legendary ascension is exceedingly rare. Currently, only the Royal Sky Warriors possess a complete pathway to legendary advancement. The path of self-established professionals, being in its nascent stage, necessitates years of relentless effort and continual refinement before the possibility of evolving into a formidable practitioner can be realized. Thus, the journey of every powerful professional is solely reliant on the lineage of blood." At this juncture, she cast a glance at Jiang Yu, her amusement intensifying. Without the ancestral legacy to draw upon, one must forge their own vocational path. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu remained unfazed by her derision. Yet, a profound tremor stirred within him. In the forthcoming era, employment opportunities would be ubiquitous across the globe, and every sentient being, provided they possessed the requisite qualifications, would have the chance to embark upon a complete and legendary vocational journey. Conversely, Without a comprehensive legendary path, a profession would not endure through the ages. Such phenomena, who could possibly orchestrate them? It is truly astounding. Perhaps only a genuine deity could achieve such monumental feats, and now, unexpectedly, a path leading to legendary ascension is so exceedingly rare. Those who plant the trees shall allow future generations to bask in their shade. The descendants are indeed fortunate. Astonishingly, he has also become one of those who plant the trees. At present, he could only inquire, "Great priest, please enlighten me on how to establish a profession. Consume the extraordinary substance to awaken spiritual vision, and thus you shall count as wind-feathered jade do." Then, by meditating to touch the ocean of spirituality, you can conceive an extraordinary vocation based on your own ideals. Remember, the profession you construct must align with your constitution. Attributes, spirit, and will. Do not aim for the unattainable, for if it is unrealistic, your vocational journey will be a dead end from the very outset. The entrepreneurial path is no simple endeavor. Have you grasped this? Yes, I understand. Then, you may depart. Chapter 9. The Majesty of the Titan. Upon exiting the priest's tent, Jiang You departed from the royal encampment and made his way toward the location of his kin. Although the war had been won, he could not leave immediately as he was departing. A warrior of the royal eagle clan informed him that if he could not relinquish thoughts of the tribe, he was welcome to return. With an air of confidence, he expressed his belief that Jiang You would undoubtedly return to the royal court. Not only him, but it seemed that the entire royal eagle court shared this conviction. He further informed Jiang You that 3 days hence, a grand celebration would be held in honor of the Thunder Titan Atries, to which all clans were invited to extol the greatness of the Thunder Titan. After locating his kin, they returned to the encampment where the eagle clans had initially been settled. It was then that Jiang You realized that scarcely 1 in 10 of the tribal eagles remained. Each survivor was filled with tears, moving about like mere shadows of their former selves. This war had drained the lifeblood of the eagle clans across the vast wilderness. Yet the royal court remained aloof. With none daring to resist at this moment, Jiang You inquired about the plight of his kin. Under Asang's explanation, it became clear that after Jiang You had diverted the 2-headed wyvern, they had been hastily conscripted by a detachment of royal eagle warriors, thrust into the front lines as cannon fodder, facing the griffins allied with the great dragon. Soon, several kin perished in battle. Fortunately, clad in bronze armor, and with the conflict concluding after the Titan tore apart the Blue Dragon King, greater calamity was averted. In the realm of the eagle warriors of Wang Ting, they perpetually occupy the rear of the ranks, commanding the tribes of eagle men to engage in battle. As a result, with each conflict that unfolds, the casualties sustained by Wang Ting are minimal. This is the very reason why the tribes of eagle men are decimated to nearly extinction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger towards the eagle king Wang Ting intensified. He resolved that upon his return, he would heed not the commands of Wang Ting as for the location of the Gaoman mountain tribe. He would await a more suitable settlement before taking up residence there. After all, a year hence, when the ultimate battle between titans and dragons erupts, whether the eagle king Wang Ting remains extant is uncertain. On the 3rd day, Jiang You, accompanied by his tribesmen, sat quietly within their camp, patiently anticipating the arrival of the Titan giants. At the zenith of the sun's ascent, amidst the height of its intensity, the thunderous footsteps echoed from afar, growing ever nearer. A Titan, towering over 200 meters, approached with deliberate strides, making his way to the center of the various tribal encampments. Clad in a tempest of destruction, he donned a colossal dragon's head as a helmet, still bearing the scent of the dragon's blood. Atri's imposing figure stood as if perched upon the clouds. He cast his gaze downwards upon the myriad of sentient beings, minuscule and ant-like at his feet, his eyes betraying a hint of indifference and ennui. Were it not for the Titan King's revelation that these ant-like sentient beings harbored the secret to divinity, he would hardly concern himself with their fates. He bellowed, "My servants, rejoice for your master. The great Titan shall ultimately reign over all of Furland." Like the cataclysmic thunder that reverberated across the heavens, his majestic presence swept through the vast Han-Hai forest. All living beings were overwhelmed by this oppressive force, their spirits quaking and bodies collapsing. This was the might of the Titan giants. Each Titan began their legend from this moment, and Titans of Atri's caliber were already demigods. Jiang You, unable to withstand the Titan's majesty, knelt in deference. Yet, having absorbed the blood of Titans and dragons, he quickly regained his composure. lifting his gaze to behold the Titan, who seemed to sit amongst the clouds, a sovereign of the world, igniting within him a fervent defiance and fervor. He could be supplanted. Chapter 10. The Path of Profession. Thundercaller. Following the Titan festival, the various tribes of Furlan dispersed, and the Eagle King Wang Ting returned to the Tian Shan Mountains. Commanding the dissolution of the tribes, Jiang You lingered until the end, stealthily taking the little turtle and the shimmering green stone with him. This place would inevitably become a tragic battlefield in the future, and he had no intention of returning. Subsequently, Jiang You led his tribesmen back to Gaoman Mountain. Although they mourned the loss of a dozen warriors, it was a marked improvement compared to the total annihilation faced by their forebears. Days later, upon returning to the Gaoman Mountain tribe, the sight of their kin's return brought tears of joy to most of the Eagle men, while those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons wept bitterly. Jiang Yu similarly felt a profound sorrow. When he had departed, he had vowed to bring everyone back, yet now, a dozen had perished. Meanwhile, the Eagle men were astonished by Jiang Yu's transformed appearance and his extraordinary prowess. Several elder Eagle men wept tears of joy, understanding the significance of an extraordinary being in this ancient era. That very night, the tribesmen celebrated with abundant feasting. With the majority of the young and strong returning, the tribe found stability once more. The following day, within the wooden dwellings of the village, Jiang Yu placed the azure stone beneath his bed and crafted a cozy nest for the little turtle before introducing it to his kin. The wise little turtle, akin to an infant just entering the world, brimmed with curiosity about its surroundings. It was small and adorable, yet possessed the might of thunder, quickly endearing itself to the entire Gaoman Mountain tribe, with children eager to frolic with it. The Eagle matron, in particular, showered it with affection, treating it as part of her family. In the following days, Jiang Yu led the young and vigorous on daily hunts, for his extraordinary abilities enabled him to return with bountiful provisions. After amassing a sufficient stockpile of food, he resolved to enter seclusion for cultivation, forging his own path. Having instructed the Eagle folk not to disturb him, he retreated to his wooden abode to embark on this journey of self-discovery. He removed the azure stone, which radiated a mesmerizing glow, and seated himself upon it. This mystical stone allowed him to absorb the blood of titans and awaken his extraordinary potential, rendering it an exceptionally rare treasure. His participation in the battle between titans and dragons had yielded this invaluable gem. With the azure stone at hand, he hoped that the process of establishing his vocation would proceed more smoothly. He consumed the wind spirit dew, which was said to be a unique, extraordinary essence from the Tian Shan Mountains, and soon entered a meditative state, reaching out to the sea of spirituality. Within this trance, he beheld the surrounding spiritual particles, a kaleidoscope of colors, with purple particles being the most abundant and resonating with him the most. Jiang Yu discerned that these purple spiritual particles represented the element of thunder, forming the foundation of his extraordinary prowess. Thus, he extended his consciousness, following his inner instincts to connect with the thunder elements, gradually elevating his essence until he beheld a vast ocean of spiritual particles, a magnificent tapestry of colors. Adrift upon this sea of spirituality, Jiang Yu began to contemplate the vocation he was destined to create. Undoubtedly, his extraordinary capabilities would center around the power of thunder. As this thought crystallized, the thunder elements within the sea of spirituality began to converge around him. He then reflected upon his advantages. As an eagle folk, he possessed the ability to fly. As a traveler between worlds, he bore the memories of 2 lifetimes. And with a champion's will, he could harness formidable combat prowess. As his self-awareness deepened, a vocation template gradually took shape in his mind. Simultaneously, a series of chimes resonated deep within his being. Player has triggered the job quest. Player has triggered the choice of extraordinary path. System error, unable to generate job quest. System error, job quest incomplete. System error, insufficient conditions for job. System error, player template has undergone changes. System error, initiating system auto repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Jiang Yu finally emerged from the sea of spirituality, he heard a chime. Ding. Player has acquired NPC template. NPC level. Elite. Congratulations, player, on completing your vocation. Thunder Wielder. In his wooden abode, he opened his panel. Name. Jiang Yu. Race. Eagle person. Bloodline mutation in progress. Template. Ordinary player. Currently unavailable. Template. NPC, Elite. Profession. Thunder Controller. Age. 16 Attributes. Strength 15. Constitution 10. Spirit 15. Agility 15. Charisma 6. Level. Unlocked. Sealed. To be activated after game initiation. Skills. Throwing. Mastery. Spear Technique. Mastery. Power of Thunder. Extraordinary. Skill points. Unlocked. Sealed. To be activated after game initiation. Talent. Champion's Will. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with combat awareness unparalleled. Quest system. Unlocked. Sealed. To be activated after game initiation. Game activation countdown. 365-0100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang You surveyed the system panel, noticing the enhancements to all his attributes, along with the unlocking of his profession and NPC template. With a hint of amusement, he remarked, "Player unlocks should occur in the 5th chapter, yet here I am, apparently classified as an elite monster." He then closed the system panel, acknowledging that, at this stage, it served as a mirror reflecting his own capabilities. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Outside, a warrior of the eagle race clad in bronze armor and wielding a bronze spear greeted him with delight. You have emerged." Jiang You patted his shoulder and chuckled. "You've worked hard. Liang, ha ha ha, guarding the gate for you is no trouble at all." Liang laughed heartily. "Now that I've emerged, you need not remain here. Go about your duties." Jiang You smiled. "Since I currently have no tasks, may I see to what extent your power has grown?" Liang inquired with curiosity. Each eagle person envied the prospect of becoming an extraordinary being. In terms of strength, the beast we once encountered, the deer-like creature, should pose no threat to me now. Upon saying this, Jiang You lifted a bronze spear, exerted a slight force, and as the spearhead crackled with violet lightning, he hurled it towards the outskirts of the village. With a resounding bang, a crater of 1 meter in diameter materialized upon the earth. "Truly impressive." Liang and the other eagle folk who had sensed the commotion exclaimed in admiration, "With you among us, our Gaoman mountain tribe shall finally begin to flourish." Jiang You gazed at his jubilant kin, his heart swelling with joy. After assuming his role, he could now glimpse the extraordinary path ahead, nurturing the hope of gradual empowerment. Particularly the baptism of Titan and Dragon's blood had significantly enhanced his physical potential. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could at least advance to legendary status. After all, he possessed the wisdom of his previous life and would not lag far behind. In the ensuing days, Jiang You organized his tribe to forge an abundance of bronze weapons and armor plates while stockpiling food supplies. He also frequently soared from Gaoman Mountain to explore the surrounding environment, searching for suitable places for the eagle people to conceal themselves and dwell in seclusion. The unparalleled clash between the Titans and the Dragons is about to commence. Even legends may not survive, let alone a newly ascended extraordinary practitioner like him. After a thorough search, he discovered numerous habitats of the beasts. Having explored the surroundings, Jiang You resolved to venture further afield. He prepared his travel gear and spent 7 days and nights in preparation. Traveling eastward for 10,000 miles, he arrived at the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient lore, the ocean is the dominion of the Sea Clan, and apart from the Titans and Dragons, no one dares to establish a foothold along the seashore. After circling the coastal area for several days, Jiang You spotted a towering peak rising majestically by the sea, surrounded by abundant resources. Apart from a few beasts, there were no signs of intelligent life. This was, without a doubt, a paradise bestowed upon the Gaoman Mountain tribe. When war breaks out, I shall lead my kin here. Even if the Sea Clan is formidable, can they rival the cataclysmic struggle between the Titans and Dragons? 1 year later, Jiang You diligently practiced at Gaoman Mountain as usual. Perhaps due to the blood of Titans and Dragons coursing through him, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. In just 1 year, he ascended from level 1 of Thunder Mastery to level 5, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier of extraordinary practitioners. The next phase would be the second tier of the extraordinary, the Master Stage. Thus, he once again entered the sea of spirituality and created the advanced profession of Thunder Mastery, Wings of Thunder. On this day, as he prepared to break through upon a slab of blue stone, the desolate sound of a bronze horn echoed. A voice, akin to a heavenly wind, seemed to descend from the clouds. "Summon your chieftain." Upon reaching the precipice, Jiang You observed the eagle envoy, who appeared taken aback to find that he was an extraordinary eagle warrior, and his tone softened somewhat. Raising his stone spear, he declared, the royal court has issued a decree, summoning all young eagle warriors of the Gaoman Mountain tribe to the ancestral home of the eagle people, the heavenly mountain, to await orders. As Jiang You absorbed this proclamation, a realization struck him. The cataclysmic war had finally begun. Chapter 12. The messenger of the wind on the cliff. Jiang Yu gazed upon the lofty eagle royal envoy, feeling the familiar aura that stirred the wind and clouds, yet devoid of the earlier sense of oppression. And no longer was he the same. Now he too was an extraordinary practitioner of the second tier. The envoy's extraordinary rank, too, was merely at the master stage. During his time in the vast sea forest, he had inquired about the strength and professions of the royal court's messengers. Typically, the profession of the Eagle Royal Court's envoy is that of a messenger. They belong to the same Eagle clan, and for nearby dispatches, first-tier extraordinary messengers are assigned. However, for more distant locales such as Gaoman Mountain, they deploy the advanced profession of Wind Messenger. Yet, since the inception of the messenger profession, the strongest among them has only reached the third tier of extraordinary, Windrunner. Such attainment is rare. Currently, there is but one Windrunner in the messenger clan, often summoned by the Thunder Titan giant for the transmission of information between the Titans and various clans. The most significant characteristic of the messenger profession is its unparalleled speed. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind as he regarded the eagle envoy hovering above. For the first time, he straightened his posture and laughed heartily. Does the envoy not comprehend? If the entire young populace of our tribe is conscripted, how shall the remaining kin survive? The eagle envoy furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Every eagle man must unconditionally serve the royal court. This has been an unyielding law from ancient times to the present. The tribe's people are as insignificant as the grass of the plains. They may thrive if they can, or perish if they cannot. You, being a noble and extraordinary being, why must you mingle amongst a throng of commoners, thereby degrading yourself? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu could no longer contain the murderous intent that surged within him. If the royal court regards us truly as their subjects, then we shall naturally sacrifice ourselves for the court. Yet, if the royal court treats us like mere ants, why should we toil for their benefit? The eagle envoy, infuriated by Jiang Yu's words, retorted fiercely. Presumptuous. As an eagle man, having fortuitously ascended to the extraordinary, how dare you slander the royal court and utter such wild claims, disregarding the edicts? Today, I shall execute you. With that, he raised his stone spear high, and the dark, ashen wings behind him stirred with the gathering storm, a fierce gale enveloping him, propelling him towards Jiang Yu with the swiftness of lightning. He was utterly unconcerned about his ability to subdue Jiang Yu. Our extraordinary lineage has been refined over generations. How could it possibly be compared to a mere upstart, below, upon the cliff of Gaoman Mountain? The eagle men sensed the tumultuous winds descending from the sky and displayed expressions of trepidation. Yet, on Jiang Yu's face, there was no trace of fear. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. He stepped forward, wielding a bronze longsword, as the violent purple lightning surged through the blade, and he shouted towards the eagle envoy, 11 years ago. My father perished at the behest of the royal court. A year prior, my kin nearly met their end in the Hanhai forest. Envoy, I have long yearned to slay you. The eagle envoy, eager to engage in combat, played right into Jiang Yu's hands. As a messenger of the winds, he had no certainty of catching him, but he could only hope to vanquish him during his advance. In an instant, the two collided. The forces of wind and thunder clashed with a deafening roar, resonating like a mournful elegy throughout the heavens and earth. Blood splattered forth as two dark wings were severed in a heartbeat. At the moment of contact, the sword and spear met, intertwining the powers of wind and lightning. In that very moment, Jiang Yu's wings erupted with a thunderous force, akin to a raging serpent of thunder, as potent lightning drew several bronze long swords from his back, cleaving towards the eagle envoy's wings, thereby severing them in one decisive blow. Deprived of his wings, the envoy's power was instantly halved, and he could no longer attain his former speed. The eagle envoy was momentarily astonished and enraged. However, Jiang Yu's resolve was as unyielding as iron. He pressed the attack, soon leaving the envoy bloodied and battered. With no hope of escape and unable to match Jiang Yu's strength, the eagle envoy felt despair wash over him. In a moment of desperation, he knelt before Jiang Yu, proclaiming, I concede. I beseech you to spare my life. I possess a wealth of extraordinary treasures that I can offer in exchange for my survival. Yet, Jiang Yu's expression was one of icy indifference and need. The blood feud of my Gaoman mountain lineage shall commence with you. With that, he unhesitatingly swung his weapon towards the head of the kneeling eagle envoy. Chapter 13. Paradise Mountain beneath the blazing sun. As the clouds dispersed and the tempest subsided, on the precipice, Jiang Yu held the severed head of an eagle man in his grasp. He turned to regard his trembling kin, who were petrified by the sight, and smiled. My fellow clansmen, do you still remember the royal court's grand campaign that occurs once every decade? With each call to arms, our forebears and ancestors rarely returned, leaving the Gaoman mountain tribe languishing in despair, narrowly escaping extinction on several occasions. This is a blatant disregard for our humanity. As these words echoed, the expressions of the tribe's eagle warriors gradually transformed from fear to hatred. Jiang Yu, witnessing the stirring of their fighting spirit, nodded inwardly and continued. The blood feud can be avenged even after 9 generations. Today, I shall slay their messenger. In the future, when we have grown powerful, we shall ascend the heavenly mountains and confront the Eagle King seated upon the throne. Are the people of our tribe truly mere ants? Are we, indeed, mere ants? No, no, no. The resounding cries reverberated throughout Gaoman Mountain, igniting the fury of the clansfolk. As the shouts of Jiang Yu and the other tribesmen subsided, he proclaimed, "Thus, from this day forth, we shall pack our belongings and migrate. In the eastern coastal lands, there stands a majestic peak, rich in resources and breathtaking in its beauty, untouched by development. This shall be the cradle of our Gaoman mountain tribe's resurgence, migration, migration." In truth, at this moment, the slaughter of the Eagle King's envoy meant that all the eagle warriors of Gaoman Mountain would share in each other's glory and misfortune. No one dared to oppose. 3 days later, the eagle warriors of Gaoman Mountain had prepared their packs and followed Jiang Yu eastward. As they soared through the sky, gazing down at the clusters of wooden houses below, Jiang Yu silently vowed, "One day, I shall return." A month later, after a long and arduous journey, the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe finally arrived at the mountain by the eastern sea under Jiang Yu's leadership. The eagle warriors discovered that, indeed, as Jiang Yu had claimed, the scenery was splendid and the resources abundant. Filling their eyes with joy in midair, Jiang Yu and his tribesmen glided gracefully, when suddenly, an eagle warrior named Liang exclaimed with delight, "You, this mountain shall be our home from now on. Please give it a name." Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. He gazed upon the towering, majestic mountain, the names of great peaks from his past life flowing through his mind. He smiled and said, "This mountain is grand and magnificent, a divine gift bestowed upon us. I had intended to name it Heavenly Mountain, but since that name belongs to the Eagle King's residence, let us add a word and call it Paradise Mountain." Paradise Mountain, a splendid name. The eagle warriors did not comprehend the deeper meaning behind Paradise Mountain, but only Jiang Yu was aware of the boundless ambition hidden within his heart. The day was still young. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Yu led the eagle warriors down near the cliff. They began to chop down trees with the bronze axes they had prepared, constructing wooden houses. Within a month, a village reminiscent of the former Gaoman Mountain tribe emerged atop the high mountain. Thus, the Gaoman Mountain tribe commenced their rejuvenation by the eastern sea. Meanwhile, across the entire Furlan continent, the titans and the primordial dragons had descended into chaos. Numerous titans and primordial dragons had perished, and among the myriad races of Furlan, nearly all suffered grievous losses. Half-gods bleed, legends fall, and the entire world is enveloped in darkness. 20 years later, by the shores of the eastern sea, the Gaoman Mountain tribe has grown to over 1,000 souls. On this day, Jiang Yu is practicing atop a cliff. Suddenly, from the distant western forest, a furious shout pierces the air. "Asuna, are you truly willing to perish alongside me?" Chapter 14. The radiant titan Asuna in the midst of his cultivation, Jiang Yu abruptly opens his eyes. At this moment, his gaze sparkles like violet stars, and his aura has surged dramatically compared to 20 years prior. He has reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the extraordinary, mastering the profession of Thunderwing. He looks towards the distant west, where the ground trembles with an approaching force. Soon, an ancient colossal dragon and a titan towering over 100 meters appear within his sight. The ancient black dragon is entirely shrouded in darkness, its scales gleaming with a metallic luster, though it currently bears numerous wounds. The Titan is a female giant, adorned with a vine-woven circlet, her beauty striking, skin fair, and figure graceful. Were her form to be reduced 100-fold, she would resemble the ethereal beauties often depicted in Jiang Yu's former life online. Confronted by the sudden arrival of the Titan and the ancient dragon, Jiang Yu is filled with perplexity. Yet this does not sway his resolve. How could it be that a Titan and an ancient dragon would clash here? He summons several adult eaglemen, instructing them, quickly, according to the tribe's ancient customs, lead our kin to hide within the refuge caves. Yes, chief. The eaglemen promptly comply with Jiang Yu's command. Over the past 2 decades, all eaglemen have followed Jiang Yu's orders without question, observing the swift actions of the adult eaglemen. Jiang Yu nods in approval. He gazes toward the west, hesitates for a moment, then spreads his wings and silently sets off in that direction. Within the western forest, thousands of miles away, the Titaness raises her spear high, disregarding her grievous injuries, and thrusts it fiercely into the ancient black dragon's vulnerable scales. Golden blood erupts forth. Mephit, you have slain my brother. Today, let us rest together in eternal slumber. The ancient dragon, realizing its imminent demise, sighs deeply and responds with a mocking tone. Very well, Asuna, to be buried alongside a Titan beauty such as you is not a loss for me. With that, its dark aura surges violently, nearly engulfing the sky. Plunging the world into obscurity, a pure black claw emerges from the swirling darkness, akin to a sword, and violently pierces the Titaness's ample chest. Asuna, enduring excruciating pain, channels all her radiant power, breaking through the darkness as a brilliant spear of light pierces the dragon's skull. The clash of light and darkness erupts, annihilating all trees within Jiang Yu's line of sight in an instant. In the realm between heaven and earth, chaos reigns supreme. Even as Jiang Yu realizes the peril and hastily retreats, he is momentarily stunned by the explosion, crashing to the ground. Once the dust settles, Jiang Yu rises, surveying the devastation. The forest within 1,000 miles lies in ruin, the essences of darkness and light intertwining to form a true wasteland. In the heart of this desolate expanse, the lifeless forms of a Titaness and an ancient black dragon lay serenely upon the earth. Truly magnificent, Jiang Yu soared above the 2 colossal demigods, undeterred by the ancient sovereign aura emanating from their remains, softly exclaiming with a smile gracing his lips, a deceased Titan and a fallen ancient dragon. The heavens have favored my kin. I have already conceived of how to utilize your essence. The corpses of demigods possess the potential for eternal legacy. If concealed judiciously, they shall become treasures of my lineage. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze fell upon the golden blood trickling onto the ground, and a pang of sorrow struck Jiang Yu's heart. I must retrieve some azure stone. This precious blood must not go to waste. Chapter 15. The origins of the winged clan. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu returned to his encampment, announcing the cessation of danger, and subsequently instructed his kin to prepare bronze tools. He directed them to locate 2 sites within the cavern of Paradise Mountain, spacious enough to accommodate the Titan and dragon corpses, and to excavate 2 substantial pits. He intended to conceal them for prolonged utilization. With that, he grasped the azure stone and flew towards the place where the Titan and dragon had met their demise. Upon his arrival, the blood of the 2 demigods had ceased to flow, their bodies indeed extraordinary. Yet, beneath them, several pools of golden blood still gathered. Simultaneously, due to the inherent discord between light and darkness, the mingling of their blood produced a hissing sound, as if something was being incessantly eroded, leading to their mutual decay. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu abandoned the idea of bathing in the blood of the Titan and dragon. However, he knew he must choose between light and darkness, between the Titan and the dragon. At that moment, he regarded his own form and recognized his inclination towards humanoid beings. Thus, he approached the pool of blood formed from the Titan's essence, clutching the azure stone, and leaped into it. In an instant, a searing pain, penetrating to the marrow, engulfed his entire being. He felt as if every inch of his skin and every cell was ablaze. It was akin to being remade, his entire form hammered as if he were a crafted component, accompanied by a lethal intensity that drew his blood out only to force it back in. Yet, swiftly, the azure stone began to emit a luminous glow. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, dissipating the violent torment, and his bloodlines settled into tranquility. Jiang You barely managed to exhale in relief when the excruciating pain, akin to descending into the depths of hell, assailed him once more. The agony was unbearable. This time, there was no lake water to dilute the experience. He was wholly immersed in the blood of the Titan. Beyond his consciousness, the system's notifications echoed incessantly. Yet, he lacked the mental fortitude to attend to them. Thus, he endured this cyclical torment for 3 days and nights, until the pain became imperceptible, supported solely by a formidable will that upheld his indomitable spirit. By then, only a tenth of the Titan's blood remained in the basin, its brilliance dimmed, resembling mere mundane substance. It was only then that Jiang You began to recover. He first examined his body and discovered that the dark, ashen feathers of his wings had entirely faded, replaced by pure white plumage. His hair had transformed into a silvery hue, and apart from his wings, every feather upon his body, including his visage, had vanished, revealing a striking countenance and fair skin. Due to the immersion in the blood of the Titan of Light, his allure had been immensely enhanced. What surprised him the most was that his claws had entirely transformed into hands and feet, resembling those of a human from his past life. With human-like appendages, the possibilities before him were boundless, and his combat prowess had significantly increased. At that moment, he finally found the leisure to peruse the system panel. Upon opening it, a plethora of system information flooded forth. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your attributes have undergone a transformation. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your bloodline is beginning to change. You have bathed in Titan blood. All attributes enhanced. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your will has been fortified. You have bathed in Titan blood. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your Eagleman bloodline has completely mutated. Please name your new bloodline. Panel. Name. Jiang You race. Eagleman, fully mutated. Please name yourself. Template. Ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template. NPC, master level, profession. Thunderwing age, 36 attributes. Strength 25. Constitution 20. Spirit 25. Agility 25. Charisma 30. Level. Locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Skills. Throwing, mastery. Spear techniques, mastery. Swordsmanship, master. Thunder power, extraordinary. Light power, extraordinary. Skill points. Locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Talent. Champion's will. You possess exceptional insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness is unparalleled. Quest system. Locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Game initiation countdown. 3,643,100 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Upon seeing the race naming option, a curious glint sparkled in Jiang Yu's eyes. He briefly considered naming it Angel, but the moment that thought emerged, a wave of dread surged forth, prompting him to quickly abandon the notion. Those unworthy of their station are destined to face divine retribution. Since he could not become an angel, he settled for naming his new race Winged One. Jiang Yu declared decisively. Congratulations, player. Naming successful. Race. Eagleman changed to Winged One. Chapter 16. Evolution of the pool returning to the skies above Heavenly Mountain. Jiang Yu observed that 2 large pits, each approximately 100 meters in diameter, were nearing completion within the mountain's belly. Over the span of 3 days, for the nearly all-out Eaglemen, digging 2 pits was exceedingly simple. Witnessing everyone laboring with fervor, Jiang Yu descended to lend a hand in completing the final steps. The Eaglemen, upon seeing Jiang Yu's appearance, felt an eerie familiarity in his aura but hesitated to acknowledge him. Previously, Jiang Yu bore some resemblance to an Eagleman, but now he appeared vastly different. Tio put it bluntly, he resembled a Titan reduced in size by 100-fold, complete with wings. Among the Eaglemen, an elderly figure spoke up. You? Is it truly you? Good. It's me. Liang nodded. The childhood companions who grew up together have aged. In the ancient era, the average lifespan of a common Eagleman was around 50 years. Those who failed to ascend to the extraordinary gradually grew old. Wonderful. You have become stronger, Liang exclaimed joyfully. The group of Eaglemen displayed expressions of happiness and pride. Indeed, it is not far off, Jiang Yu continued, addressing the gathered clan members with a loud voice. However, relying solely on myself, it is difficult to traverse the Tian Shan royal court. Now, I have discovered an excellent method to empower my kin alongside me. How so? Will it succeed? Our tribe lacks even a single extraordinary Eagleman. The clansmen expressed their doubts. Jiang You explained loudly, I have evolved and grown stronger through the blood of the Titans, and now the Titan's blood is within reach, Kin. I require you to dig 2 large pits, not only to inter the deceased Titan and Dragon, but also to utilize their blood for our transformation. Here, I shall construct a pond, allowing all clan members to bathe in the Titan's blood. But it is said that the Titan's blood is untouchable. Those who come into contact will spontaneously combust and perish. One of the clansmen questioned, I have my methods. Jiang You replied resolutely that a day later. 2 vast pits capable of accommodating the Titan and Dragon had formed within the mountain's belly. Jiang You, accompanied by all the able-bodied members of the clan, journeyed 1,000 miles to retrieve the colossal remains, interring them in the great pits. After the interment, Jiang You established a forbidden zone outside the pit where the ancient black dragon lay and constructed a pond measuring 100 meters in square above the illuminated female Titan's south resting place. He crushed blue stones and evenly spread them across the pond's bottom, then made an incision on the female Titan's corpse, allowing streams of golden blood to flow continuously into the pond. Once these tasks were completed, he summoned all clan members to collectively bathe in the small pond. During the first bath in the Titan's blood, only a small fraction of the Eagle men underwent transformation. However, Jiang You mandated that every Eagle man must return to this place every 7 days to bathe. Thus, as time passed, their feathers began to slowly fade, their beaks gradually fell away, and their dark gray plumage transformed into white, while their limbs began to take on a more human form. Yet, no one awakened to the extraordinary. The extraordinary truly was an elusive goal. Another 20 years slipped by to the summit of Tian Shan. Jiang You stood high above, surveying the entirety of the Tian Shan tribe below. He bore pristine white wings, silver hair, and violet eyes, his visage strikingly handsome, akin to a young Titan. At this moment, the population of the Tian Shan tribe had reached 5,000, and their appearances had significantly diverged from their former Eagle Man selves. Jiang You estimated that in another 100 years, before the Titan's blood was exhausted, his kin would all resemble him at that time. He, the winged race, would no longer be a solitary figure. Gazing upon the increasingly flourishing settlement below, which could even be described as a small town, Jiang You couldn't help but exclaim, it is a pity that Liang, Sang, and Lai have not become extraordinary. Time truly is relentless. The companions of yesteryear have all aged and passed away. Chapter 17. The Greatwood Clan Big Brother, do not be sorrowful. You have me by your side. Do you not? Rest assured, with my lifespan, I shall undoubtedly outlive you. As Jiang You sighed, a languid voice of a young boy drifted beside him. Jiang Yu's lips twitched as he turned to gaze at the source. There, a small turtle stood mimicking his posture, perched atop a stone, its claws planted firmly. The little creature feigned a contemplative gaze, surveying the mountains below as if it were overlooking its kingdom. Amused by the turtle's animated demeanor, Jiang You could not help but chuckle and scold. Xiao Ba, if you lack the talent for consolation, it is best to remain silent. You are destined to live longer than I at this point. He abruptly halted. This little turtle had indeed survived to the 5th chapter. Now, he had ascended to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary, the heroic tier. Over the course of 20 years, his profession had evolved from the 2nd tier of Thunderwing to the 3rd tier of Holy Wing Walker. After enduring the baptism of the blood of the Radiant Titan, the potential of his light power had surpassed that of the thunderous force. Throughout these 2 decades, he had skillfully harnessed both forms of extraordinary power, seamlessly integrating them into his vocational framework. The 3rd tier of the extraordinary stands as the mightiest rank beneath the legendary, and those who reach this stage are often hailed as heroes. Thus, it is also referred to as the heroic tier, which grants an extended lifespan, allowing one to live for 500 years. Naturally, this applies to ordinary intelligent races. Some exceptionally gifted extraordinary beings, like the little turtle before Jiang You, defy conventional understanding of longevity. This ancient relic had indeed reached the 5th chapter, and within it possibly resided some extraordinary bloodline. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze lingered too long, for the little turtle shivered slightly. Big brother, why do you stare at me so? It's rather unsettling. Jiang Yu suddenly snapped back to reality, affectionately patted its head, smiling as he replied, Indeed, you speak the truth. Shall be it is thanks to you that I am not lonely during these long years. As the sun gradually ascended and the sea breeze swept over the peaks, just as Jiang Yu and the little turtle were jesting, A figure imbued with the power of light descended from the sky. Landing before Jiang You, clan leader, a tribe of trolls is approaching from 10,000 miles to the west. A troll tribe. Jiang You paused in astonishment. How could a tribe of trolls venture this way? This is a coastal region. Is it possible that the legends of the sea folk have vanished from the continent? Contemplating briefly, he commanded, "Roar, summon the Skywing squad to accompany me and investigate." The Skywing squad consisted of the tribe members who had awakened extraordinary powers over the past 20 years, totaling around a dozen. Influenced by the Titan's blood, nearly all were awakened bearers of light power. However, due to their extraordinary achievements, their evolutionary forms were markedly more striking than their kin, apart from their hands and feet remaining in a partially evolved state. Their faces had shed all feathers, making them the closest semblance to Jiang You. After addressing Roar, Jiang You turned to the little turtle once more. "Xiao Ba, you shall remain within the clan to guard against any unforeseen events." Despite its adorable appearance, the little turtle was indeed a formidable master-tier powerhouse. "Big brother, I wish to accompany you." The little turtle's eyes, akin to green beans, sparkled with eagerness. "Ha ha, Xiao Ba, I do not oppose your company. Yet you lack wings." The little turtle instantly felt disheartened. Without wings, and in this era devoid of mages, only legends can soar through the skies. "Enough. Roar, hasten to summon the others. We shall depart at once." Yes, half an hour later, Roar appeared before Jiang You, accompanied by over a dozen extraordinary eagle men. "Let us set forth." At Jiang Yu's command, he brandished his bronze longsword and led the group westward. Several hours later, as the sun began to set, twilight enveloped the land. Jiang Yu finally arrived above the vast troll tribe. Peering down, he beheld a large troll settlement, numbering around 10,000. However, the sight of them appeared quite disheveled, exuding an air of being driven from their homes. Just as he was observing, a deep and resonant voice arose from within the troll tribe below. "I in the skies above, who is a friend of the Eagle King? We are the Timber Clan under the Natural Titans. We kindly request your presence below." Chapter 18. Crossing the Great Sea. Natural Titans, Timber Clan? Jiang Yu sensed a lingering familiarity with the name of this troll clan. However, from his earlier observations, the speaker among the trolls was evidently the strongest among them, possessing the prowess of a hero. Jiang Yu's apprehensions began to ease. Noticing the invitation from the troll tribe, Jiang Yu was inclined to descend and inquire about their purpose at the eastern shores. These trolls were but a journey away from the eastern sea. Did they wish to become neighbors? He addressed Roar and the other eagle men beside him, saying, "Roar and I shall go down. The rest of you stay and observe from here." "Yes, chief." After issuing his command, Jiang Yu descended with Roar into the midst of the troll tribe. His first words were, "Trolls, we are not of the Eagle clan, but rather the winged folk who have resided in this coastal land for generations." Upon recognizing Jiang Yu and his companions, the trolls were filled with admiration. The troll chieftain who had spoken earlier remarked, "I must have misjudged. You possess a beauty akin to that of the Titans, indeed not comparable to the Eagle clan." He introduced himself, "Your Excellency, I am Langsent of the Timber clan." Not one to rebuff a friendly face, Jiang Yu politely responded, "Greetings, Langsent. I am Jiang Yu, the chieftain of the winged folk." He then proceeded to inquire, "I wish to understand why the Timber clan has arrived at the eastern shores. Are you planning to settle here?" Perceiving that Jiang Yu was not particularly welcoming towards their tribe's presence, Langsent offered a wry smile. "We do not intend to settle here. Our purpose in coming to this place is to traverse the sea to another continent." "Traverse the sea?" Jiang Yu exclaimed, taken aback. "In this era, crossing the sea is no trivial endeavor." "Indeed, we shall brave the vast ocean and journey to another continent," Langsent affirmed. "Why, that does not seem a wise decision." Jiang Yu remarked, "That I share your sentiment. Yet this is the decree left by His Highness, the Natural Titan Tylon Heir. Decree. Has His Highness Tyloner passed away?" "Indeed, Your Excellency Jiang Yu. However, though His Highness fell in battle, in her final days, she summoned us and imparted a prophecy, guiding us to cross the vast sea and escape the torment of war," explained Langsent. "More importantly, they harbored the secret that the natural Titan giant Tyloner could be resurrected, which provided compelling reasons for our eastward journey. Yet, this is something that need not be disclosed to Jiang Yu." The purpose of relaying such information was solely to alleviate Jiang Yu's suspicions, ensuring their safe passage across the sea. They had already lost far too many along this perilous journey, and Rancent was determined to avoid any further complications at this critical juncture. Indeed, upon hearing the chieftain of the trolls' account, Jiang You, though still astonished by the tribe's decision to traverse the ocean, refrained from probing further and nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, Lord Rancent. The winged people shall not obstruct your passage across the sea. Thank you." Jiang Yu then inquired further about the conflict between the Titans and the ancient dragons. He learned that the clash between the two races was exceedingly fierce, showing no signs of abating, rather escalating with each passing day. Countless lives had been lost in this war, truly rendering the world a desolate wasteland. Rancent displayed evident trepidation. In his view, even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer immense losses in this grand conflict. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that the ultimate outcome would undoubtedly be mutual devastation, yet he was uncertain when this unparalleled war would conclude. From the trolls' descriptions, it seemed it would take several more years. Subsequently, Jiang Yu returned with his people. In the days that followed, he maintained a keen interest in the troll tribe. Just as they had proclaimed, the Great Wood clan busily felled timber and constructed ships along the eastern coast. Toiling day and night, a year later, the Great Wood clan, comprising 10,000 trolls, embarked upon wooden vessels, setting sail across the vast ocean. Chapter 19. A century of change on the eastern sea. By the shore, the wind swayed gently, and the waves danced like blossoms. Jiang Yu stood upon the beach, gazing into the distance where the Great Wood clan had vanished from sight. Before their departure, the Great Wood clan sought to borrow some of Jiang Yu's kin as scouts for their voyage across the sea. However, the reality was that without a substantial force accompanying them, the likelihood of these scouts returning was akin to climbing to the heavens. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu managed to find a few adventurous young individuals from his tribe, inquiring about their willingness. Ultimately, 50 chose to journey with the Great Wood clan across the ocean. Before their departure, to ensure these young souls would not forget their roots, Jiang Yu bestowed upon them a surname, incorporating the name of the winged people. Thus, these 50 individuals took on the surname Feng, embarking on their oceanic odyssey as a branch of the winged people. In the subsequent years, Jiang Yu led his tribe in further development along this coastal region. As time passed, under the influence of Titan blood, the appearance of his kin gradually transformed into the visage Jiang Yu had envisioned, and their extraordinary talents slowly flourished. By the third decade since their arrival on the eastern coast, the population of the Heavenly Mountain tribe had reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary beings among them. Meanwhile, the external war raged with unparalleled ferocity, and occasionally, fleeing intelligent beings from other races would recount the grim realities of the conflict to Jiang Yu. Not only have the Titan giants and the ancient dragons suffered grievous losses, but the myriad clans of Farrand have also seen half of their number vanish without a trace. In the fourth decade of seeking refuge along the shores of the eastern sea, the population of the Heavenly Mountain tribe has surged to 30,000. The number of extraordinary beings has increased to several hundred, and under the guidance of Jiang Yu, a number of unique extraordinary professions exclusive to the winged folk have emerged. Professions such as Sky Knight, Radiant Swordsman, Light Guardian, and Sky Assassin have flourished, predominantly embodying the light attribute. However, as they are all initial creations, these professions possess a rather low upper limit, generally confined to the first tier. Only the Radiant Swordsman, with Jiang Yu's assistance, has transcended to attain a maximum of the second tier as a Radiant Blade Master. Jiang Yu aspired to pass on his profession, yet regrettably, there were no extraordinary awakeners of the light or thunder elements within his clan, forcing him to abandon that ambition. Fortunately, among this generation of Radiant Swordsmen, there is another gifted young individual who, within a mere 30 years, has advanced to the second tier, potentially elevating the upper limit of the Radiant Swordsman profession in the future. In the sixth decade of seeking refuge along the eastern sea, Jiang Yu has finally progressed to the final stage of the Holy Winged Walker, standing just one step away from legend. Yet, this step proves to be an insurmountable barrier. By this time, the Heavenly Mountain tribe has grown to a staggering 100,000. In addition to the Heavenly Mountain serving as the stronghold for the winged folk, villages and small towns established by their kin have emerged on the surrounding mountains, both great and small. At this juncture, nearly all the newly emerged tribespeople bear a resemblance to Jiang Yu. Having undergone a transformation over the course of a century, they can no longer be recognized as the former eagle folk, evolving instead into diminutive titans adorned with wings. is within this year that Jiang You convenes all his kin at Heavenly Mountain to formally declare their separation from the eagle folk and their establishment as the winged folk. Simultaneously, the latest news from the outside world reaches the Eastern Sea. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have led the remnants of their race into a final cataclysmic battle on the plains of the sky, resulting in mutual destruction. In the aftermath of the conflict, both the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have vanished without a trace, at this very moment, in the northern reaches of the distant Farand continent. Amidst a landscape of rolling mountains blanketed in ice and snow, a band of heavily fur-clad goblins rides upon diminutive wolves, arriving before a formidable metallic gate. Chapter 20. The Emergence of Humanity. Leading the charge is one of the three legends of the Goblin clan, the Grand Sage Azeba. Young ones, the ruins we have unearthed are right here. A particularly tall, middle-aged goblin knight glances at the metallic gate and respectfully addresses an elder goblin behind him. This elder goblin, adorned with a crown fashioned from the bones of an unknown creature and wielding a staff resembling jade, listens intently to the knight's words. Upon hearing the goblin knight's proclamation, a flicker of blue and white light dances in the elder's emerald eyes, hinting at a brewing mystery. After a considerable pause, he emerges from his enigmatic state, and to the astonishment of the goblin knights, the elder leaps down from his wolf mount, kneels before the metallic gate, and fervently exclaims, "Heaven bless our kin! Heaven bless our kin!" The prophecy foretells that within lies the key to our clan's strength and glory. Oh, it is not merely about strength and glory. By obtaining what resides within, we goblins shall supplant the Titan giants and the ancient dragons, becoming the sovereigns of all Farand. After the fervor subsided, he stepped forward to address the middle-aged goblin knight, imparting his orders with a composed demeanor. "Azel, I command you to return to the goblin royal court with utmost haste. Seek out King Amigel and request that he dispatch the finest legions and most skilled artisans from our clan to this location. Furthermore, convey to him that this matter pertains to the ascendants of our goblin kin. It is of greater significance than any scenario we have previously deliberated." "Yes, great sage," the middle-aged goblin knight responded earnestly. Thumping his chest in a solemn vow, a month later, a goblin army, numbering nearly 10,000, was stationed at that site. 3 months thereafter, through means unknown to the other races, the metal gates were finally unlatched. Years passed, and the myriad races of Furland were astonished to witness the emergence of beings among the goblins that resembled titans in stature. Yet, they stood merely 2 meters tall, possessed no extraordinary constitution, and exuded not a trace of the transcendent. Nonetheless, the goblins regarded them with utmost vigilance. They proclaimed themselves as the human race. Subsequently, the goblins unveiled numerous enigmas that confounded the myriad races of Furland, with these peculiar creations wielding immense power, enough to instill a sense of threat even in the remnants of titans and dragons. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, atop Paradise Mountain, within the grandest edifice constructed of marble, resided a magnificent structure. Since the establishment of the winged people, the handsome denizens gradually relinquished their former habits as eagle folk. They became enamored with beauty and sought perfection in all things. Within this edifice, Jiang You sat regally at the head, flanked by 2 youthful members of the winged clan. The male winged individual stepped forward to report, "Chief, we have ascertained that the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed mutually perished. The vast majority of titans and dragons have fallen in battle. In light of this, do we still need to pursue our strategy of seclusion? According to our intelligence, fewer than 10 titans remain, and the surviving ancient dragons number only slightly more, barely exceeding a dozen. Moreover, they are all gravely injured, and the subordinate races that once served the 2 factions are beginning to lose their allegiance." A more pressing piece of news emerged as the female-winged individual interjected. "It appears the goblins have been silently reaching out to the myriad races." Upon hearing this, Jiang You nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "And what of the Eagle King's court of late?" "The Eagle King sustained severe injuries in the final confrontation, yet remains loyal to the wounded Thunder Titan. Recently, they repelled a goblin envoy. I surmise that the goblins harbor ambitions of rebellion." Jiang You mused, "However, for us, both the Titans and the Eagle King's court are adversaries. The Eagle King's court has long been a blood feud, and as for the Titans, I do not believe they will extend courtesy to the winged people upon discovering that I have utilized the corpses of their kind for a century." After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "A conflict between the goblins and the Titans is unlikely to erupt in the near future. Thus, Claire, relay my orders. The winged people shall henceforth lift our strategy of seclusion, allowing our young warriors to showcase their prowess across the lands and skies of Furland. We must make it known to all that the continent of Phaland is not solely home to the sky-dwelling race of the Eagle folk, but also to our esteemed East Sea Winged Ones. I firmly believe that, before long, the envoy of the goblins will arrive at my Paradise Mountain. Chapter 21. The Pact. A decade later, it seems that the ancient dragons have discerned some hidden truth, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Titan giants and the goblins are on the brink of a fierce confrontation. The mightiest among them, the Thunder Titan, once sought to personally punish the treacherous goblin clan, yet felt a lethal threat from miles away, prompting him to abandon his intent. He returned to the ancestral lands of the Titans to aid his kin in recovering from their wounds. Now, nearly 10 million goblins have gathered around the Goblin Royal Court, pledging their allegiance to King Angelic. The Goblin Royal Court treats its scattered kin far more benevolently than the Eagle King's court once did. They provide sustenance, assist in selecting places of residence, and nurture their extraordinary practitioners. Thus, the goblin tribes, once dispersed across the continent and under various Titan leaders, have rallied together, uniting under the reign of Angelic. The Eagle King's court, the Serpent King's court, the Hybrid Giants, and the Centaur Royal Court, all loyal to the Titan Giants, have risen in indignation against the goblins' disloyalty, yet they cannot alter the undeniable fact of the goblins' burgeoning strength. The presence of the enigmatic human race within the Goblin Royal Court has further piqued curiosity. Astute minds have surmised that the goblins' rapid ascendance is intricately linked to these humans. Simultaneously, the Winged Ones are gradually establishing their renown across the continent. The ability to soar through the skies is a rarity among intelligent races, particularly as the Winged Ones predominantly wield light-based powers and possess healing abilities, rendering them highly favored by the various races of the continent. Moreover, in aerial encounters, the Winged Ones prove more formidable than the Eagle folk. Their human-like hands enable them to wield bows and inflict significant damage from afar. This characteristic has elevated the winged archers to one of the most powerful military forces in Phaland. Even extraordinary practitioners find themselves at a loss when facing a well-organized battalion of Winged Ones, which has drawn the attention of the Goblin Royal Court to their significance. As the first snowflakes of winter drifted down upon Paradise Mountain, the Goblin envoy arrived as anticipated. Atop the mountain, a party clad in remarkably fashionable attire, compared to that of Phaland, reached the summit. Among this company, aside from the diminutive, slender-limbed, green-skinned goblins, stood a human who bore a striking resemblance to a wingless winged one. As the winged soldiers escorted the goblin delegation towards Jiang Yu's grand tent, the goblin envoys exhibited the poise befitting their status as messengers of a great lineage. Only the human woman displayed a keen curiosity towards the Winged Ones, who bore an uncanny likeness to her, her eyes darting about, her expressions vividly animated. Upon arriving at the white stone fortress, the goblin envoys first demonstrated the appropriate etiquette towards the king of another race, placing their hands upon their chests. Honored King of the Winged Ones, we are the envoys sent by our king, Angelic, to convey our sincerest respects to you. Jiang You likewise rose to his feet, his pristine white wings elegantly folded behind him. His violet eyes first swept across the goblins before resting upon the human girl standing among them, who stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. With a smile, he greeted, "Welcome, emissaries from the Goblin Kingdom." His welcome was sincere, yet tinged with a peculiar sensation. The goblins before him were impeccably dressed and remarkably clean, a stark contrast to the ragged and struggling goblins often encountered in the 5th chapter. Noticing Jiang Yu's amiable demeanor, the goblin emissaries felt a sense of relief. The lead emissary wasted no time and spoke directly. The Titan giants and the ancient dragons have ruled over Farland for millennia, enslaving various races and relying solely on their overwhelming military might. They are arrogant and conceited, instigating wars capable of annihilating the continent, resulting in the deaths of countless Farland citizens and turning the skies and earth into infernos. To this day, the various races of the continent are filled with grievances, and their resentment and fury towards the Titan and Dragon races have reached a boiling point. Under the guidance of the Great Sage, the High Priest and the Goblin King, our Goblin race has united with the other races of the continent, preparing to rise up and overthrow the rule of the Titan giants. With the will of the races, we, The emissaries wished to represent the goblins and the races of Farland in forming an alliance with the winged people to jointly undertake this grand endeavor. Pray tell, what is the winged king's stance on this matter? Upon concluding his statement, the emissary raised his head, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yu's response. Observing the emissary's forthrightness, Jiang You replied directly, "The winged people are willing to ally with the goblin races to topple the reign of the titans and dragons. However, I must inquire what benefits the goblin kingdom can promise to my winged people. Isn't the greatest benefit the opportunity to overthrow the titan giants and take control for ourselves?" The goblin emissary smiled. Jiang You shook his head, maintaining a serious demeanor. "The winged people have resided by the seashore for generations, never having submitted to the titans. In light of your conditions, what difference does it make whether we join or not?" The goblin emissary felt a twinge of frustration. However, based on his intelligence, it was indeed true that the winged people had only emerged in Farland in the past century and had never submitted to either the titans or dragons. Recalling the great sage's instructions, the head of the goblin delegation thought, "The winged people possess the finest aerial forces in Farland. We must secure their allegiance." He sighed and continued, "Esteemed winged king, the great sage and the goblin king have indeed made promises. Should the winged people join the anti-titan alliance, after the war concludes, you may select any territory as your own. Furthermore, we are willing to share some wondrous goblin technological innovations with the winged people. Additionally, there are." The goblin emissary elaborated extensively. Finally, Jiang You nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, please present the treaty. My kin are willing to forge a pact with the goblin race to jointly combat the unjust titans." After the negotiations concluded, both parties were content. Jiang You instructed his kin to prepare a banquet to honor the goblin delegation. As night fell, the winged folk and the goblins feasted heartily by the grand bonfire, indulging in copious amounts of meat and drink, reveling in joyous dance. The flickering crimson flames cast their glow upon the faces of every being present, while the winged maidens performed a spirited dance before the towering fire. Amidst the merriment and cheer, a human girl, who had accompanied the goblin delegation to Heavenly Mountain, quietly approached Jiang You, speaking softly, "Esteemed winged king, I have a question I wish to pose." "Pray, ask your question." "Envoy, dare I inquire, esteemed winged king, whether the ancestors of the winged folk also emerged from the sanctuary?" Chapter 22. The promise what? The sanctuary? Even Jiang You, well-versed and a traveler of worlds, found himself momentarily bewildered by the question. He regarded the human girl before him with uncertainty, hesitantly responding, "Why do you say that?" Upon observing Jiang Yu's expression and response, disappointment flickered across the girl's face. The sanctuary was a high-tech creation established by humanity at the end of the previous epoch, designed to evade calamity and preserve the bloodline. Though countless sanctuaries have collapsed over the endless ages, and many humans within have perished silently, I believe some strands of human bloodline have persisted. This is why I chose to accompany the goblin envoy to your esteemed kin upon hearing of the winged folk's appearance and traits. Regrettably, despite Jiang Yu's resemblance to humanity, he ultimately did not hail from the human lineage. She shook her head and forced a smile, saying, "It is nothing, esteemed winged king. I misspoke." She turned to depart. Jiang You, observing the human girl before him, furrowed his brow, but a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. In the fragments of lore from his past life, there indeed existed sporadic mentions of the epoch on the continent of Farland. As a seasoned player of Farland, impersonating a human from the previous epoch to gain some advantage should pose no issue. He found himself quite envious of the goblin's current boom. Thus, he cleared his throat softly, saying, "Airships, trains, seafaring, steam. A steampunk world, indeed. I have experienced quite a bit of that in my past life." The girl appeared momentarily frozen in place. With each word Jiang You uttered, the light in her eyes grew brighter. When she turned to face him, seeing the warmth in his gaze, she exclaimed with delight, "You possess knowledge of our bygone era. You truly are one of my kin." Jiang You shook his head. "I am not, or rather, I once was human. Furthermore, I did not emerge from the sanctuary." He deliberately obfuscated the relationship between humanity and humans, speaking only the truth. Yet the girl seemed unfazed. She gazed at Jiang You, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. "Regardless of whether you bear the blood of humanity, my eyes and soul tell me that your essence is undeniably human. Dear kin, should the descendants of humanity forget all that came before, I implore you to convey to them the glorious past of our kind, and no matter how fallen or humble our current state may be, they must endure and await the moment of resurgence. Moreover, during times of need, please offer them your protection." Upon hearing the girl's despondent words, a question mark floated above Jiang Yu's forehead. "Are you currently facing such difficulties? I recall that your standing among the goblins was once exceedingly high." The beautiful girl with golden hair shook her head bitterly. "The formidable sequencers in our refuge have long perished, and the remaining individuals are no match for the extraordinary beings of the goblin race. When the goblins breached our sanctuary, we had only just awakened, and there was no time to wield the weapons within our refuge against them. Yet, your weapons, capable of confronting the mighty titans, are ineffective against the goblins?" Jiang Yu expressed his confusion. "The reason we can contend with the titans is that they possess a trace of our human blood. They are likely the result of our creations evolving from long ago. Hence, we have a peculiar advantage against them. However, the goblins are different. They are not weak in our eyes." The human girl elucidated, "So that is the case." Jiang Yu finally comprehended. The human girl continued, returning to the previous question. "It appears that to everyone else, we hold a high position among the goblins, but this is merely an illusion. The goblins are an exceedingly selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, absorb our knowledge, and seize our weapons, yet they fear our potential. They have enslaved us." A mocking expression crossed the human girl's face. "Within our refuge, hundreds of our kin have awakened, and over the years, many children have been born. The goblins have learned our knowledge but do not permit us to educate our own offspring. The goblin king Angelic has compelled us to make a choice, to become a common race of Phaland, surviving and procreating on the continent, or to remain forever bound to the goblin tribe. To be bound is to be enslaved for generations. How could we possibly consent to that? Thus, we chose the former." Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, sighing. "One can only imagine that if this continues, many years hence, the human race will dwindle into a mere ordinary and weak race on the Phaland continent, constantly at the brink of extinction. Indeed, but we, as humans, would rather start anew than live as slaves," the girl declared resolutely with a smile. Then, she looked at Jiang Yu earnestly and entrusted him, saying, "Should the human race face peril in the future, I implore you to lend a helping hand." "I will," Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. "May I ask, what is your name among the human race?" "Jiang Yu." Upon hearing these words, a look of relief spread across the human girl's face. "So you are from the Eastern human race. My name is Christina." The following morning, the goblin envoy bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others, returning to the goblin king's court. Jiang Yu stood atop the mountain. Watching them depart, he gazed at the figure of the human girl, shaking his head with a sigh. "In my previous life, while playing games, I often heard tales of many prehistoric relics. Historians from various races in Phaland speculate that the last epoch of Phaland was the age of steampunk. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that, during that time, the human race was the true sovereign of the continent. If not for the system being inaccessible, might I have already triggered a legendary quest by now?" Chapter 23. The Expedition. A year later, a hasty goblin messenger arrived at Heaven's Mountain, entering the fortress of White Stone. "Winged King, I beseech you to lead your valiant winged army to the central region of Furland at the fall of autumn leaves, to convene at the Mingyan Plains. Our king has resolved that this year, amidst the swirling autumn foliage, we shall muster the entirety of our kin to resist the tyranny of the Titan giants. The Titans are unjust, and all races shall unite against them. Once our mission is accomplished, the Goblin clan is willing to share the continent with all races." At the head of the assembly, Jiang Yu sat upright, gently nodding. "Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that our winged kin shall honor the pact and arrive at the Mingyan Plains at the appointed time." The Goblin envoy was overjoyed, excitedly placing a hand on his chest and exclaiming, "May the friendship between goblins and winged folk endure eternally. May the bond between our two races last forever." Jiang Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Jiang Yu summoned the bravest 10,000 adult winged warriors from his tribe, along with several hundred formidable extraordinary practitioners, gathering in the grand square outside the fortress of White Stone. Over 10,000 winged beings stood in the square, gazing at their chieftain with reverence. Though the world referred to him as the Winged King, he had yet to be crowned. His kin had urged him, but Jiang Yu had steadfastly refused, declaring, "How can I claim kingship when the blood feud remains unavenged?" One day, Should I be able to vanquish the heavenly mountain and dismantle the Eagle King's court, I shall be crowned atop the ruins of the Eagle King's domain. Similarly, Jiang You remained single to this day, rebuffing the urgings of kin for marriage, saying, with the eagle race not yet extinguished, how can I think of home? Thus, he silenced the well-meaning concerns of his kin. Standing atop the roof of the white stone fortress, Jiang Yu looked down at the multitude of over 10,000 winged beings assembled in the square. His heart swelling with fervor, he grasped the bronze long sword at his waist, channeling his energy to speak aloud. Many years ago, our ancestors were but vassal tribes of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Every decade, the Eagle King would come to our ancestors' Gaoman Mountain, forcibly conscripting nearly all the able-bodied youth of our tribe into a war of indeterminate duration. Each conscription meant the shattering of a family, with almost no one ever returning. The vast sea of forest is the grave of my ancestors from Gaoman Mountain, buried beneath countless corpses, their blood and tears flowing. My father, grandfather, and forebears all perished in that war, which held no promise of a future. The conflict between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors' lifeblood. At this juncture, Jiang Yu glanced at the tearful, fervent faces of his kin and continued. When I took on the mantle of chieftain, our tribe consisted of barely over 200 souls, all frail and infirm. Upon reaching adulthood, I too was conscripted, participating in that interminable battlefield. I witnessed the Titan giants flaunting their overwhelming might. Treating us as if we were naught but mere insects, I beheld the Eagle Man royal court, which regards us as mere expendable pawns, as countless tribes of eaglemen lay their bones upon the battlefield. From that moment, I became acutely aware of the predatory nature of the Titans and the Eagleman royal court. Thus, during the second summoning of the Eagleman royal court, I slayed their envoy and led my kin to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Here, we thrived and flourished, gradually growing in strength. We seized our opportunity, evolved our bloodline, and transformed into a mightier race of winged folk. And now, today, we finally possess the power to resist the Titans and the Eagleman royal court. My sons, do you wish to follow me in vanquishing the Titans and leveling the heavenly mountains? We do. We do. Vanquish the Titans. Level the heavenly mountains. Vanquish the Titans. Level the heavenly mountains. Then, let us march forth. Agreed. Chapter 24. The alliance at the Mongin Plains and the origin of the Knights. The expanse of the Furland continent is vast and boundless. From the shores of the Eastern Sea to the central Mongin Plains, even with the winged folk's daily high-speed flight, it took over a month to arrive alongside other allied races. No other race can rival the distance covered, save for the merfolk of the West Coast. Along the journey, we encountered no beasts nor opposition from other races. How could there be? A legion of 10,000 winged folk soaring through the skies resembles an immense, dark cloud advancing relentlessly, a sight most fearsome. Moreover, this winged army, armed with bows, could unleash a volley of arrows at a single command. Who could withstand such a terrifying spectacle? On the way, Jiang Yu led the winged legion to effortlessly eradicate several foolish beasts that dared to cross their path. This experience allowed him to witness the formidable combat prowess of his winged army, bolstering his confidence for the impending war. Upon reaching the skies above the Mongin Plains, a vast expanse now teeming with nearly 1 million troops from various races, they established their camps in units of kin. Jiang Yu observed towering minotaurs wielding heavy stone axes, unleashing their seemingly inexhaustible brute strength within their encampments. There were stout yet robust dwarven laborers, each brandishing bronze weapons, with some even forging within the camp. Swift centaur cavalry darted about, their bodies bare and hair braided, yet they were renowned archers, among the most formidable cavalry on the Furland continent. Additionally, there was a considerable presence of the troll clans, who had similarly betrayed the Titans. In the current landscape of Furland, the population of trolls is second only to that of the goblins. A small contingent of merfolk, born with innate water magic, journeyed from the distant west coast to lend their aid, rumored to be inspired by the great love between a goblin prince and a merfolk princess. However, Jiang Yu remained skeptical that the merfolk princess would fall for a goblin prince. Accompanying them were the gnomes, steadfast allies of the goblins, purely present to rally and cheer. Yet, the gnomes were not insignificant. They possessed a wealth of inherited magical professions. The fairies, naive yet eager to join the revelry, are classified into several categories based on their elemental affinities. Among them are the wind fairies, the light fairies, and their guardian, a grand fairy of the forest. These ethereal beings possess long lifespans and reside within the depths of the forest, wielding formidable magical powers in the ancient times, before the emergence of various power systems. The fairies were immensely powerful, and even the gnomes were reluctant to offend them. The gnome king, Angelic, tacitly accepted their presence, confident that under the watchful eye of a grand fairy, these little ones would not engage in any outrageous antics. Moreover, this grand fairy is a legendary powerhouse. Additionally, there exists the Treant tribe, renowned as the ancient tanks, numbering in the hundreds, their rooted presence akin to an unassailable wall. They have maintained a long-standing friendship with certain troll clans. Furthermore, there are the beast-taming wolf dwarves under the gnomes' command, as well as the kobolds and boarmen who once served the ancient dragons. Countless intelligent races, many of which likely failed to pass down their bloodlines to the future, also abound. Yet, predominantly, there is an unceasing expanse of the gnome army, stretching endlessly into the horizon. In this era, the Gnome Legion is undoubtedly an elite force. Armored and armed, within a mere decade, a tenth of these gnomes have donned iron weaponry and armor, a testament to the contributions of the pre-epic human race emerging from their sanctuaries. Some steam-powered steel weaponry stands poised outside their encampments, exuding an aura of might that seems capable of swallowing mountains and rivers alike. Even a cursory glance from Jiang You reveals numerous locations posing a lethal threat to him. This realization stirs both envy and desire within him, compelling him to silently reflect. The second chapter is about to commence. It is the age of the gnomes, and my winged kin are yet insufficiently powerful, but the future awaits. As Jiang Yu surveyed the expanse of the Mingyan plain, it became evident that it could accommodate hundreds of intelligent races. Their forces total in the tens of thousands, such as the trolls, who are also part of the Grand Phelan family, though some factions have aligned themselves with the Titan giants, a scant few, like the fairies, sing melodious tunes within their camps, seemingly oblivious to the impending war, as if they are merely here to join the festivities. Caravans laden with provisions and supplies are dispatched by the gnome clan from various locales. When the winged army led by Jiang Yu arrived in the skies above the Mingyan plain, it resembled a vast ocean of clouds sweeping across the sky, casting a shadow over the long day. It was a striking sight. Almost all races on the Mingyan plain beheld this grand aerial legion, armed with longbows and adorned with bronze swords. The winged folk have only emerged on the continent for a little over a decade, and many races remain unfamiliar with them as they gazed at the enormous aerial army approaching. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Was it not said that the Eagle King's court scorned any alliance with us against their great master, the Thunder Titan? This aerial legion bears an uncanny resemblance to the Eagle tribe. Could it be that their king is one of contradictory nature? At that moment, a member of a different race scoffed. Your information is woefully outdated. Soaring across the skies are our allies, the winged folk. Though they may appear strikingly similar to the eagle folk, they are, in truth, entirely different. My clan leader once remarked that the eagle folk pale in comparison to the winged folk. I recall him stating, one wing is worth 5 eagles. Does this mean that one winged folk is equivalent to 5 eagle folk? Goodness, with such prowess, the winged folk could contend with the eagle folk, griffins, two-headed wyverns, and other aerial beings for dominion over the skies. With their presence, we need not worry excessively about foes descending from above. At that moment, within the goblin encampment, a cadre of goblin practitioners soared into the air, approaching Jiang Yu. Clad in armor and wielding greatswords or chain hammers, they were imbued with the essence of the winds, enabling their flight. Jiang Yu discerned that this assembly of goblin practitioners had yet to attain legendary status, thus indicating they belonged to a class of extraordinary beings capable of flight. As far as Jiang Yu was aware, the majority of goblin extraordinary beings, including the Goblin King, were of the knightly profession. This group of formidable goblins might represent the advanced Sky Knights among the Wind Knights. It may sound rather absurd, but in ancient times, the diverse knightly professions developed by the goblins indeed became one of the sources of knightly orders in the future. The 4 elemental knightly categories that became widespread across the world, the Wind Knights, Earth Knights, Water Knights, and Fire Knights, were all pioneered by the goblins. Chapter 25. Once glorious as several goblin Wind Knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiang Yu. In the heart of the goblin camp on the plains of Mingyan, a dozen human beings were gathered around an intricate creation forged of steel. A middle-aged man with golden short hair gazed at the vast wingfolk army above. a hint of nostalgia reflected in his eyes. In days gone by, the Empire boasted an aerial legion 1,000 times stronger than this wingfolk tribe. Equally adorned with wings and soaring through the heavens, the Celestial Harmony Legion, one of the 9 aerial legions, exuded an aura of majesty far superior to these wingfolk. A beautiful girl with golden hair rolled her eyes and sighed. Alas, all of this belongs to the past. The Empire has long since fallen. Our sole task now is to ensure the survival of humanity on this land, so that our lineage does not vanish. If that were to happen, it would be a grave disservice to the sacrifices made by the Empire to protect this world. Indeed, the dark-haired human man appeared to concur. He inquired, Fiona, have you had any interaction with that wingfolk king in the skies? Is there a possibility he could become our ally? The golden-haired girl smiled wryly. That wingfolk king is not so easily understood. He possesses some secrets, albeit not many. He seems to want me to believe he is also a being of our era, reborn in a wingfolk form through a process known as reincarnation. This is utterly absurd. Even the most powerful sorcerers of the Empire would find such feats nearly impossible. A young man with blue hair chuckled. Indeed, but I choose to believe that this wingfolk king seeks to gain something from us. That is a good thing. Fiona, I just fear that he may be devoid of desires. Beside them, the elderly man with black hair remarked, it is precisely for this reason that he has a chance to strive. The golden-haired girl chuckled in response, Grandpa Yang. This wing king claims to be a member of the Eastern human tribe from that era. During this time, you should find a way to make contact. Yang, at a loss for words, replied, you truly are quite a handful, my dear. Very well, I shall attempt to engage with him and discern his desires. Oh, had I known earlier, I should have set the awakening time a bit earlier. Being at the mercy of the goblins is truly hard to bear. The golden-haired girl lamented. Yet, one cannot say that entirely. Had it not been for the goblins fortuitously stumbling upon our meticulously set lock, in another 10,000 years, we might never have awakened again. The glory of the Empire would have indeed faded into the annals of history. Look, how many of our former sanctuaries still truly exist today? Even then, it is better than being at the mercy of others. The blue-haired man interjected with sharp wit in the sky. Among the ranks of goblin knights, the leading goblin knight bowed respectfully to Jiang You. Esteemed winged king, my lord Amigel has prepared a residence and provisions for your noble kin. Following the direction indicated by the goblin knight, Jiang You indeed spotted a clean and orderly encampment adjacent to the goblin camp. Stocked with ample supplies and equipment, he nodded inwardly, realizing that the goblins held the winged beings in high regard. Amigel was a commendable individual. Perceiving Jiang Yu's satisfied demeanor, the goblin knight continued, honored winged king. As the sun sets today, I kindly request that after you have settled your kin, you visit my lord's central tent. He wishes to discuss the specifics of the campaign against the Titan giants with the leaders of various races. Very well, I shall arrive punctually, Jiang You affirmed. Chapter 26. The Supreme King Amigel. As the sun was about to set, the entire Mingyan plain was bathed in a golden glow. Jiang You kept his promise, leading a contingent of loyal guards towards the tent of Goblin King Amigel. He traversed the meticulously organized goblin military camps. Everything was in perfect order. Each goblin soldier stood tall in his eyes, embodying excellence. At the founding of the nation, the goblins' elite were such that they could dominate the continent for an era. Progressing deeper, passing through various goblin checkpoints, he finally arrived before an enormous tent. It loomed in the very center of the goblin encampment, a vast circular pavilion. Its pristine white color appeared as though it floated like a cloud in the green sky. Outside stood 2 rows of goblin soldiers, wearing feathered helmets, draped in yellow cloaks, brandishing spears, pikes, and swords, each taller than the average goblin. They were the elite personal guard of Goblin King Amigel, the Yellow Robe Imperial Guards. Each one was an extraordinary professional. Each race that passed through their ranks felt as though they were traversing a forest of steel, an imposing sight indeed. As Jiang You stepped into the grand tent, many leaders of various races had already gathered. Goblin King Amigel placed immense importance on the strength of the Winged Legion, affording Jiang You great respect. He arranged Jiang Yu's seat in the 3rd position at the lower end, just after the trolls and dwarves, placing him above the centaur chieftain in rank. Even ancient kings understood that air power surpassed cavalry. Amigel personally welcomed Jiang You to his seat, granting him the opportunity to finally encounter this legendary emperor of the goblin race. In Jiang Yu's recollection, As gleaned from the vague historical records of the elves in the 5th chapter, this great legendary leader of the goblin race was born at the tail end of the Titan and Dragon era within the largest tribe of the goblins in Furland. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he achieved legendary status in just over a century in an age where extraordinary beings were in decline, leading the goblin race from the status of slaves to the Titan giants, step by step ascending to the throne of world domination, becoming the supreme king who dictated the 2nd chapter of the time epoch of the Furland continent. It is said that this legendary emperor possessed immense strength. At that time, the other 2 legendary goblins were also formidable, capable of subduing the great sage and high priest of the goblins, unifying the entire goblin race across the continent, which attests to his exceptional prowess and means, marking him as no ordinary individual. However, what left the deepest impression on Jiang You was the immaculate, luminous spear held firmly in Angel's grasp. Crafted from rare materials sought across the continent by Angelic. Utilizing an enigmatic forging technique unknown to many, it was an artifact forged with the full strength of the entire clan. The spear of Angelic. This was a god-slaying spear, with which Angelic personally vanquished a Titan giant. Yet, it was also a spear of ominous portent in the future of the Goblin Empire. Several goblin emperors, including Angelic himself, would meet their demise at the hands of this very spear. But such events were potentialities of the future. At present, Jiang You gazed at the Goblin King seated majestically at the head of the table, as if upon a throne. Legendary figures among ordinary intelligent races typically enjoyed lifespans of over 1,000 years. And Angelic, estimated to be around 500 years old, was in the prime of his life. Thus, while his stature appeared diminutive compared to the other races present, his presence was remarkably imposing. Even as Jiang You prided himself on his future potential to become legendary, he could not help but feel a sense of reverence for this middle-aged goblin. The Titan giants and ancient dragons had ruled Furland for countless years, yet he alone had the audacity to resist, ultimately succeeding. After some time had passed, once the leaders of the clans in the Mingyan Plain had gathered, Angelic finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with charisma. Esteemed leaders and clan kings, I express my gratitude for your willingness to lead your people alongside mine to resist the tyrannical rule of the accursed Titan giants. Reflecting upon the days when our ancestors became slaves to the Titan giants, we have been bound in servitude for generations. I believe that all present, like my clan, yearn for freedom. No one wishes to remain a slave forever. Thus, we rise in rebellion. Seated below, Jiang You listened quietly and earnestly, internally rolling his eyes at Angel's words. The root of it all lay in the aftermath of the war between the Titans and Dragons, where both sides suffered grievously, leading to the inevitable decline of the Titan giants and dragons, thus providing an opportunity for the goblins to seize. And it was not just the goblins who harbored such ambitions. If Jiang You possessed the strength of the goblin race, he would be the one to declare such sentiments. In the forefront, Angelic was still speaking with fervor. Today, I, Angelic, gather with all clans upon the blessed plains of Mong'in, wishing to forge a blood oath, declaring that my goblin tribe and all present here shall henceforth be eternal brother races. As he spoke, he took a cup of wine from his attendant, sliced open his palm with a short knife, allowing a single drop of blood to fall, instantly staining the wine crimson. He then turned to the somewhat dazed leaders of the various clans. At that moment, a line of goblin attendants brought forth a cup of wine for each chieftain in attendance. Jiang You, too, had no choice but to mimic his actions, cutting his palm and letting a drop of blood fall, all the while internally lamenting the absurdity of such a ritual, wondering where Angelic had learned this practice that had pioneered the blood oath tradition on the continent of Furland. Witnessing all the clans following suit, Angel's spirit soared. My friends, pleased with that, he downed the wine in one gulp. The several hundred tribal leaders present followed suit, drinking deeply. Subsequently, Angelic laughed heartily, proclaiming that with blood oaths, they were bound as brother races, and once they vanquished the Titans, they would share the continent among themselves. Bravo, bravo. Angelic. At that time, the customs were still quite unrefined. The denizens of Furland had never experienced such a spectacle. The atmosphere was infectious, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, thus solidifying the covenant, marking the completion of Angelic's first step toward the conquest of the Titan giants. The second step was to deliberate on tactics. However, the strategies of this era were rather straightforward. Aerial against aerial, ground against ground. It was simply a matter of charging forward. Jiang Yu's task was to contend with the aerial forces of the Titan giants, primarily those of the eaglemen, griffins, and hawk eagles. If any skybound extraordinary professionals were to be found, Angelic promised to dispatch the goblin windriders to provide support. The assignment was simple, yet the multitude of races meant that organizing each one took the meeting well into the afternoon of the following day. By the third day, Goblin King Angelic ascended the highest hill of the Mong'in Plains once more, delivering a rousing speech about the tyranny of the Titans and the collective vengeance of the clans, which invigorated the spirits of the million-strong army. Especially the Minotaurs, their eyes ablaze, brandished stone axes and tree trunks, roaring with fervor. Thus, under such exhilarating circumstances, the grand army set forth, marching straight towards the Titan stronghold. Prelatus, Chapter 27. Prelatus. Prelatus is the seat of the Titan court. It is said that there, the Titan king Ashumes utilized 1 million slaves and spent nearly a millennium to establish the Titan capital. This was a colossal city built upon a high mountain, named Prelatus Mountain. Excluding the bitterly cold regions of the extreme north and south, Prelatus Mountain stands as the most towering and majestic peak of the Furland continent. The heavenly mount of the winged people, where Jiang You and his kin resided, appeared mere trifling hills in comparison to this grand edifice. Among the million-strong army, an elderly leader of the Earthbear tribe recounted to Jiang You his past glimpses of the Titan city. The main gate of Prelatus stood at a staggering height of 300 meters, while its walls soared to 500 meters. Such an immense entrance was specifically designed for the Titan giants. Fortunately, beside the city gate, there exists a small passage, merely 3 meters in height, serving as the conduit for us, the subjugated races of slaves in days of yore. When we journeyed to Proedas, we traversed this colossal city for 3 days and nights. The palaces of the Titans were of such immense scale that one can only ponder how many lives were lost in the construction of this grand edifice. Yet, the most awe-inspiring sight remains the throne of the King of Titans, carved from the summit of the entire Proedas mountain, towering majestically. The 500-meter-high Titan King sat upon it, as if he were the very fulcrum of the world. He truly was a transcendent entity, capable of rivaling the divine. Had the Titan King Ashumes still been among us, the various races of the continent under the Titans would not have dared to harbor thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the elder Earth Bear's descriptions, a yearning for the Titan King welled up within Jiang Yu's heart, a longing for his strength and the majesty of his dominion. As time passed, the might of the Titan race remained formidable. Even though only a handful of Titans remained, they compelled the Goblin King to muster nearly the entirety of his clan's strength, forging alliances with half of the races on the continent of Farrand. Merely to dare engage in battle, a million-strong army gradually advanced towards Proedas, encountering numerous subordinate races of the Titans along the way, though they were akin to grasshoppers attempting to impede a chariot, insignificant and ineffective. During the journey, Jiang You led the Winged Legion to slay countless scout teams of the Eagle folk who ventured forth to ascertain military intelligence. With the pressure exerted by the Winged Ones, the once preeminent reconnaissance race of the continent found themselves struggling. However, the Thunder Titan seemed intent on confronting the Goblin Alliance's army directly at Proedas, resulting in relatively few encounters with enemies along the way. 3 months later, as the million-strong army approached the outskirts of Proedas, Jiang You finally beheld the visage of this once great city of the Titan race. Contrary to his expectations, the city of Proedas appeared rather desolate. The walls, originally constructed to encircle the mountains, had crumbled by half, and only a few palaces of the Titans remained intact. The once central throne of Ashumes had vanished without a trace, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if some force had sheared off the peak of the mountain entirely. Jiang You cast a fleeting glance at the remnants of the ruins, not lingering, for war was imminent. Before the goblin and allied races of the continent stood an equally vast army of nearly 1 million Titans. Trolls, eaglefolk, serpentfolk, mud monsters, man-eaters, naga, half-blood giants, cyclopes, treants, and countless other beasts, nearly hundreds of races, had long awaited the arrival of the Goblin Alliance under the Titans' command. Even more terrifying were the 8 towering Titans, akin to ancient deities, standing proudly among the troops, each exuding an overwhelming, domineering aura. To the forefront was the Thunder Titan, Atres, whom Jiang You had encountered over a century prior and had even fought alongside. The opposing formation was nothing short of magnificent. Had Jiang You not been certain of the Goblin Alliance's impending victory, he might have contemplated how to meet his demise with dignity in the Titan camp, as they faced the onslaught of the Goblin Alliance's million-strong army. The Thunder Titan stepped forward, unabashedly mocking them. Angel, have you come to repair the great city for me? These million slaves are truly remarkable. They save me the trouble of conscripting them. Ha ha ha. Among the coalition of races across the continent, the King of Gnomes rides forth on his mighty wolf, confronting the Thunder Titan, Atreus. His stature, when compared to that of the Thunder Titan, is akin to a mountain overshadowing an ant, creating a stark contrast that is striking. Yet, his silhouette stands tall and resolute like a pine, instilling unwavering courage and determination. It is no wonder that he has united the various races of the continent to overthrow the Titans and establish the Gnome Empire. He certainly possesses remarkable prowess. Truly, he is a hero of the ancient era, a far cry from the gnomes of the 5th chapter, thought Jiang You. Before the army, Angel remains unfazed by the derision, lifting his head with a tranquil yet steadfast demeanor as he addresses the Thunder Titan, Atreus. Atreus, the Titan lineage has fallen. I shall be the one to bring your glory to an end. After defeating you, I will construct a royal city for the gnomes in Proidas. Your era is over. Chapter 28. The Battle of Proidas. Upon hearing Angel's unabashed declaration, the Thunder Titan's fury ignited. The glory of the Titans, even if submerged in a corrupt world, is not something you mere insects can shatter. Angel, you once humbly knelt before my toes, beseeching my mercy. Now, I offer you one last chance. Kneel, and you may live. Perhaps the lethal threat within the gnome ranks had never truly dissipated, for the proud Thunder Titan decided, for the first time, to spare these beings. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were of age. The rest were mere youths. Even with their towering heights of nearly 100 meters, they could not mask their lack of legendary stature. Atreus yielded before the Titan's propagation, yet Angel shook his head. He gazed resolutely at the colossal figure before him and shouted, Atreus, I loathe the humiliation you have brought upon me. From that day forth, I shall never kneel again. With that, he raised the Angel spear above his head and soared into the air, launching an assault against the Thunder Titan, Atreus. Today, we shall eradicate the Titans. Troops, charge with me, to defy a demigod with the spirit of a legend. What courage and valor that evokes. The diverse races behind Angel, witnessing his airborne valor, were galvanized, their morale soaring as they surged forth to clash with the Titan ranks. The war ignited instantaneously. The 2 factions collided with swords and bodies, engaging in a brutal melee that escalated to its zenith in an instant. At the heart of the most intense battle lay the confrontation between Angel and the Thunder Titan. The anticipated scene of Angel being struck down or retreating before the Thunder Titan did not materialize. Instead, a resplendent aura of crimson energy erupted from Angel's form, reminiscent of a celestial conflagration, radiating a formidable presence that transcended mere legend. He was evidently a powerful demigod. In Jiang Yu's understanding, this marked the ascendance of the Blood Knight lineage into demigod knights. Who would have thought that Angel was indeed a demigod? Beside the 2 demigod titans, each titan was besieged by a multitude of legendary goblins, engaged in fierce combat. Among the remaining 5 titans, 3 were held at bay by the legendary warriors of the trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 found themselves encircled and overwhelmed by 2 seemingly elite goblin armies, one of which belonged to Angel's Yellow Robe Guardians. The legends of Furland were not invincible. Despite their formidable strength capable of facing thousands, they too could fall to the hands of mere mortals beneath their legendary status. In the future, a well-trained legion of 10,000 could potentially eliminate a long-established legend. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang You finally comprehended why Angel dared to contend with the Titans. The depth of the goblins' resources was indeed unfathomable. With over 20 legends and a single demigod, it was no wonder they could forge a vast empire. The 2nd chapter. Yet, having chosen a side, one must fight to the bitter end. Observing the countless eaglemen, griffins, and wyverns soaring behind the Titan army, Jiang Yu raised his bronze longsword and proclaimed loudly, "Today marks the moment of glory for our winged kin. We shall convey to those swine soaring in the skies that the heavens belong to the avian warriors. Grip our bows tightly, firmly clutch our longswords, defeat them. Let their heads become the stepping stones on our path to becoming a mighty race upon this continent. Kill, kill, kill. Mount Proidas loomed majestically over the plain, its sheer height prompting speculation as to whether it was a marvel of nature or the handiwork of man. The region, also known as Pro-Plain, spanned merely 1,000 miles in length and width, bordered to the southwest by the Night Whisper Forest, an elliptical lake to the east, and a narrow mountain range adjoining the northern grasslands. This expanse, with its lofty skies and vast openness, was naturally suited for aerial combat by the winged folk. In the face of an approaching aerial force nearing 100,000, Jiang You led his contingent of 10,000 winged warriors without resorting to direct melee confrontation. He commanded his kin to ascend higher, launching arrows from a distance. As the enemy desperately closed in, they would create space. When distance could not be maintained, the foremost winged warriors would instinctively discard their bows, drawing their long swords to thwart the advance of the eaglemen, griffins, and wyverns with blood and flesh. The long-range suppression from above proved to be lethal. Even the formidable griffins, possessing the extraordinary power of the winds, were driven to flee in disarray before such a relentless display of military might and unscrupulous tactics. Those who had never witnessed a volley of arrows unleashed could scarcely grasp its terror. Years later, this battle would become an everlasting agony for the eaglemen, for they, with only claws instead of hands, could never master the bow. Thus, nearly 100,000 of the Titan faction's aerial forces found themselves ensnared in a relentless chase orchestrated by Jiang You and his compatriots. However, it was a lamentable fact that Jiang You did not glimpse the Eagle King amidst this vast horde of eaglemen. Perhaps in this conflict, although the eaglemen aligned themselves with the Titans, they were not entirely willing to expend their utmost effort. This reluctance was not exclusive to the Titan faction. The various races of the Goblin faction shared the same sentiment. The Trolls and others still had tribes engaged on the side of the Titans. Every individual harbors selfish thoughts, especially those seasoned veterans who have lived for ages. Races like that of Jiang You, who truly lead their elite warriors to partake in the pivotal battle for the dominion of the Furland continent, are exceedingly rare. This also elucidates one of the reasons for the Goblin King's esteemed treatment of the winged race. Indeed, Jiang Yu's displayed demeanor is remarkably elevated. Several hours later, as the aerial combat concluded, the winged people emerged victorious after suffering the loss of 3,000 lives. Henceforth, the skies over Proidas were cleansed of the Titan faction's aerial forces. Subsequently, the winged returned to their encampment to replenish their depleting arrows, partake of sustenance, and rest briefly before embarking once more. The war was far from over. Jiang You commanded the wing to engage in free skirmishes against the various tribal armies of the Titan faction in squads of 50, while he himself, accompanied by hundreds of extraordinary winged, participated in the encirclement of the Titan giants. Upon returning to the skies and gazing down upon the earth, the Proidas plains were strewn with the corpses of millions, blood flowing like rivers. The Titans and the legendary goblins fought valiantly to the death. It was at this moment that Jiang You discerned why more than a dozen goblin legends could contend with such formidable demigods as the Titan giants. Each goblin legend wielded a peculiar alchemical artifact. Moreover, within the Goblin's central army, there existed a camp brimming with bizarre alchemical creations, unleashing firepower upon the Titans. Jiang You. These contraptions bore an uncanny resemblance to the super cannons of his past life. Chapter 29. Victory. As Jiang Yu's winged army joined the fray on the battlefield, the relentless rain of arrows cascading from the sky caused the morale of the Titan faction soldiers to plummet. The goblin commanders erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Foolish Titan slaves, your demise is imminent." Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the various races of the Titan faction did not crumble. They gazed at the battlefield's center, where the Thunder Titan Atreus relentlessly battered King Angelic of the goblins, gritting their teeth and enduring the rain of arrows above. The more civilized troll clan leaders shouted, "Raise your shields, raise your shields." Meanwhile, the less civilized mud monsters hoisted their enemies' corpses above their heads. As for the boarmen, ogres, and half-giants, they became even more ferocious in their assaults after being struck by arrows from the sky. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Jiang You, leading a contingent of several hundred extraordinary winged, approached a youthful Titan giant. This was an adolescent Titan, yet it possessed legendary strength, wielding an enigmatic long whip with its formidable physique and immense magical prowess, engaging in a fierce duel with the dwarven legend. Thus, Jiang You rallied his forces, declaring, "Winged people, heed my command. Aim for the vital points and unleash a barrage of radiant piercing arrows." This marked the winged race's development of the power of light. First round, eyes. In an instant, hundreds of specially crafted bronze-long arrows, imbued with searing radiance, soared toward the vulnerable areas of the juvenile titan. After the launch, Jiang You disregarded whether it was effective and, accompanied by the extraordinary winged, flew to the titan's rear. Second round, neck. 10th round, valley gate. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrows, the juvenile titan emitted a feeble wail. It was grievously wounded. The enraged titan giant unleashed a torrent of sand and dust towards Jiang You and his companions. Yet the prepared winged ones deftly evaded the onslaught. Seizing this opportune moment, the legendary dwarves brandished the colossal steel axe bestowed upon them by the goblins, and with a single swing, decapitated the youthful sand titan. Its head fell to the ground, and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. This marked the first titan to perish at the hands of mortals, excluding titans and dragons. Indeed, mortals could truly challenge the divine. A deafening cheer erupted from the myriad soldiers aligned with the goblin faction, resonating throughout the battlefield. In the heart of the fray, the thunder titan, Ateri, witnessed the severed head of the juvenile titan being hoisted by a group of mortal slaves. Suspended in the air by the winged ones to proclaim the might of the mortal race, fury erupted within him. His golden eyes crackled with tempestuous lightning, suffused with crimson rage. An overwhelming aura ascended, as the once clear skies were swiftly shrouded by ominous clouds. "Ants, ants, how dare you blaspheme the divine? I shall slay you all upon this earth." With a thunderous roar, 18 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like celestial pillars. In a single strike, tens of thousands perished beneath the wrath of his thunder. Simultaneously, the very fabric of thunder's law began to convulse. A sense of apocalyptic dread gripped the hearts of all present. Yet, in that moment of divine wrath, the thunder titan suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. The pristine spear, held in the hands of Angelic, erupted with an unparalleled silver radiance, a sensation akin to a vital thread being irrevocably ensnared in peril. In his final moments, he heard the lamenting sigh of the detestable goblin king echoing in his ears. "Holy spear, pierce through him." Thus, an unfamiliar mechanical voice resonated softly around Ateri. The laws of thunder surged violently. Space warped. Lock onto the blood of the mortal. Lock onto the source of their transcendence, judgment. Penetrate. With a resounding clang, that blinding light swept across the battlefield, rendering all momentarily blind. When their sight returned, a chilling realization dawned upon them. The once invincible thunder titan lay prostrate, his vigor waning, on the brink of death. The dying titan gazed at the astonished goblin king Angelic before him, the arrogance in his eyes extinguished. In the twilight of his existence, he mustered the strength to rise, bellowing towards the 2 adult titans not far away. "Bardex, MX, take the children and flee. Ateri." The 2 adult titans' eyes glistened with urgency, urging them to depart. "Remember, you must find our king, Ashumis. Avenge us and restore the titan lineage. Go." In swift succession, the remaining titans ignited with astral light. In the blink of an eye, the 6 remaining titans vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the goblin king Angelic, seemingly having regained his composure, roared with fury. "Proud titans, do you also retreat in disgrace? Ateri, I shall sever your head and use your skull as the gateway to my future goblin capital. I will ensure that for eternity, you shall guard our gates." On the battlefield, standing at the center, the thunder titan, Atrus, who was on the brink of death, was overwhelmed by a surge of boundless resentment and fury upon hearing the words spoken. The last vestige of his strength, which he had been desperately clinging to, swiftly dissipated, and he finally succumbed, falling to the ground, never to rise again. Witnessing the complete demise of the thunder titan, Angelic felt an immense sense of relief as he turned his gaze towards the 6 titans who had fled through the unknown astral realms. Little did anyone know that he was already at the end of his tether. The equipment he had acquired from the human refuge, which countered the titans, merely allowed him to endure the relentless assaults without succumbing to death. Moreover, half of the 20-odd legendary goblins he had brought along had perished amidst the chaos of battle. Although Angelic's spear had struck down the thunder titan Atrus, He had no confidence in overcoming the remaining two semi-divine titans. The energy contained within Angelic's spear was only sufficient for a single use. He had underestimated the titan's formidable strength. Fortunately, the sheer intimidation of Angelic's spear had compelled the titans to flee. Suspended in midair, Angelic gazed at the vast landscapes below and the awestruck expressions of countless beings, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. As silence enveloped the world, and the expansive pro-plane seemed to resonate solely with the gentle whispers of the wind, he summoned back his spear, raised it high, and proclaimed loudly, "We have triumphed." Chapter 30. A proposal. As Angelic's voice echoed, the heavens erupted with fervent cheers. Everyone was filled with excitement. They had vanquished a former deity. The various races within the goblin faction rejoiced, recalling the promise made by their king, Angelic. In stark contrast, the faces of the races within the Titan faction turned ashen, realizing they had placed their bets on the wrong side. In the skies, Jiang You did not wish to dampen the festive atmosphere. He too brandished his bronze sword high, celebrating the dawn of a new era. However, he and the winged race were still insufficiently powerful. This was not yet their time, as the Goblin King, Angelic, reveled in the cheers of the myriad races. He observed the jubilant celebrations on the ground and the soaring winged beings in the sky, and he joyfully announced, "My kin, allies of the goblins, at this moment, we have together defeated the titans who have ruled over Furland for countless years, becoming the masters of this land. From this day forth, no more of our kin shall be conscripted into those protracted wars, and no one shall be enslaved by the titans or dragons. Our people shall live in peace." Reflecting on the past, perhaps the Goblin King was genuinely elated, for he stood resilient against his fatigue, passionately delivering a lengthy discourse in the sky. As his speech drew to a close, he finally revealed some plans for the future. "I shall uphold my vow to construct the Goblin capital in Proedas, and once the city is completed, I shall be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. That time, I will grant lands to the various races." Upon hearing this, the cheers from the continent's races grew even more fervent. Wasn't their uprising against the Titans precisely for such rewards? Following this, the Goblin Coalition would endeavor to capture as many of the Titan-led coalition forces as possible. These captives would become the spoils of the victors, distributed as slaves among the races of the continent. That night, the Goblin King distributed copious amounts of beef and mutton, accompanied by fine wines and exquisite dishes, hosting a grand victory banquet within the military camp. The chieftains and leaders of various tribes were invited to gather outside the magnificent encampment of Angelic, where a more sumptuous night feast was held before a splendid bonfire. As Jiang You arrived with several loyal guards, he chanced upon a colossal hand being roasted over the enormous flames. A flurry of goblin chefs busily sprinkled an array of spices upon this enormous appendage. Jiang You instantly recognized it as the hand of the Thunder Titan, Atrus. How unfortunate for the Thunder Titan to have met his demise only to be consumed by goblins. He silently lamented to the little turtle perched on his shoulder. The turtle nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment of disapproval. One must leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. Such actions by the goblins might well elucidate the reasons for their dismal state following the collapse of the Goblin Empire. Before taking his seat, Jiang You first approached the throne of Goblin King Angelic to pay his respects. Angelic, now brimming with pride, was attended by 8 goblin maidens, while his loyal yellow-robed guards stood at a respectful distance. The legendary white spear, a symbol of authority that commanded respect across the continent, was planted beside the throne. Jiang You gazed longingly at the spear. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's presence, Angelic's countenance brightened. The winged race was one of the few that had united to support his kind wholeheartedly. "Jiang You, please take your seat. The banquet is about to commence," he exclaimed, having transitioned from referring to him as the Winged King to simply Jiang You. However, Jiang You paid it no mind and directly articulated his purpose. "Your Majesty, with the Titans vanquished, what are your plans for those races that aligned with them?" "Naturally, we shall conquer and obliterate them. The establishment of the empire necessitates a substantial number of slaves," Angelic replied. "What if they were to submit and willingly surrender?" Jiang You continued. "If they are not fervent loyalists of the Titans, then I shall allow their kin to survive. I am not a cruel ruler." Angelic furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "There are far too many races on the continent that were affiliated with the Titans, spread across vast territories. To eradicate them would demand considerable time and resources. Ideally, it would be best if they were to surrender. Moreover, as the emperor of the continent, the more races I govern, the better. Despite having triumphed over the Titans, he yearned for the prestige and status of the Titan King, leading him to weigh his considerations more comprehensively. Hearing Angelic's words, Jiang You mused on the capacity for change in all beings, including goblins. He quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, the winged race bears a deep-seated blood feud with the Eagle King's court. Should they extend an offer of surrender, I implore you to refuse." Angelic was taken aback by the revelation of a blood feud between the Eagle King's court and the winged race. Nevertheless, he held no fondness for the eagles, who opposed his allies. "Your Majesty, my ancestors and kin perished due to the machinations of the Eagle King's court and the Titans," Jiang You declared boldly. "I understand. The Eagle King's court has no right to coexist on the same continent as us. However, should you seek to eradicate the Eagle King's court, my race's legendary strength will be required. I have heard that the Eagle race's old king is also a legendary powerhouse. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old king is not a formidable foe. I can handle him." Upon the departure of Jiang You, an elderly, white-haired goblin hurriedly approached from behind. "Your Majesty, your previous statement is rather inappropriate," frowned Angelic, the Goblin King. "What is inappropriate?" The elderly goblin appeared oblivious to the discontent etched on Angelic's face as he continued. "The eagle folk must not be entirely exterminated. Should their entire race be wiped out, the winged beings shall become the undisputed sovereigns of the skies in Furland, with no one to challenge them. Griffins, harpies, and wyverns are mere beasts and cannot establish dominance, of course. This is also due to the fact that, at present, the profession of Griffin Knights has yet to be developed. But I have just promised him." Angelic wavered. "What you promised was merely for him to flatten the heavenly mountains and eradicate the Eagle folk royal court. If one or two Eagle princes managed to escape from the royal court, it would be entirely normal. With so many Eagle folk scattered across the continent, reconstructing an Eagle royal court would not be a daunting task. But wouldn't that appear to be a reversal of your word? How could it be seen as a reversal, Your Majesty? You are now the supreme ruler of the entire continent, the King of Kings. When considering matters, one must do so from this perspective." Upon hearing these words, Angelic felt they resonated deeply within him, leading to his acquiescence. What the great sage says is indeed so. Let it be as you say. Chapter 31. Flattening the heavenly mountains in the deep of night. The starry sky appeared dreamlike, yet the Proedas plains shone as brightly as day under the illumination of flames. Surrounding the massive bonfire before the royal tent were seats filled with the kings and leaders of various races from across the continent. Over the bonfire, the charred hand of the Thunder Titan had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Its flesh had been distributed by the Goblin King to all the leaders present from various races. This not only served to reaffirm their triumph over the Titan, but also proclaimed the Goblin clan's ascendance to dominance over the continent. As one of the important allies of the goblins, Jiang You was also granted a portion of the Titan's flesh. The Titan meat, treated by special methods, had lost its original explosive properties and was remarkably delicious. After all, it was the flesh of a demigod. Following this banquet, the Furlanders seemed to break free from a certain constraint, overcoming their innate fear of Titans and dragons. From this moment forth, the act of bathing in dragon's blood and consuming the flesh of dragons would commence, with the dragon race becoming increasingly rampant. Thus, within the lineage of dragons, the Titan clan was not only an arch-nemesis but also a source of folly. As the night feast progressed, while Jiang You watched with great interest as the ogre clan leaders drunkenly sparred before the bonfire, an elderly human approached him discreetly. "Esteemed Winged King Jiang You, I am one of the humans who emerged from the refuge, Yang Yen. You are also from the pre-era human race?" Jiang Yu inquired curiously, feeling a sense of kinship towards the elder. "Indeed," the human elder nodded with a smile. "Fiona has mentioned that you hail from the Eastern human lineage, sharing a common origin. No wonder I feel such closeness upon meeting you." "Ha ha ha, I feel the same." Jiang Yu laughed heartily at so. "What matter brings you to seek me, Lord Yang Yen?" "I heard from Fiona that His Excellency Jiang Yu prefers directness, so I shall speak plainly. Might I inquire if His Excellency is familiar with enchanting techniques?" "You actually possess enchanting techniques?" Jiang Yu's eyes brightened with surprise. In later times, enchanters are among the most esteemed professions in Furland. To be candid, enchanting techniques are a remarkable synthesis of human technology and the extraordinary powers of this era, developed through our research. Currently, we have discovered 3 distinct enchanting techniques: fire, lightning, and wind. We are willing to bestow these 3 enchanting techniques upon you, Yang Yin declared solemnly. What are your conditions? Jiang You inquired. Several centuries hence, when humanity is adrift upon the continent, we request that His Excellency shelter a portion of our kind and impart the enchanting techniques to them, the Elder of Humanity stated. Very well, I shall comply. However, I cannot fathom why you hold such little faith in the future of humanity. Jiang You nodded gravely and asked. The Elder of Humanity sighed deeply upon hearing this. Surely Fiona has conveyed to you that the goblins utilize us while remaining wary of us. Although Angelic provides us refuge, he ultimately believes that humanity possesses the potential to dominate the continent. For the sake of goblin hegemony, our descendants are forbidden from acquiring the knowledge we possess. Without the inheritance of knowledge, humanity will merely be one of the ordinary intelligent races of Furland in the future, posing no threat to the goblins, Yang Yin lamented. Cannot you secretly send some of your kin away? Jiang You suggested. We have made attempts, but before all the humans in our generation of refuge pass away, it is impossible for humanity to escape the watchful eyes of the goblin clan. Yang Yin shook his head. How ruthless! This is tantamount to raising the humans who emerge from these refuges to their demise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt sympathy for the plight of humanity and gained further insight into the goblin race. When the birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden. This is a bond forged in adversity, but not in shared prosperity. Though Angelic is currently bestowing titles upon the various races of the continent, Jiang Yu sensed that the goblins would not be so generous. That night, Jiang Yu acquired the enchanting techniques of humanity, his spirit soaring. Yet, unbeknownst to him, humanity not only sought the winged folk that night, but also the dwarves, merfolk, gnomes, and fairies among other races, in the future rise of humanity. Many races, thanks to the efforts of their ancestors, had contributed in some measure to aid humanity. The dwarves subsequently acquired exceptional forging techniques, the merfolk gained formidable sonic spells, and the elemental manipulation of the fairy race witnessed greater diversification. For the sake of humanity's legacy, those who emerged from the refuges exerted themselves to the utmost. On the following day, Jiang Yu bid farewell to the goblin king Angelic, leaving the injured to recuperate, and led the remaining winged army towards the heavenly mountains. 10 days later, Jiang Yu and his companions finally reached the skies above the heavenly mountains. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors soared above, armed with longbows and wielding long swords, their prowess unmatched, poised for action. Below them, in the realm of the Eagle King's court atop the Tianshan Mountains, a solitary eagle warrior stood upon the summit, his visage etched with concern as he gazed skyward at the formation of the winged legion. Their trepidation did not stem from the winged beings themselves, but rather from the victorious faction they represented. At that moment, an eagle envoy ascended into the air. Soaring towards Jiang Yu, he proclaimed with fervor, "Esteemed winged king, I beseech you to halt your advance." The eagle envoy has already departed days prior to seek an audience with the illustrious King of Kings, Angelic, delivering a missive of surrender and requesting allegiance. Please, grant us a few days. The Eagle clan shall surely earn His Majesty's forgiveness. Upon hearing the envoy's words, Jiang Yu scoffed derisively, unhesitatingly retorting, "No need for that. The Eagle court has no right to exist in Furland. Angelic shall not accept your capitulation. Today, I shall trample the Tianshan and obliterate your Eagle court." With that, heedless of the envoy's pallid countenance, he raised his longbow and bellowed, "Warriors, today we avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Slay!" With a single command, the winged warriors raised their weapons, their voices echoing in a furious chant. Avenge the blood feud of 9 generations, slay. Flatten the Tianshan, slay. In an instant, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the eagles atop the mountain. The battle erupted. The eagles, caught off guard, fell in droves as blood flowed freely, staining the mountainside crimson. In that moment, all eagles realized that negotiations had collapsed. Swathes of them took to the skies, charging towards the winged warriors. Though they trembled at the might of the opposing faction, the thought of not resisting, having been attacked in their own homeland, seemed foolish. Days prior, the scouts of the eagles had detected the movements of the winged army, yet they had clung to a sliver of hope. Tens of thousands of royal eagles ascended to battle, but the winged warriors once again showcased their superiority in ranged combat, employing their aerial tactics to force the eagles into retreat. Even the swiftest among the eagle's elite were met with equal numbers of winged combatants. Originally, the eagles had boasted a greater number of extraordinary warriors, yet half of them had perished on the battlefield against the titans and goblins. As the morale of the eagles began to crumble, a resounding shout echoed from within the grand stone palace atop the mountain. "Cursed winged beings, you have gone too far." Subsequently, a formidable eagle warrior, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a tempest, charged towards Jiang You and his cohorts. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in deep black plumage, he towered over the average eagle by a head, emanating an air of authority. This was none other than the sole legend of the eagles, King Lycris. He represented the pinnacle of the eagle clan's prowess, a legendary advancement of the sky warrior. Legendary profession. King of Storms, Chapter 32. Slaying the Eagle King. Faced with the onslaught of the Elder Eagle King, Jiang You ordered the winged warriors to vacate the airspace, continuing their assault on the Eagle Court's forces. He remained in place, preparing to confront this venerable legend. In the realm of Furland, a legend embodied the utmost strength of a tribe. An ordinary tribe might require countless generations to cultivate the conditions necessary for the birth of a legend. From the realm of the extraordinary to that of the professional, from the ranks of the formal to those of the heroic, the ascension often demands an immense investment of time and resources from an entire tribe. Enduring trials of blood and fire. The birth of a legend signifies the true empowerment of a race. A legendary figure possesses a lifespan of at least a millennium, capable of safeguarding their lineage for 1,000 years. What a remarkable fortune that is. As the sole legend of the Eagle tribe, the aged Eagle King is well beyond his prime. Eagles are not a long-lived species. In this era, the average lifespan of an ordinary eagle is merely around 50 years. Although he appears as a middle-aged eagle, the Eagle King has already lived for 9 centuries and has but a few years left. His physical faculties have waned, and his prowess is far from what it once was. Consequently, he tends to adopt a cautious approach, as exemplified in the conflict between the Titans and the Goblins. Despite being a tribe that has pledged allegiance to the Thunder Titans for generations, he refrained from committing fully to the battle, all for the future of the Eagle Kingdom. The greatest regret of the Eagle King lies in the absence of a new legend among his descendants. Presently, none among his princes or grandsons exhibit extraordinary talents. While there are numerous gifted young eagles within the tribe, the Eagle King is reluctant to bestow the legendary ascension of royal lineage upon these talented individuals. The position of Eagle King is a legacy meant solely for his progeny. At times, he even laments his past decisions. In his earlier years of vigor, he had a remarkably gifted prince who ascended to the ranks of heroes in a mere few decades. Yet, in a bid to secure his own reign, he conspired to thwart his son's path to the extraordinary, resulting in the young prince's tragic demise and the subsequent exile of his descendants from the royal court. It is said that this small clan settled in the east, on a modest hill, where they began to thrive. Above the Tianshan Mountains, the Eagle King, imbued with the tempestuous might of the storm, soared through the skies, brandishing a bone spear, filled with murderous intent as he charged towards Jiang You, his heart seething with rage. Initially, his intention was to surrender to the Goblin King, ensuring the continued existence of the Eagle Kingdom. He had selected his strongest offspring to succeed him as the next Eagle King, harboring no fears of dissent within the tribe, for those with exceptional talents had already been dispatched to the battlefield against the Titans and Goblins. Thus, many years hence, when his progeny would give rise to a new legend, the Eagles would rise again. However, now, the winged legion led by Jiang You sought to obliterate his kingdom. Furthermore, from Jiang Yu's words, it seemed that the Eagles had already forfeited their chance to surrender. His kingdom was truly in peril. This incited within him a desire to rend Jiang You into 1,000 pieces. How despicable! At that moment, as he ascended into the heavens to confront the winged leader, he observed that Jiang You did not flinch. Instead, he unsheathed his long sword, composed and unperturbed, awaiting their clash, which elicited a hearty laugh from the Eagle King. The ignorant winged one, could the might of a legend be opposed by a mere hero? As he neared Jiang You within 50 meters, the Eagle King raised his bone spear high, enveloped by the furious power of the storm, the rhythm of legend radiating around him, as a tempestuous domain composed of wind enveloped Jiang You. The storm domain. Instantly, within this realm, dozens of storm-forged wind spears howled towards Jiang You, the legendary aura pressing down upon him with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the Eagle King surged forward, spear in hand. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of the Eagle King, Jiang Yu's violet eyes ignited with a brilliant radiance. Behind him, the pristine white wings shimmered with a pure luminescence, soon followed by two wings of light composed of brilliance. His speed surged exponentially, akin to a blade dancing on the precipice, deftly evading all assaults from the Eagle King with unwavering resolve. Jiang Yu wielded his bronze sword, purple bolts of furious lightning coursing along its blade. In the fleeting moment when the Eagle King's bone spear struck empty air, Jiang Yu's sword cleaved into the Eagle King's ebony wings. Blood gushed forth, inciting the Eagle King's fury even further. In an instant, Jiang Yu found himself adrift upon a tempestuous sea. Yet, the indomitable fighting spirit bestowed by the champions will rendered it nearly impossible for the Eagle King, despite his advantageous position, to inflict even the slightest harm upon Jiang Yu. Rather, it was Jiang Yu who relentlessly drained the Eagle King's strength. Ultimately, amidst gasps of astonishment, the Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings shattered, and he plummeted to the ground. Age had caught up with him, rendering him incapable of enduring prolonged combat. Had he been in his prime, Jiang Yu might not have stood a chance. As he pursued the fallen Eagle King, a bitter smile graced the latter's lips. I am willing to surrender, to pledge allegiance to your winged race. Unnecessary, Jiang Yu coldly rejected, gracefully landing upon the earth. Striding toward the prostrate Eagle King, despair enveloped the Eagle King, compelling him to finally inquire, "Why must you drive my kin to extinction?" "Oh, Eagle King, do you not recall the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe?" "Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe?" The Eagle King pondered deeply. "I do not remember," he eventually conceded. "Yet we do my ancestors hail from the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe. In our times of weakness, it was your Eagle King's court that repeatedly drained the lifeblood from the Gaoman Mountain tribe. My forebears were all sacrificed as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield of titans and dragons. Today, we have come to exact our vengeance. Did you not foresee that the once mighty Eagle King's court would ultimately be obliterated by the very tribe it once scorned?" Jiang Yu erupted in laughter, unwilling to allow the Eagle King another word, and with a swift stroke, severed his head, the decapitated head soared into the sky. A sudden realization dawned upon the Eagle King. Was it not Gaoman Mountain, the dwelling place of the descendant of his most exceptional son? Had I not acted as I did, might the outcome have been different? Consumed by boundless regret, the Eagle King's consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 33, Legend. The Blazing Holy Thunder. You have slain the legendary powerhouse, the Eagle King. Experience 5,000. The system's timely notification did not disrupt Jiang Yu's contemplation. Standing atop the heavenly mountain, before the lifeless form of the Eagle King, Jiang Yu let his bloodied sword hang low. He gazed at the sky, where the winged and eagle warriors were still embroiled in battle, though fewer in number. The winged warriors, under the tactical and ranged arrow suppression, found the eagle warriors of the court to be utterly outmatched. Thus, when Jiang Yu dispatched the Eagle King, the remaining eagle warriors upon the heavenly mountain were thrown into disarray. "The king is dead. The king is dead." Some gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. How could this be? The Eagle King is indeed a legend, yet he was slain by the Winged King's formidable prowess. The morale of the Eagle people plummeted to an abyss in an instant. They were never the equals of the winged folk. Now, with their king's demise, their fear deepened. In the face of terror, a small contingent of eagle warriors began to flee, triggering a chain reaction that sent a multitude of them cascading into a panicked retreat. Amidst a blood feud spanning 9 generations, the winged warriors pursued relentlessly, leaving countless corpses in their wake. On the other side of the Tian Mountain, in a secluded corner of the Eagle King's court, a diminutive figure cloaked in shadows smiled at a tall young eagle. "So, Prince Food, was I not correct? The Eagle King was no match for the Winged King. Now, will you accompany me?" The young eagle's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with a palpable dread. He inhaled deeply, lamenting, "Indeed, as you have foretold, the Eagle King's court has fallen. I am willing to follow you. A wise choice. In time, we shall assist you in rebuilding the Eagle King's court. When shall this transpire?" "Certainly not at this moment. Your task is to rally the majority of the eagles from Furland." "Understood." As he gazed at the scattering eagles, watching the flames engulfing the crumbling Eagle King's court, a profound sense of clarity enveloped Jiang Yu beside the lifeless form of the Eagle King. In that instant, an unwavering determination dissipated. and a sensation of spiritual enlightenment coursed through him, as if graced by divine inspiration. His essence began to stir, a spark of brilliance merging with the ocean of spirituality. In that fleeting moment, amidst the expanse of the cosmos, resplendent light and violet thunder erupted, illuminating half the sky over Tian Mountain. Within the ocean of spirituality, for the first time, Jiang You coalesced his own will into a luminous halo, a dazzling blend of purple and white. As the violet and white radiance whirled, it harmonized with a multitude of elemental forces of lightning and light. Threads of thunder and principles of light were awakened, projecting the power of the laws upon the halo. Thus, under the influence of these laws, simultaneously, in the outer realms, a domain constructed of thunder and light emerged. You have awakened the legendary domain, Holy Thunder Domain. Within this domain, Jiang Yu's form transformed. His physique approached perfection, his features transcended ordinary beauty, no longer resembling a mere mortal. His silver hair shimmered softly, exuding a faint glow, while his immaculate wings glistened, coursing with the power of light and thunder. Adorned with silver hair, violet eyes, and pristine white wings, empowered by the forces of light and thunder, a sacred aura emanated from him. Within his bloodline, a torrent of life essence surged forth, akin to the burgeoning breath of spring. The system's notification echoed in response. Your bloodline has undergone a complete evolution. You have awakened the bloodline talent, immortal kind. Your bloodline failed to elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of a mortal kind is incompatible with your bound race. You have advanced to the legendary profession, Holy Thunder Blaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Chapter 34. Coronation as King. The birth of every legendary profession awakens unique legendary traits. With differing professions come diverse legendary traits. In general, legendary professions typically awaken only one trait. For instance, the Eagle King awakens the legendary trait, Storm Lord, which enhances storm control. However, Jiang Yu's situation is somewhat unique. With the assistance of Juncture, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of two titans, awakening two forms of extraordinary power, thunder and light. Thus, he awakened two legendary traits, one passive and one active, Divine Might. The damage inflicted by the power of thunder is exponentially increased, Sacred Heart, entering an absolute combat state. The enhancement from these two legendary traits endowed him, upon advancing to legendary status, with prowess rivaling that of established legendary champions. Nevertheless, what brought him even greater joy was the complete elevation of his bloodline. Longevity species. This signifies that he possesses a significantly prolonged lifespan, allowing him to traverse further, with the potential to glimpse the divine throne in the future. However, he found himself pondering upon seeing the system notification indicating that the winged race had not evolved into the longevity species. In his vision, the winged should be a race comparable to the future elven kin. Yet now, although the lifespan of the winged has slightly surpassed that of the eagles due to bloodline mutations, they still remain akin to ordinary races. Presently, across the continent, aside from the dragons, only the dwarves, due to their ancestors possessing Titan blood, possess a longer lifespan, reaching 300 years. All others remain within 200 years. So, how did the elves achieve this? Just as Jiang You was deep in thought, a resounding and fervent cheer suddenly erupted from the skies and lands of the heavenly mountains. He was jolted awake, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Countless winged warriors soared with their pristine wings, raising their longbows and swords high. They looked at him, jubilant and ecstatic. The mountains were strewn with the bodies of fallen eagles, and the collapsed Eagle King's court flowed with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations has been avenged today. Having long struggled beneath the pinnacle of legendary status, he has broken through. The winged race has acquired its first legendary champion, officially stepping onto the grand stage of the continent's formidable races. These are the reasons behind the winged's fervent cheers. In the face of his kin's cheers, Jiang You recalled the promise he made to them before setting out. He retracted the Holy Thunder Domain, unfurled his white wings, and ascended to great heights, his clear voice resonating throughout the lands and skies of the heavenly mountains. Kin, I once proclaimed that the winged race, after a century of accumulation, would rise in a single day, avenging the blood feud of 9 worlds, leveling the heavenly mountains, and shattering the royal court. Today, we have achieved this. Those who once scorned us, the Eagle Court, now lie upon the ground, with the Eagle King reduced to a foolish head. The heavenly mountains tremble beneath our feet, and countless tribal eagles are no longer subjected to the agony of enslavement. Kin, I have stated before that a crown is born of blood and fire. At this moment, I shall be crowned king amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, within the ruins of the collapsed royal court. Just then, the clouds above parted, revealing a great opening. The sun shone brightly in the sky, and a beam of radiant golden light illuminated Jiang You, casting him in a divine and sacred light. The mountains crown me, the blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth, I am the king of the winged. Jiang Yu's proclamation echoed through the mountains and valleys, resonating across the rivers and hills. As the voice of proclamation resonated, it echoed like the waves of the sea and the reverberations of the mountains. The sky was filled with the jubilant cries of the winged folk. King, king, our tribe has a king. Chapter 35. The Lord of the Skies. Crowned atop the heavenly mountain, Jiang Yu led his kin in a circle around the peak, taking with them some treasured artifacts from the Eagle King's court. The bodies of the Eagle folk were respectfully interred, while the remnants of their royal abode were tidied in a cursory manner. This land, in accordance with the pact made with the Goblin King Angelic, was destined to become the domain of the winged people. Jiang Yu resolved to establish a mountain city here, intending for a portion of his tribe to reside and flourish, serving as their foothold on the continent. In the blueprint for future development, the winged folk would require considerable time for growth and evolution. Their strength was not likely to increase significantly in the short term. Jiang Yu decided to subtly enhance the bloodline of the winged people over generations, striving to evolve them into the immortal beings of his vision. To this end, he resolved to request the bones of some Titan giants from King Angelic after his coronation as emperor. It was rumored that beneath the Proidas Mountains lay the remains of many fallen Titans. The completion of the Goblin capital, before King Angelic's ascension, would take another year. After dispatching a contingent of winged warriors to gather intelligence in Proidas, Jiang Yu returned with the majority of his forces to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Having recently ascended to legend, he needed to solidify his realm and, concurrently, determine the trajectory of his legendary journey ahead. From Jiang Yu's understanding, there were three paths to transcendence beyond the legendary. The first was to continue along the legendary path, traversing the mortal realm, becoming invincible, and ultimately achieving the pinnacle of legend, attaining immortality. The second was the path of divinity, establishing a terrestrial kingdom of gods, ultimately elevating oneself to a divine throne and becoming a great deity. The third, the rarest of all, was the path of the Sky Lord, forging a throne in the heavens and ultimately descending to earth, transforming the world into one's dominion. Each of these paths was fraught with difficulty. The first path, that of the mortal legend, would see many great mages, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests, who would otherwise have no hope of becoming gods, traverse this route in the future. This path did not conflict with the path of divinity and posed no threat to the deities. The second path, that of becoming a god, was widely known and began with relative ease, becoming increasingly arduous. Those legends who pursued this route would first attain demigod status, only then igniting the divine flame to ascend to godhood. However, divine positions were limited. If the divinity one sought was already occupied, the only recourse was to slay the existing god, a task that was daunting to contemplate. Moreover, divine ranks varied greatly, with the weaker gods merely surpassing legends by a slight margin, inherently destined to be divine. The third path, however, was little known among the vast expanse of the astral realm, as it was fundamentally opposed to the second path. One represented the coexistence of multiple deities, while the other was singular and absolute, highlighting the inherent difficulty between the two. Jiang Yu's awareness of this path stemmed from a unique quest he had undertaken in a past life while playing a game. The existence of such a method implied that someone must have succeeded in it. Atop the mountain of heaven, amidst the torrential rain, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged upon a stone, contemplating the myriad paths that lay before him. His foremost inclination was to pursue the path of divinity. However, he was acutely aware of the impending era known as Ragnar K in the latter stages of the 5th chapter. During that tumultuous time, the very fabric of existence would unravel, and the celestial realms of the gods would teeter on the brink of collapse. The majority of deities would be compelled to transform into saints in a desperate bid for survival. In that chaotic juncture, countless divine beings would meet their demise at the hands of mortals, who would usurp their divine titles and ascend as new gods, thus revealing that divinity was not synonymous with immortality. Conversely, achieving immortality in the realm of legends proved to be an arduous endeavor, often more challenging than attaining godhood itself. Moreover, prior to attaining immortality, one's combat prowess and survival capabilities could be eclipsed by even the weakest of divine entities. After much deliberation, he gazed upon his system panel, his attention drawn to the dazzling talent of Champion's Will, and reminisced about his former world. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of resolute determination ignited within his eyes. Having ventured into this realm, what meaning would there be in failing to become the strongest? He resolved to embark upon the path of the Skylord. Should he endure until the 5th chapter and await the unlocking of the system, success might well be within his grasp. But how to traverse the path of the Skylord? Chapter 36. The Journey Ahead. Reflecting on the explanations of the Skylord from the gaming lore of his past life, he recalled the path of the divine. By the 5th chapter, the path of the divine was no longer a secret. Demigods would condense the essence of the laws into their hearts, establishing terrestrial kingdoms of deities, then intertwining their dominion with the heavens and the earth, collecting faith, igniting divine flames, thereafter forming their divine essence, elevating their realms to the heavens, and forging their thrones in the celestial expanse. To wield the authority of heaven and earth with their divine essence and rank was to become a true god. This was to shepherd the mortals on behalf of heaven, thus becoming an integral part of the cosmic order. In contrast, the Skylord, while similarly wielding authority, was tasked with the dominion over the universe. Therefore, establishing a throne in the sky was an essential step. Without truly achieving the status of world sovereign, one must impose their throne upon countless laws. In Jiang Yu's perspective, laws represented the great path. To stabilize the world with oneself, to suppress myriad paths with his own. One path to overshadow 1,000. Thus, it was entirely appropriate to deem the Skylord as the singular deity. To Jiang You, this personal path was not merely the myriad laws of existence known within the realms, the 3,000 great paths, but rather the creation of a unique path that would subdue the 3,000 great paths. But how to accomplish this? Jiang Yu glanced at the sword sheathed at his waist, and thoughts surged forth like a galloping steed, as the vast knowledge he had acquired in his previous life flowed through his consciousness. The wisdom of 2 worlds collided in his mind like brilliant sparks, as if he stood upon the shoulders of a giant, gazing down upon the annals of time, in this ceaseless endeavor. His spirit was worn thin, as such intense contemplation drained his mental reserves. Even as a legendary being, he began to show signs of fatigue. At long last, a year later, the confluence of extraordinary circumstances wrought something unique. Once again, a day of thunderous rain arrived. Just as a ray of light pierced the gloom, his spiritual insight surged forth. A previously uncharted path of ascension was illuminated by his brilliance. It was a journey unlike any before, immensely arduous yet resplendently glorious. Atop the mountain peak, the rain fell in torrents. Beneath the flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his deep, starry purple eyes. The wings unfurling from his back spread wide like clouds descending from the heavens. Raindrops cascaded down his face and between his feathers, leaving traces of the world upon him. His spine arched like a great dragon. He rose to his feet, his right hand gripping the long sword at his waist. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade, slicing through the air with a flourish, and let out a hearty laugh. I have heard tales that a sufficiently powerful will can even bend the very fabric of laws. Therefore, I shall substitute the laws with my own will and forge a new decree. This path is nameless, yet my will shall serve as the arbiter of heaven and earth, clear and unambiguous. Henceforth it shall be known as the decree. Thus, I shall ascend to the heights of the heavens, crafting a throne of judgment, establishing the path of decree to dominate the origins of all things. This decree shall forge 3,000 swords of judgment, tempered by myriad laws as their sustenance. Ultimately, I shall attain immortality. Contemplating the path ahead, a wave of relief washed over his heart. However, the first step still required the true mastery of a singular law. This would serve as the inaugural path of my decree. At last, the course before me became clear, my heart and being as pure as jade, my thoughts and visions manifesting like dreams. Just as he comprehended the essence of his own path, the champion's will surged violently, akin to a sword raised against the heavens. Within his soul, an ethereal sword, forged from his indomitable will, emerged, followed by countless spectral longswords representing the suppression of innumerable laws, intertwining and merging within his spirit. Ultimately, an illusory throne, composed of countless swords of decree, materialized deep within his consciousness. At the very moment this celestial throne manifested, the heavens erupted with a deafening roar of thunder. The entire world trembled in response. It was as if this vast realm sensed an impending crisis. Ominous clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, obscuring the horizon. A disquieting sensation arose within every living being, as though something precious was about to be seized. In Proedas, the king of goblins, who was caressing the unfinished imperial throne, was suddenly beset by an inexplicable disdain, though the target of his disdain remained shrouded in mystery. A formidable foe. Who could it be? Upon the vast, hidden island of Wuhua, several ancient dragons were roused from their slumber. Who has provoked the ire of the world? Across the globe, regardless of race, every legendary warrior was engulfed in confusion. A sensation that mingled both great opportunity and grave peril surged forth. What is happening? I am already a legend. Why do I feel this unsettling dread? Atop heaven's peak, amidst the torrential rain, Jiang You suddenly sensed an overwhelming terror rising within his heart. It was as if an innate malice of the world had manifested. This startled him awake, cold sweat cascading down from head to toe. It felt as though someone was whispering in his ear. Great disrespect. Great disrespect. He hurriedly dispersed the illusory throne of judgment from his mind. Instantly, the strange phenomenon in the world vanished. Yet, he remained haunted by trepidation. Just a nascent glimpse of the path, and the world's malevolence descended. No wonder no one has ever attained immortality as a lord of the skies. No, it is exceedingly rare. This is a transcendent path unrecognized by the world. How arduous indeed! Nevertheless, within Jiang Yu's heart, the world's malice did not instill fear. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination. Like a roaring inferno, his ambition soared high. This path is precisely the perilous road I, as a champion, yearn to traverse. It marks the inception of achieving unparalleled strength. He chuckled softly. Thus, the first step is to fully comprehend the power of the laws at my disposal and attain perfection. At present, I have merely grasped a mere fragment of the laws. It is prudent not to touch upon the sensitive realms of the world's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the initial phase of this arduous journey bears little distinction from the path of demigods. Therefore, I shall first consolidate the heart of the laws, embody the essence of a demigod, and await the opportune moment to act. Thunder, light. I shall commence by mastering these two laws, with the path to divinity as a facade. I shall undertake the affairs of the sovereign of the heavens and earth. As for the throne, that shall be forged in due course. He lifted his gaze toward the resplendent moon and the shimmering stars above. Indeed, there should be more to behold in the sky. Chapter 37. The beginning of the second volume, The Goblin King's City. In the span of a few days, outside Paradise Mountain, a winged being hurriedly returned from the west. His countenance was urgent as he soared through the skies, arriving at the white stone fortress of Paradise Mountain, where he proclaimed loudly, "My king, the Goblin King's City, Proedas, has been completed. King Angelic has announced that a coronation ceremony will be held in 1 month's time." Within the white stone fortress, a small turtle lay atop a wooden table, softly snoring. Jiang You, who was attending to the pressing matters of his clan, immediately rose from his wooden chair upon hearing the winged messenger's loud announcement. Angelic is finally to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. This is a classic scene marking the dawn of the second volume. The feeling of witnessing history in his heart surpassed that of merely experiencing the passage of time. As he awaited the winged messenger to enter the hall and announce once more, Jiang You instructed his guards to escort the messenger to rest. He then turned to his winged assistant and said, "Shao Yi, go forth and select 800 elite winged beings to accompany my guards as we journey to Proedas to celebrate with Angelic." "Yes, my king," replied a winged girl diligently working at a nearby wooden table. The vast winged tribe was beyond his solitary management, so upon his return, he had selected several intelligent and reliable winged beings as his administrative aides. Inona was among the finest, having been promoted to assistant. After Inona departed, Jiang Yu patted the small turtle's head on the table and said with a smile, "Little Ba, awaken. We must prepare to set forth for Proedas." The sleepy turtle jolted awake, its bewildered gaze revealing a clear yet naive innocence. Far from the astuteness it would later possess. Boss, we are setting off on another journey. Let us hurry. It naturally stood upright on its two turtle legs and clambered onto Jiang Yu's shoulder, rubbing its drowsy eyes. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. With Angel's coronation as emperor, the dynamics of this world will shift. Regardless of the changes, I remain undaunted, the proud little turtle proclaimed, tilting its head defiantly. Who are you addressing? Ba Goot, boss, I was mistaken. On the following day, 1,000 elite winged beings gathered in the skies above Paradise Mountain. Among them were 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, sufficient to support Angel's aerial forces. With a commanding shout from Jiang You, they all set off towards the western land of Proadas. A month later, Jiang Yu led the winged troops to this moment, on the Proadas plain. A majestic city had already been erected on the high mountain also named Proadas. Its towering walls, reminiscent of the Titan's fortifications, soared to an impressive height of 500 meters, while the internal structures were designed to accommodate the goblins and various races of the continent, exhibiting a remarkable orderliness akin to that of grand ancient cities from a past era. The goblins lacked such architects, and Jiang Yu had every reason to believe that this was indeed the masterpiece of those humans who had emerged from the shelters among the goblins. At the original city gate, there was indeed a massive skull embedded at its center, with its gaping mouth serving as the entrance. Every wise race that passed through the gate could feel a sense of semi-divine majesty and a faint shiver of trepidation. It seemed that Goblin King Angel had indeed kept his word. He promised to forge the head of the Thunder Titan Atlas into the city gate, and he had fulfilled that promise. Upon witnessing this, the myriad races of the continent could not help but marvel at the goblins' might, understanding the formidable power of the goblin race, lowering their proud heads in submission. There was no shame in this. During the Titan's reign, the goblins had similarly bowed in reverence, even more so. At the site of Proadas, where part of the mountaintop had been leveled, a vast expanse of flat land was left behind. A magnificent palace, embodying both steampunk aesthetics and the pre-epic human style, stood majestically upon it. It was breathtaking, evoking awe that it seemed beyond the realm of human creation. Even Jiang Yu felt that his own white stone fortress appeared somewhat simplistic in comparison. Before the palace lay a spacious square, where a stone statue of Goblin King Angel stood proudly, depicting him with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the mountains and rivers. Jiang Yu beheld this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As Jiang Yu and the winged beings landed outside the city gate, a goblin official hurriedly approached them, guiding them into the city of Proadas. The goblin official led them directly to a tall building that resembled a pair of outstretched wings. Your Highness, Winged King, this is the residence we have specially prepared for the nobility of our kind. From this day forth, this place belongs solely to the winged race. Chapter 38. A knock on humanity. Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, at last, the winged race had a place to settle in the goblin capital. He gazed upon this symbolically significant tall structure, its wing design reflecting the goblin's thoughtfulness. After all, wasn't this akin to an embassy? In fact, along this street, there were not only the wing-shaped buildings designed for their race, but also dwarven structures resembling hammers, troll edifices akin to tusks, and fairy buildings reminiscent of forests, alongside those of centaurs, merfolk, gnomes, and more. This street appears to have been specifically established for those esteemed individuals of the dragon-slaying lineage. Before pushing open the doors of the Winged One's architecture, the goblin official inquired, Your Highness, this building has yet to receive a name. You may bestow one upon it, and we shall have the craftsman affix a plaque. In that case, let it be called the Embassy of the Winged Ones, replied Jiang Yu without hesitation. The goblin official, upon hearing this, expressed astonishment. The name you have chosen mirrors those mentioned in the tongues of the refugees. It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness indeed has an affinity for the human race. In certain respects, I find we share a profound commonality. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. He harbored no concerns about being regarded with suspicion by the goblins for his closeness to humanity. In truth, the formidable human technologies and equipment were predominantly under the control of the Goblin King, Angel. Moreover, the lifespan of humans is rather short. Even if they pursue the path of the sequence, under the constraints imposed by the goblins, their descendants would eventually become just another ordinary race in Furland after a few centuries. They pose no threat. For the sake of the future Goblin Empire's eternal dynasty, Angel, while not resorting to absolute measures, would certainly employ every tactic at his disposal. Nevertheless, one matter had long perplexed Jiang You. Was there truly no superlative being at the pinnacle of the extraordinary sequence system that once characterized the illustrious civilization of the prehistoric era? In the game lore, those who reached the apex of various pathways to sequence one were referred to as gods. The goblin official's exclamation before the embassy of the Winged Ones interrupted Jiang Yu's reverie. Indeed, humanity is a remarkable race. He then added solemnly, Your Highness, the exclusive plaque will be delivered tomorrow, and we shall take full responsibility for your sustenance during this period. Additionally, in 1 month's time, the coronation ceremony of our king will take place. Please be sure to attend punctually. Jiang Yu replied earnestly, I shall certainly remember. The goblin official took his leave with polite decorum. At this moment, the goblin race presented themselves in a pristine and orderly manner, exuding an air of dignity and self-assurance, accompanied by the pride of being the mightiest race on the continent. Such is the current might of Furland. One cannot help but wonder how things may evolve in the future. Once the goblin official had departed, Jiang Yu led his kin into the grand embassy shaped like a pair of wings. The interior of the embassy was vast, capable of accommodating 1,000 winged ones, and still had ample space to spare. These edifices were originally reconstructed upon the palace that once housed the Titans. Thus the area was indeed considerable. Several hours later, as the sun began to set, the golden hues of dusk enveloped the land. Jiang Yu, accompanied by a few loyal guards and the little turtle, strolled through this newly established goblin city. The houses were arranged in meticulous order, and the streets were broad and expansive, as if several circular paths had been constructed to encircle the central Mount Proadas. The entire city could easily accommodate 1 million inhabitants. Amgel's ambition was vividly evident from the very inception of the city. Ultimately, he ascended the lofty city walls, gazing down upon this resplendent new city. The newly erected goblin capital radiated brilliance. A vibrant civilization was on the rise. In the days that followed, aside from occasional outings, Jiang Yu devoted the majority of his time to cultivation. During this period, he was received once by Goblin King Angel in the newly completed royal palace. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's legendary achievements, Angel was taken aback for a moment, feeling an increased sense of affinity towards him. However, in this era, everything is dictated by strength. In the present-day Furland, the winged tribe led by Jiang Yu stands as the most formidable aerial army, compelling Angel to regard them with utmost seriousness. Yet, upon Jiang Yu's emergence from the palace, the great sage of the goblins approached Angel's throne, furrowing his brow and stating, Now that the leader of the winged tribe has attained legendary status, he is no longer as easily controlled as before. 100,000 members of the winged tribe constitute a flying legion capable of battling in the skies. Even legends and demigods would find themselves in a quandary. It is not fear that they inspire, but rather the complexity of resolution. Before ascension to godhood, divine power and extraordinary strength are two distinct entities. Angel, being a man of strong desire for control, is unperturbed by the might of the troll clans, for Furland is home to numerous diverse troll tribes. However, the United Winged Tribe, under the leadership of a legend, poses a dilemma. Even internal strife would be swiftly quelled by that legendary figure. Your Majesty, perhaps we might establish our own flying legion. Our own? With those eagle men? Angel inquired, perplexed. Not them. I have observed those eagle men, and their spirits are utterly depleted. They are beyond redemption. What I propose is that we, as the Goblin clan, possess various knightly professions. Why not select a type of flying beast to serve as the mount for our aerial knights? The great sage suggested with a smile, splendid idea. Pray tell, great sage, which flying beast could serve as the steed for our flying knights? Angel asked, intrigued. The griffin. During our campaigns against the Titans, did we not capture a multitude of griffins? The great sage replied, leaning on his staff with a grin. Excellent, 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 marvelous. Angel exclaimed thrice, evidently elated. I, the great sage, feel as though I have found water after a long drought, akin to a saber-toothed tiger sprouting wings. Let us proceed as you suggest. He laughed heartily. However, in the meantime, we must convey sufficient regard for the winged tribe. We remain unaware of where the ancient dragons may be lurking. An aerial force is indispensable. Then, since the winged king has achieved legendary status, let him serve as the guardian of the eastern domain of the empire. The great sage proposed. Agreed. Angel nodded. That territory remains untouched by the goblins. It is but a hollow title. We shall bestow it upon him, and when our goblin clan has flourished, we can later find an excuse to reclaim it. After concluding this matter with the great sage, he intended to retire to the harem to indulge in the company of his newly acquired goblin beauties. Just as he assumed the great sage was about to take his leave, he noticed the sage lingering, offering further counsel. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. What is it? Angel replied without a trace of impatience. Currently, those in the refuge are engaging in numerous subtle maneuvers, maintaining contacts with various races. I believe it is time for us to assert our stance. Upon hearing this, Angel's brow furrowed. The ability to conquer the Furlan continent is attributable not only to the goblin clan's accumulated strength over countless years, but also significantly to the human beings emerging from the refuge. Without these humans, their victory over the Titans would have been implausible. We must strike a blow against the human race and allow the various tribes of the continent to witness our stance towards them, declared the great sage of the goblins. How shall we proceed? Among those humans, is there not a woman named Fiona? It is said that during their time, she was specifically trained as a sanctuary administrator for the humans, effectively serving as a nominal leader among them. I believe, Your Majesty, that you could take her as a consort. This would publicly demonstrate your attitude. To take that human woman as a consort. Angel felt a twinge of discontent. In his eyes, the true beauties were the goblins. No matter how fair a human woman appeared, she was merely a larger version of a monkey. He favored the vibrant green skin of the goblin maidens. Your Majesty, as the future emperor of the Goblin Empire, sacrifices must be made. Furthermore, marrying her is merely a declaration of intent. You need not even engage with her intimately. She can reside in the palace as an ornament. This way, not only would it serve as a reprimand to the seemingly submissive yet inherently proud humans, but it would also render them a disjointed entity. Simultaneously, it would send a warning to the various tribes of the continent. Why not seize such an opportunity? Very well, Angel relented. I shall attend to this matter shortly. But there is no need to rush. You are to be crowned next month, and the queen and various consorts will need to make their appearance. There's no hurry. Thus, half a month later, while at the embassy of the winged people, Jiang You suddenly heard a shocking announcement. What? That golden-haired human girl named Fiona has married the Goblin Emperor as a consort? The winged folk gasped in astonishment. Is this true? How can there be true love amidst such vast racial differences? Little Turtle King Xiaoba exclaimed. However, it was said that after Angel took the human girl as his consort, he had never once touched her. The winged individual recounted the news. Angel's taste remains rather conventional. Thus, the significance of this event is far from straightforward. Jiang You pondered deeply. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, possessing the ability to establish a nation and embodying great wisdom, his actions were anything but simple. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang You finally understood. I see. He addressed the winged officials accompanying him. We should refrain from engaging with the humans for the time being. Angel's acquisition of the human girl Fiona for his harem, yet neglecting her, serves to convey a message to us. Boss, what message? Little Turtle was bewildered. Is there a deeper meaning to this? The thoughts of the wise race were indeed intricate. He realized he needed to learn from this. I understand now. The winged maiden Inona also exclaimed. Enlightened, why taking a woman of human leadership into his harem? Angel is telling us that humans are his possessions. We should not harbor intentions against them. Indeed. Jiang You praised. Little E, you are quite astute. Ahehe. The winged girl wore a sweet smile. Half a month later, the entire city of Proedas became exceptionally lively, as a multitude of wise races from the goblin faction flocked to this city, significantly increasing the influx of people. Coupled with the continuous migration of goblins from various regions of the continent during this period, Proedas now boasted a population approaching 1 million. Among them, the goblin race alone numbered over 900,000, truly astonishing. On this day, coinciding with the onset of early spring, as life began to flourish anew, the entirety of Proedas radiated a solemn grandeur. For today marked the day of Angel's coronation as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Every goblin wore an expression of immense joy on this day. From the heavens above, one could observe all the goblin citizens gathered at the foot of Proedas Mountain, patiently awaiting the ceremony. Numerous goblin soldiers stood resolutely on the city walls and along the streets, facing the palace atop Proedas Mountain, bowing their heads slightly with hands over their hearts, before the palace of Proedas. In a vast square paved with massive white stone bricks, Jiang You stood at the right side of the palace square, alongside several winged personal guards and leaders of other races. Numbering in the thousands. As for the armies from their respective races, they were arrayed outside the city. On the left side stood the goblin nobility and officials, led by the great sage and the high priest of the goblins, amounting to nearly 10,000 individuals. In the center of the square, a broad crimson carpet, wide enough for 4 horses to gallop side by side, stretched from the entrance of the palace square to its far end, ascending along 900 steps to reach the palace itself. This was the Coronation Avenue. The entire square, in every corner and along both sides of the Coronation Avenue, was lined with elite goblin soldiers. Clad in sturdy armor and wielding long spears and short swords, their iron suits glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an air of solemnity. As the sun reached its zenith in the sky, Jiang You, standing in formation, suddenly heard a resounding proclamation. The savior of Furland, the destroyer of the Titan giants, the brave and fearless lord of the goblins, the leader of the alliance of races across the continent. The magnificent leader Angelic arrives. Upon hearing the call, Jiang You turned to gaze beyond the square. He noticed several goblin professionals striding ahead on either side. The voice had undoubtedly emanated from one of these extraordinary individuals. In the center walked Angelic, exuding a commanding presence, surveying the world with an imperious gaze. Beside him was a resplendently attired female goblin. Following closely behind was a retinue of nearly 300 goblin concubines. Among this group, Jiang You immediately spotted Fiona, the golden-haired human girl he had encountered previously, her height rendering her remarkably conspicuous among the average goblin women, who stood under 1.40 meters tall. Observing her current demeanor, Jiang You noted her pallor. Her vitality had diminished considerably, and her once enchanting visage now bore a melancholic air, a haunting beauty that seemed almost sickly, a stark contrast to the confident, beautiful golden-haired girl of yore. Chapter 40. The Goblin Emperor. At that precise moment, as Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon her, Fiona's eyes flickered with a glimmer, only to swiftly dim once more. Under the blazing sun, Fiona felt as though she were ensconced in the depths of winter. However, the coronation ceremony of Angelic would not waver in response to the emotions of any individual. Angelic traversed the Coronation Avenue. Adorned with the fur of the red fox, a legion of goblin soldiers raised their long spears high above the crimson carpet, towering over the heads of Angelic's fellow goblins. This form of coronation ceremony captivated the attention of the various races across the continent, who regarded the goblins' display as truly unique, embodying the essence of civilization. Ironically, it was Fiona who had proposed such an idea. As the vibrant red carpet reached its conclusion, Angelic cast a glance at his wife beside him, nodded slightly, and ascended the 900 steps alone. The Goblin Queen, accompanied by 300 concubines, proceeded to the side viewing platform along the steps. Sunlight cascaded upon each step as Angelic climbed, until he stood atop the highest stair. With his back to the subjects and allied tribes gathered in the square, he took a deep breath before turning to face them, as if confronting all of creation. At that moment, the high priest of the goblins stepped forth from the ranks on the left, cradling a resplendent golden crown adorned with jewels, and proclaimed loudly, "Countless years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving the myriad races of the continent. The two factions were in perpetual conflict, rending the earth asunder, shattering the heavens, and reversing the rivers and mountains, until our king, Angelic, emerged, leading his forces to battle, victorious at every turn. Endowed with extraordinary talents, he became a demigod. Enduring hardship and gathering strength, he ultimately vanquished the Titan giants, slaying the Thunder Titan, and usurped the dominion of both titans and dragons. Now, peace reigns across the seas, and all races coexist harmoniously under the rule of the natural-born sovereign, Angelic, who commands great reverence throughout Furland. At this very moment, I, representing the Goblin clan and the leaders of all races on the continent, beseech the Lord of Goblins, Angelic, to establish the Goblin Empire. Simultaneously, we request that Angelic, under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars, be crowned as the great emperor of the empire." Upon the priest's declaration, all goblin officials and nobles within the ranks on the left knelt half-heartedly, exclaiming in unison their congratulations, imploring Angelic to be crowned as emperor of the empire. To the right of the square, thousands from various races gazed at the thunderous calls of supplication, exchanging bewildered glances. Yet soon, 1.2.3, all began to emulate the goblin officials and nobles, kneeling halfway and proclaiming loudly, "We, the dwarves, implore Amigel to be crowned as Emperor of the Empire. We, the fairies, beseech Amigel to be crowned as Emperor of the Empire. We, the trolls of various clans, request Amigel to be crowned as Emperor of the Empire." The leaders of the continent's races, ever astute, were no exception. Jiang You also followed suit. "We, the winged folk, implore Amigel to be crowned as Emperor of the Empire." However, as he lifted his gaze to the exalted Amigel, the thought flickered anew in his mind. He will take their place. Yes, this was the second time he had recalled this phrase. Atop the highest step, Amigel gazed down at the bowing goblins and the diverse races of the continent, a look of rapture crossing his face. So this is the sensation of an emperor? Surely, the Titan King must have felt something akin to this while seated upon the throne of Proedas. Jiang You, in a state of exasperation, called out for an extended period before hearing the voice of Amigel, now imbued with an even greater authority than before. "Since you all earnestly beseech me, I, Amigel, shall henceforth be the Emperor of the Goblins." Upon the conclusion of his proclamation, the Goblin High Priest ascended the 900 steps and approached Amigel, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, please bow your head one final time, that I may place upon you the crown that symbolizes the imperial power of our realm. From this moment forth, none shall compel your Majesty to bow." With a slight bow, Amigel allowed the High Priest to bestow the resplendent golden crown upon his head. Following this momentous act, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. Amigel was officially crowned. His first utterance adorned with the crown was, "I, the Goblin Emperor, Amigel. Let all rise. Your Emperor grants you the right to lift your heads." Chapter 41. The First Year of the Goblin Empire. The first year of the Goblin Empire. Amigel was crowned as the inaugural Emperor of the Goblin Empire, appointing the mightiest chieftain of the trolls as the Guardian of the North. He conferred the Winged Ones as Guardians of the East and the Sky. The dwarves were designated as Guardians of the Mountains. The merfolk were appointed as Guardians of the Western Sea. Each of these foreign guardians was equivalent to a duke within the Goblin Empire. Furthermore, all races participating in the Titan subjugation were granted varying degrees of rewards and noble titles. Subsequently, Amigel bestowed the titles of 2 Goblin Grand Dukes upon the eldest sons of the High Priest and the Grand Sage, instructing them to establish Goblin principalities in the west and south, thereby expanding Goblin territory and multiplying their populace. He commanded the chieftains of the various Goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gather Goblin kin, and construct cities. Currently, the Goblin population numbers in the millions, with only 100,000 residing in the capital, leaving 900,000 scattered across the main roads. Ambitiously, Amigel envisioned a flourishing of Goblin settlements, aspiring for every corner of the continent to boast a Goblin city. In the future, the true capital would be the city of Proedas, surrounded by countless cities. Ultimately, he appointed 300 young Goblin nobles, renowned for their valiant deeds, to establish principalities and expand territories in the uncharted wastelands beyond the core population areas of the Goblin Empire and the territories of other races. These actions encapsulate the endeavors of Amigel and his Goblin officials over the course of a year. 1 year later, at the foot of Proedas Mountain, under the starry night sky with the silver moon hanging high, a beautiful girl with golden hair closed her notebook and sat gracefully on a tree branch. Swaying her long, pristine legs as she spoke softly, "Fiona, the Empress, I am aware of all you have shared. However, what is the reason for your invitation to meet me at this late hour?" Opposite her sat a strikingly handsome young winged one. "No, Jiang You, there is something you remain oblivious to. Amigel has begun arranging for the training of Griffin Knights in the future. When the Goblin Griffin Knights soar through the skies, the unique status of the winged ones will no longer hold sway, and you, being such an astute individual, should comprehend the ramifications of this." Upon hearing these words, Jiang You furrowed her brow in concern. Indeed, should the Griffin Knights amass within the ranks of the Goblins, the plight of the winged folk would become dire. Although the trolls possess formidable strength, their forces are exceedingly fragmented. The dwarves, blessed with Titan blood, find themselves restrained by the weaponry of humanity, which is in the hands of the Goblins. Merfolk dwell in the depths of the ocean, rendering them ill-equipped for terrestrial existence. The fairies, by nature, are even more unruly than the trolls. While centaurs are born cavalry, their threat pales in comparison to that of the winged folk. The other races of the continent are plagued by various shortcomings. Only the winged folk stand out. In an era devoid of a powerful aerial army, the winged folk have effectively usurped the aerial sovereignty of the goblins. This is an affront that the ambitious Angelic cannot abide. Observing Jiang You lost in thought, Fiona smiled faintly. We can assist you with this matter. Do you have a solution? Jiang You inquired, astonished. Certainly, however, prior to that, I require you to agree to one request. What request? Fear not, it is not unreasonable. I simply desire a child bearing your bloodline. What? Jiang Yu was left astounded. What an outrageous demand. Such an eccentric request he had only encountered in melodramatic novels in his past life. Yet Fiona was utterly serious. A few years ago, a highly esteemed old seer awakened in my clan, and when I was coerced into marrying Angelic, he prophesied with his life the most favorable future for humanity. This future entails the incorporation of your bloodline among the human race. In fact, the prophecy foretold that from our descendants, the first monarch of the new era of humanity would arise, thus liberating us from the goblins' control. However, Fiona kept this revelation concealed. Though I do not fully comprehend the reasons, that is what the prophecy declared, and I have faith in the seer's words. Jiang You, please grant me a child. Jiang Yu was both amused and bewildered. Setting aside my willingness, you are Angeli's consort. Should he discover this, both of us would be in grave peril. He shall not discover it. I assure you of that. Trust in the depth of my clan's heritage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu gazed into her resolute eyes and sighed. Very well, I accept. Now, before we proceed, tell me how you plan to avert the fate of the winged folk being supplanted by the goblin griffin knights? With Jiang Yu's agreement, Fiona breathed a sigh of relief and explained, we will proactively petition to rear the griffins for Angelic. What an odd proclamation, Jiang Yu thought, reminiscent of historical anecdotes from his past life. Well then, the night is beautiful. Let us not squander time and hasten our actions. All right. Chapter 42. Departure. The night was as dark as ink, adorned with a sprinkle of stars. A silver moon hung high above, casting a luminous glow upon the forests at the foot of Proedas, illuminating them in a silvery hue. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees' abundant branches, producing a melodious sound akin to song and lament. The depths of the forest lay shrouded in heavy darkness. Enigmatic and indistinct, a beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing the lofty valleys and illuminating the depths of a stone pool, a night devoid of dreams past. On the following morning, the sky loomed heavy with clouds, and rain began to descend gradually. Fiona hurriedly departed, stealthily returning to the palace atop the mountain under the cover of the gloomy rain. As a royal consort, she naturally possessed a chamber within the imperial palace. Even though the goblin emperor, Angelic, held no particular interest in the beauties of the human race, he would not be magnanimous enough to allow his consort to behave indiscriminately. Standing deep within the forest, Jiang Yu observed the heavy rain cascading upon the verdant grasslands, sighed softly, and then returned to the embassy of the winged people in the city of Proedas. Upon entering the embassy, a small turtle darted towards him like a flash of lightning, leaping onto Jiang Yu's shoulder in a few swift bounds. Boss, why did you not return last night? It inquired. Naturally, I had important matters to discuss with those humans, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Wait, there's a scent of jasmine about you, the little turtle said, suddenly wrinkling its nose while perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched as he reached up to lift it off. Wang Xiaoba, you are a turtle, not a dog. What scent could you possibly detect? At that moment, the winged officer Inona approached with several winged officials and asked, Your Majesty, what did the humans have to say this time? As the structure of his winged administrative body gradually took shape, the female winged officer Inona effectively served as the leader assisting him in managing state affairs. Consequently, Jiang Yu relayed the contents of his conversation with Fiona, omitting the part about childbirth. After listening, Inona sighed. How unfortunate for the humans. They have now been reduced to shepherds tending griffins raised by goblins. You are mistaken. The humans' considerations extend far beyond the immediate, and their motives are anything but simple. Nevertheless, their actions indeed serve our interests exceedingly well, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. By the way, please tidy up and select the representatives who will remain in the embassy. I shall make another visit to the palace today, bid farewell to Emperor Angelic, and then we shall return to Paradise Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Angelic summoned Jiang You to call upon a portion of the winged forces to campaign against a faction of die-hard Titan giants. The opposing camp included flying units such as griffins and windbirds, thus necessitating the winged army as a loyal ally of the current Goblin Emperor Angelic, a faithful minister in the Emperor's eyes. Jiang You promptly gathered an army of 3,000 winged soldiers and arrived in Proedas to hand them over to the Goblin general leading the expedition. He would not participate personally, but would send a master-tier winged practitioner to lead the legion alongside the goblins. Once the winged army was delivered, he could take his leave. However, due to Fiona's invitation, he lingered for an additional day. Upon arriving at Emperor Angeli's palace, Jiang You saw Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor like a court lady, seemingly reporting on some matters. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's arrival, Angelic's face lit up with joy. "Jiang Qing, thank you for your timely deployment of troops. Those Titan remnants shall surely meet their end. The winged people are always eager to serve your majesty." "Excellent." After a brief conversation, Jiang Yu took his leave from Angelic. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Fiona. A month later, Jiang Yu and his companions returned to Paradise Mountain. Chapter 43. Reinhardt 5 years later. In the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, at the white stone fortress of Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu was busy handling affairs from the past month. He now essentially spends a month in cultivation, followed by a single day attending to state affairs. As the sun ascends to its zenith, a winged female official enters with a grim expression. "Your Majesty, we have received correspondence from our kin who journeyed to the north. They report having encountered a tribe of eagle folk, numbering in the tens of thousands atop a great mountain in the Bloros Range. They appear to be remnants of the Eagle King's court, and their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the old Eagle King. I recall that within the valley plains of the Bloros Range lies a new city established by the goblins, inhabited by several tens of thousands of them. Why do these remnants of the royal Eagle Court dare to dwell so close to the Goblin City? Surely, a congregation of that scale would not escape the notice of the goblins." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, our scouts have reported that each year, Eagle folk travel to Bloros City." Inona replied, "It seems the goblins are still holding a card against us." Jiang Yu scoffed. "What shall we do? Allow this band of royal eagle remnants to grow unchecked?" Inona inquired. "For the time being, let it be. These eagle folk shall not pose a significant threat. The goblins will not permit the extermination of our kind. When the opportune moment arises, we shall eradicate these remnants of the royal eagle court entirely. Inona, our current task is to develop our winged kin," Jiang Yu stated calmly. 10 years later, in the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu was meditating atop the mountain peak, his aura more profound and commanding than it had been over a decade prior. One day, a youthful and beautiful winged female official approached him unexpectedly. "Your Majesty, there is a human youth claiming to be your son who seeks an audience with you." On the azure stones of the mountaintop, Jiang Yu, his silver hair billowing in the mountain breeze, did not even open his eyes as he replied indifferently, "What human son do I have? Tell him to return. Is anyone free to claim a father now?" "Very well." Inona turned to leave, but as she reached the steps, Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to recall something, opening his violet eyes and exclaiming loudly, "Wait, Inona, let him come to me." He remembered that fateful night 15 years ago. "Yes, Your Majesty." Before long, a striking human youth with golden hair and violet eyes ascended to the summit of Heaven Mountain and stood before Jiang Yu. The two stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words, as a sense of shared bloodline surged within Jiang Yu. Fiona truly bore a son. Gazing at the resolute expression of the young human, Jiang Yu broke the silence, speaking first. "My child, come forth." The 15-year-old boy, now tall enough to match Jiang Yu's shoulders, stepped forward obediently to him. "My mother said you are my father." "Indeed." Jiang Yu nodded gently. "What name has your mother bestowed upon you?" "She named me Reinhardt," the boy replied. "Reinhardt, is it? A splendid name. It seems your mother wishes for you to become a man as formidable as a lion." Jiang Yu praised, then inquired, "How did you arrive here?" "My child, I recall that the goblins maintain strict control over you. Father, I rode here on a griffin." The youth pointed towards the peaks of Paradise Mountain, where a majestic griffin soared gracefully through the sky. Beside it, a winged soldier trailed at a distance. Gazing at the distant griffin, Jiang Yu shook his head. "It is far too perilous. Reinhardt, if the goblins discover your unauthorized departure on a griffin, it would be a grave offense." "Do not worry, father. Mother will cover for me." Furthermore, His Majesty Amgel's 19th son is a close friend of mine. Nothing will happen. Very well then, you have taken the risk to come to me. Surely you have something to convey? Jiang You inquired, why mother assured me that you would teach me to become an extraordinary professional. Reinhardt's face illuminated with a radiant smile, as brilliant as the sun itself. Chapter 44. The Legacy of Legendary Bloodlines. Atop the mountain peak, the wind whispered gently, a few towering pines at the cliff's edge twisted and turned, resembling a gateway to the heavens. Reinhardt felt an intimate connection flowing through his veins as he beheld his father, adorned with striking purple eyes and white wings, exuding an unprecedented sense of security. Before Jiang You could respond, Reinhardt lost himself in reminiscence. The affinity coursing through his blood compelled him to share the tales of his years with Jiang You, without reservation. Raised among the human tribe, he grew up alongside numerous human siblings, nurtured by the elders who emerged from the sanctuary. Under the guidance of these elders, they learned to rear griffins from a young age. Growing alongside the griffin hatchlings, in addition to the griffins, the human tribe was home to a significant number of goblin officials and soldiers who served as the eyes of Emperor Angelic, overseeing the tribe's development and the progress of griffin rearing. Naturally, they bore the responsibility of safeguarding the human tribe as well. Due to a certain pact, the elders of the sanctuary were unable to impart some of the precious higher knowledge. He had often witnessed the elders sighing in the dead of night, their lamentations a testament to the pain of lost civilization. For the sake of their race's survival, compromises were sometimes necessary. Until the age of 6, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had parents. On that fateful day, the human empress, a goblin of the emperor, arrived in this tribe predominantly composed of children. The empress was the nominal leader of the humans. Although merely a rank 8 reader, her expertise from the previous era allowed her to lead the current human populace. She brought with her abundant supplies and resources for cultivation. Within the tribe, there were indeed a few children with extraordinary potential, albeit with exceedingly low talent. Perhaps it was related to the transition between eras, necessitating generations of improvement. The human empress sought to acquire some goblin occupational pathways for them, marking the inception of extraordinary power for the rebirth of humanity. This occupation was known as a knight. However, the knightly pathways offered to humans by the goblins could only attain the rank of hero, with no possibility of reaching the legendary stage. Emperor Angelic candidly stated that each legendary pathway in any profession was the result of countless generations of goblins' arduous training, earned through time and the tears of experience. It was inconceivable to bestow such knowledge upon the human tribe. Throughout his earlier life, Reinhardt had demonstrated remarkable extraordinary potential, yet for reasons unknown, the elders had refrained from allowing him to become a knight, claiming he would have a brighter future ahead, and thus, the night of that fateful day unfolded. The human race's empress remained in the tribe, and as he was on the verge of slumber, she entered Reinhardt's chamber, cradling him as she wept throughout the night. That night, the 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother, Fiona, was the empress forcefully wed by the goblin emperor, Angelic, while his true father was a significant figure far away on the eastern coast of the Farland continent. He was none other than Jiang You, the Duke of the Eastern Border and Guardian of the Skies, as well as the King of the Winged Race on the eastern coast of the sea. Mature beyond his years, he held on to his mother's words, keeping this secret locked within his heart. Thus, Reinhardt gradually grew up. Although he could not learn the extraordinary, he dedicated himself day and night to mastering swordsmanship. He yearned for the day when he could gather enough strength to take his mother away from the palace. And so, 9 years passed, transforming Reinhardt from a mere child into a handsome young man with golden hair. A month prior, his mother Fiona had informed him that he could seek Jiang You at Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast and urged him to prepare himself. The following day, a goblin official approached him, instructing him to accompany the 19th prince, Asa Angel, to his fief with the griffins he had raised. During this time, he was to teach the 19th prince and his trusted knights how to ride the griffins. After imparting this knowledge to the goblin knights, the prince patted Reinhardt on the shoulder, telling him to pursue his own endeavors. Though he had been on cordial terms with the prince, such words perplexed him. Why did his highness speak in such a manner? Yet, the 19th prince only replied with a meaningful smile, I have made a pact with Empress Fiona. Thus, Reinhardt was granted passage to Paradise Mountain in the east. Atop Paradise Mountain, as Reinhardt recounted his experiences, twilight descended. The sun was about to set, casting a breathtaking crimson glow that danced with the sea breeze across the picturesque landscape. Jiang Yu's violet eyes shimmered softly as he gently remarked, "You have worked hard, my child. The blood that courses through your veins carries my essence, my legendary journey. You are destined to inherit it. By the way, I recall that the human race possesses extraordinary beings known as the sequencers. Why do your elders not permit you to become one? My mother said that the era of the sequencers has long passed. The practitioners are the true vanguards of this age. In this time, there is no fertile ground for the sequencers to thrive. The various resources required for advancement have long since vanished." Reinhardt explained candidly. "I see." Jiang Yu finally comprehended. This era no longer allows for the birth of sequencers. The advancement of sequencers requires the remnants of long-extinct magical creatures, which are now utterly unattainable. Such extraordinary paths must restart from the beginning after a cataclysmic extinction. My son, Reinhardt, come closer and let me see the extraordinary potential you possess. Jiang Yu beckoned. "Very well, father," Reinhardt replied as he approached. Jiang Yu placed his hand upon Reinhardt's head. The extraordinary power stirred, gathering the surrounding elements, and a gentle breeze ruffled his golden locks. Suddenly, a brilliant dual light of white and purple ignited around Reinhardt, embodying both light and thunder. Jiang Yu beamed with delight at the sight, releasing his hand. "Indeed, you are my son. Reinhardt, you possess an extraordinary talent akin to mine. The path of my profession can be wholly bestowed upon you. However, lacking wings, you may require some subtle adjustments to your vocational journey. But fret not." Under Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu extended his right hand, enveloped in a hazy radiance, gently caressing Reinhardt's forehead. "Now, hold your breath and concentrate with unwavering focus." Instantly, vivid scenes unfurled in Reinhardt's mind. Initially, there appeared a young winged boy wielding a bronze longsword, his blade shimmering with the essence of thunder, his violet eyes sparkling like lightning. Subsequently, the imagery depicted the winged youth steadily ascending the path of legend, establishing professions, inventing advanced pathways, and ultimately achieving heroism, thereby solidifying his legendary status. The scenes culminated in a series of glimpses of a legendary trajectory. Thundercaller, Wings of Thunder, Saint Wingwalker, Holy Thunder's Blaze. Chapter 45. The Eastern Coast. The establishment of 7 cities a year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully embraced the role of Thundercaller, riding back on a griffin, on the cliffside. As he watched Reinhardt's silhouette fade into the distance, Jiang Yu's gaze remained tranquil. Over the course of the year, Jiang Yu not only imparted his own cultivation experiences but also recounted numerous historical anecdotes from his past life. This wealth of historical tales imbued Reinhardt's thoughts with enlightenment, opening up myriad possibilities for his future. Meanwhile, upon returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt diligently nurtured the griffins, maintaining an attitude of respect and loyalty towards the Goblin Emperor, Angelic, as his demeanor grew increasingly reverent. The Goblin officials responded with ever greater disdain. Consequently, instances of humiliation and injustice towards the human tribe became commonplace. Yet Reinhardt endured. During that year on Paradise Mountain, he listened to his father narrate 2 stories, one of Qin Fizi, the founding monarch of the Qin state, and the other of Gojian, the king of Yu. Whenever faced with indignities, he drew inspiration from their tales. Decades later, Reinhardt officially ascended to the position of chieftain of the human tribe. The tribe's population swelled to 10,000, and the number of trainable griffins approached 1,000. As the refugees gradually aged, Reinhardt emerged as the new leader of the humans. Angeli's trust in Reinhardt surpassed that of the refugees who had emerged from the sanctuary, leading to a gradual easing of surveillance over the human tribe. A significant portion of the goblin officials and soldiers stationed in the human settlement were withdrawn, leaving only a handful to monitor the elderly who had come forth from the sanctuary. Reinhardt bided his time, continuing to strengthen his power. Meanwhile, in the goblin court, as the emperor's sons matured, ambitions for the coveted imperial throne began to stir, further fueled by certain factions, creating an undercurrent of intrigue. Although Angelic was a demigod, he had sustained grave injuries during his early confrontation with the Thunder Titan, leading to a gradual decline in his lifespan. Despite recovering from his wounds, the ramifications of that past injury were now becoming apparent. A demigod's lifespan is 3,000 years, while that of a legend is 1,000. Having lived for several centuries, Angelic was beginning to show signs of age. On the eastern coast, atop Paradise Mountain, in the castle of White Stone, Jiang Yu perused the development briefing regarding the winged race in his hands. Over the course of several decades of continuous advancement, the population of the winged people has reached an impressive 300,000. Under the meticulous planning of Jiang You, 7 geographically advantageous locations along the east coast have been designated, each endowed with favorable natural conditions and abundant resources. In these 7 locales, he has instructed the winged people to establish 7 cities, each housing no fewer than 10,000 inhabitants, with villages of winged people dotting the surrounding landscapes. At the foot of Paradise Mountain lies the newly constructed largest city of the winged people, serving as their royal capital. The once serene Paradise Mountain has been transformed into a military encampment and the royal palace, no longer accommodating the commoners of the winged people. These 7 cities, as envisioned by Jiang You, are sufficient to encompass the entire East Coast region, creating a network of influence. Centrally located, these cities are capable of sustaining millions of winged people. This represents Jiang Yu's vision for the development of the winged people over the next millennium. Moreover, the number of extraordinary professionals among the winged people has also surged rapidly. A few years ago, the genius Sophia completed the advancement path for the heroic class of light swordsman. Consequently, the advancement path for the light swordsman now reads, Light Swordsman, Wings of Light, Messenger of Light. Other professions have also been developed by various extraordinary individuals among the winged people. Alongside the adoption of occupational systems from foreign races, the known initial professions of the winged people now include Light Knight, Light Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Imperial Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunfighter, Earth Spear Thrower, and Firebringer, among others. Notably, professions related to the light element are the most numerous, while those of other elements are scarce, and there are virtually no professions of the dark element. Presently, the winged people boast a Paradise Battle Corps composed entirely of extraordinary professionals, numbering 1,000, alongside an elite winged legion of 50,000 comprised of ordinary winged people. Their strength has indeed magnified significantly. Over the years, Jiang You has led the Winged Battle Corps to subdue the myriad beasts across the entire East Coast, enabling the villages of ordinary winged people to gradually proliferate throughout the region. Recently, Jiang You has dispatched winged officials to the borderlands between the East Coast and the continent of Furland, seeking locations suitable for the establishment of outposts. His intention is to secure the entire habitat of the winged people, shielding them from the incursions of foreign races and beasts. With the expansion of the Goblin Empire, it is worth noting that as the goblins extend their territory, the winged villages on the eastern periphery are perilously close to the East Coast. One cannot deny that the goblin race is remarkably adept at survival. If prior to nationhood their numbers approached 10 million, they are now estimated to have reached 50 million. Chapter 46. The Goblin Empire after 3 centuries with the release of Angelic's ambitions and the Goblin Army's campaigns on all fronts. It is known that most of the habitable regions of the continent of Furland have been subdued. A multitude of races have submitted to the banner of the Goblin Empire, which has expanded its villages into increasingly desolate territories in accordance with its growth. The Goblin Empire has also benefited from certain legacies of the pre-epoch human races, particularly in the realm of mechanical technology, which has gradually advanced. A plethora of steam-powered inventions has been produced. Although the refugee humans have not entirely relinquished all their knowledge to the goblins, what has been shared is ample. The Goblin Emperor Angelic places great importance on this area of development. In his view, the pre-epoch human races dominated the world through steam technology and extraordinary sequences. While the sequences may have faded, technological advancement remains a viable pursuit. He established the Royal Engineering Institute in the city of Proadas, dedicated to training engineers among the gnomes. These engineers enjoy exceptional education, representing the pinnacle of achievement attainable by those gnomes lacking extraordinary qualifications. The realms of technology, art, the extraordinary, and population have all flourished. The golden age of the gnome empire has dawned. In this rare moment of tranquility, the winged folk have also thrived and expanded. The gnome empire has existed for 100 years. The winged folk have erected 9 fortresses on the lands near the eastern coastline, thoroughly safeguarding vast expanses of territory along the shores of the East Sea. Externally, they proclaim their purpose to be the defense against monstrous beasts and foreign incursions. With the completion of the 9 fortresses, the realm of the winged folk has taken on the semblance of an independent nation. To facilitate governance, Jiang You designated the eastern coast and the surrounding vast territories as Lozendath, in the winged tongue. This signifies the blessed land bestowed upon the winged beings by the heavens, as for the original territory of the Eagle King's court, situated in the heavenly mountains and its surroundings. The winged folk similarly constructed a mountain city atop the heavenly mountains. now home to approximately 30,000 winged folk. Due to the presence of the spirit entity, wind spirit Jiang You, the descendants residing in the mountain city are predominantly practitioners of wind-based professions. The Gnome Empire has endured for 150 years. Reinhardt, the de facto leader of humanity, has ascended to the final stage of extraordinary professions, the heroic tier. However, his vocational path has diverged somewhat from that of Jiang You. Following Jiang Yu's counsel over several decades, Reinhardt integrated elements of the gnome knight profession with his own circumstances and Jiang Yu's guidance, ultimately evolving from the profession of Thunder Controller into the esteemed rank of Holy Lion Knight. This marked the inception of his legendary profession, aptly named Lionheart King. Thus, the lineage of the Reinhardt family's legendary vocational path was established: Thunder Controller, Light of Thunder, Holy Lion Knight, Lionheart King. Meanwhile, the majority of the refugees among humanity have passed away, leaving only a few younger extraordinary individuals alive. Among them is Fiona, though she is no longer as youthful as she once was. The passage of time has etched its marks upon her visage. As for the winged folk, their population has reached 500,000, with the 7 major cities gradually accommodating a substantial number of winged beings, particularly the main city at the foot of Paradise Mountain, which boasts a population of 100,000. In recent years, Jiang You has dispatched envoys across the continent to establish diplomatic relations with various races, albeit with limited success. Most races at this juncture are far from having a mature system and remain entrenched in tribalism. However, the dwarves have successfully established a dwarven kingdom amidst the mountains, allowing the envoys of the winged folk to engage in diplomatic relations with them. The changes in the world are unmistakable. It seems as though the entire realm has entered a harsh winter, growing colder with each passing year. In the north, a large troll tribe known as the Frostcold clan, seeking refuge from the increasingly frigid northern climate, has descended southward to a vast northern plain called Halros, where they have settled. This troll tribe boasts formidable strength, with both its chieftain and high priest being legendary figures. After assessing the situation, they eagerly embraced the advanced gnome culture and willingly joined the Gnome Empire's military, aiding in the subjugation of dissenters. After decades of effort, their chieftain was bestowed the title of Earl by Angelic, earning the name Earl Frostcold. Harlos thus became the dominion of this formidable goblin clan, and many years later, Harlos City was established. The Goblin Empire endured for 190 years, during which the First Order of Goblin Griffin Knights was formed. Initially, the entire order comprised 693 Griffin Knights. The establishment of the Griffin Knights brought immense joy to the old Emperor Angelic, who bestowed upon this nascent order the illustrious title of the Royal Griffin Knights. In recognition of the human race's contribution in raising griffins, Reinhardt was granted the noble title of Viscount of the Empire, along with a fief comprising a river valley near the western edge of the Proadas Plains, adjacent to human settlements in this domain. Reinhardt founded the first city of the human race, known as Reinhardt City. This fief came to be referred to as the Reinhardt Domain, with the neighboring river named the Reinhardt River. Furthermore, through Reinhardt's efforts, each member of the Griffin Knights was assigned a human caretaker to tend to the griffins at that time. The Goblin Knights did not perceive this arrangement as a burden. Rather, they admired the humans for their diligence. After all, in their understanding, griffins, as magical creatures, were far more demanding than horses and deer. With individuals willing to undertake such laborious tasks, the Goblin Knights were more than willing to accept their assistance. They simply needed to revel in the thrill of riding griffins into battle. Thus, over 600 humans joined the Griffin Knights in this manner, working diligently without any sign of complacency. Many years later, the griffins cared for by the human caretakers became a permanent fixture. Little did they realize that at a mere command from Reinhardt, the humans could swiftly change the allegiance of this Griffin Knights order. It was during this year that Reinhardt requested the return of the human Empress Fiona. By this time, the goblins had nearly completely assimilated the knowledge and technology acquired from the human refuge and had established dominance over Furland, rendering the role of the human Empress nearly obsolete. The Goblin Emperor, who viewed her as little more than a talisman or a trophy, Fiona had not garnered his attention since the early years of the Empire, when a lack of talent had compelled him to appoint her as a lady-in-waiting for a time. With his harem ever expanding, he had little interest in a woman he regarded as an aging monkey. However, recognizing Reinhardt's evident loyalty and obedience, Angelic acquiesced to his request. Thus, after sitting alone in the depths of the palace for 190 years, the human Empress Fiona was finally able to return to her people, Upon her return to the human tribe and reuniting with Reinhardt, mother and son exchanged tears, gazing upon the bright golden-haired girl of yore. Although her visage remained youthful and beautiful, her golden locks were now interspersed with many strands of silver. Reinhardt resolutely reaffirmed his ambition in his heart. He would never allow his mother as sacrifice to be in vain. 300 years into the Goblin Empire, a brilliant goblin engineer, combining extraordinary and mechanical prowess with a wealth of ancestral experience in human science, finally birthed a remarkable legacy unique to the goblins: alchemy. The advent of alchemy led to a surge of alchemical artifacts. Various races across the continent flocked to Proedas to learn this art. Even Jiang You dispatched numerous winged students for this purpose. This year marked the zenith of the Goblin Empire. Yet, it was precisely during this time that a monumental event capable of determining the fate of the Goblin Empire transpired. Chapter 47. The Death of Angelic. Rosendass, East Coast, Paradise Mountain, the Fortress of White Stone. Beyond the immaculate castle lies a meticulously maintained expanse of vibrant green lawn. A flock of radiant, white birds frolics upon the verdant grass. A battalion of winged soldiers stands solemnly at the entrance of the Fortress of White Stone. Several winged officials descend from the mountain, alighting on the lush lawn, and after a brief adjustment of their garments, they hurriedly enter the fortress. Tranquility and serenity envelop the scene, reminiscent of a sacred sanctuary. However, it is not long before this peaceful ambience is abruptly shattered, as if a colossal stone has plummeted from the heavens, crashing upon the water as surface. What? Angelic is dead? Within the fortress, a middle-aged winged official seated in the council chamber rises from his seat, his face a mask of shock. Edward Inona, sit down. At the head of the table, Jiang You sits upright in a grand chair, upholstered with bare skin. A map of Rosendass and the East Coast adorns the wall behind him. He gazes at his astonished subjects, his brow furrowing. The winged female official who once assisted him with affairs of state had passed away a century ago. Perhaps due to the demands of governance, Inona never ascended to the heroic tier before her death, living only to the age of 200, the limit of a master tier. The present Edward Inona, her most illustrious grandson, also occupies the master tier. Yet, Jiang You harbors a lingering feeling that Edward's abilities, while formidable, do not quite measure up to Inona's prowess. Nevertheless, other winged officials, both male and female, remain seated, their eyes equally reflecting astonishment. While Jiang Yu shares in the shock of Angeli's demise, his resolve now resembles the steadfast moon in the sky, undisturbed by the 8 winds. He addresses the standing female winged official, Elena. Elena, recount all that has transpired recently in Proedas. Yes, your majesty. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, Elena steadies her own racing heart and begins to narrate, or rather, recite. The intelligence originates from the winged embassy in Proedas. 3 months prior, the conflict between the 17th and 13th Goblin princes escalated dramatically, with their followers nearly engaging in mortal combat. This compelled the Goblin Queen, Alessa, to intervene personally. Due to Angeli's longevity, several of the elder princes have already perished. Aside from the 7th prince, who has achieved legendary status and holds no interest in the throne, the remaining princes have not attained such greatness. Even those who have reached the heroic tier boast a maximum lifespan of merely 500 years. Among the princes, their talents vary significantly. The 13th prince, Milan Angel, and the 17th prince, Ashu Angel, stand out as the most gifted and ambitious of the living princes. 2 months ago, a fierce clash erupted anew between the two princes. Yet this time, even Queen Alessa was unable to mediate. What transpired? 2 months ago, during an imperial hunting competition hosted by Emperor Angel, while the 17th prince was out hunting, his betrothed, reputed to be an extraordinarily beautiful goblin, was abducted by troops dispatched by the 13th prince and presented to Emperor Angel. It is well known throughout Furlan that Emperor Angel is captivated by beauty. Upon seeing the 13th prince's betrothed for the first time, he was utterly enthralled. Even though he was aware that the enchanting female goblin before him was destined to be his son's future wife, he was taken aback by how remarkably beautiful the once little goblin girl had grown. Thus, feigning ignorance, he readily welcomed this goblin beauty into his harem. Consequently, when the 17th prince returned with his catch, he was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that while attempting to impress his father, he would return to find his home had been robbed. Enraged upon discovering the truth, the 17th prince stormed forth that very night. leading his loyal knights to assault the 13th prince's camp. The 13th prince, caught off guard by his younger brother's ferocity, suffered grave injuries and barely escaped, only to seek solace in front of Angelic, who had already returned to the palace with his newfound beauty. Witnessing his son nearly bring harm to his other son, Angelic was consumed by fury. He immediately commanded that the 17th prince be whipped 50 times and confined within the estate, to be released only upon recognizing his transgressions. Following this incident, the 17th prince realized his fate was sealed. Garnering Angelic's approval was now an impossibility, and the throne was irrevocably beyond his reach. Stubborn by nature, even while under house arrest, he dispatched emissaries to demand the return of his betrothed. Yet Angelic staunchly refused. This rejection shattered the Goblin Prince's spirit entirely. Thus, a month ago, the 17th prince feigned an apology to gain entry into the palace. That very night, chaos erupted, resulting in a fierce battle that left much of the palace in ruins, with half of it corrupted by malevolent forces. Thereafter, the 17th prince was never seen leaving the palace again. The following day, news broke that Angelic had been gravely wounded by his own spear, struck in the heart, and was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, the announcement came that Angelic had passed away, and the 13th prince, Milan Angelic, hastily ascended to the throne before the emperor's spirit. Jiang You listened in bewilderment, sensing that the tale of this 17th prince bore resemblance to a figure from his past life known as Prince Shou.